the biddies yet, though. So let me check. Nope, didn't.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place. I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Let's go on. So
sounds good.
Milk. No way she called her show Milk in San Diego, bro. No way. Come on, Jenny.
That's so good. She's a real life anchor, man.
She doesn't post on YouTube anymore. It's tragic. She's probably doing TikToks instead, posting.
Yeah, probably.
Up in here, about to hop in the ring with our viewer Jason. Says this is his favorite spot in San Marcos. Ready, Jason?
Yes,
come on,
ready.
buddy.
He's so excited.
SoCal Pro Wrestling has been around for nearly 12 years.
It's just a great time. The audience is great. The wrestlers interact with the fans.
Why are you gay?
And it's just
wrestling. American wrestling is like you have to understand. Like, so, like, let's think about things that, like, especially Southern and mountain culture. You know, so there, like, there's a lot of stuff. Instead of building like Civil War monuments to something that existed for 4 years, you know, like this is like part of that culture. Like this is like so American. And what's cool is like now, like I guess because everyone grew up on it, right? Now it's like Japan and Mexico are more incorporated because they also had this type of scene, but they do a completely different style.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. I'm fully aware.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like
and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia loves it.
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia
honestly
always
not surprised. Spectacle. They love a spectacle. So it makes sense. But I'm fully aware. Like it's like the level of athleticism you need to be a wrestler is not low.
To be
like the bar is very
to be
high.
A good wrestler, at least.
Yes. Yeah. Like the bar is very high.
I've seen guys who are just come out and they're cops and eat donuts the whole time. Like on a local circuit. And they throw a donut at the guy and the guy catches a donut and then the like bigger cop goes, "Don't touch my fucking donuts." Just runs and body claps him.
I agree. I totally agree.
And put on monthly shows for the rest of us.
It's just a rush, and you're just having a great time. It's an escape from reality.
But listen, I came all the way out here. I gotta get in that ring.
She's hilarious.
So close.
Oh, like that's my crowd artery.
Meet Anthony Idol. Oh, it's like we're dancing. Okay.
A little bit.
He's big, a wrestler. And I'm going to be honest, I'm slightly terrified.
Give me a hug.
Aww.
You're in control.
We're like best friends. Aw, it's not so bad.
They can establish the trust.
Okay, well, that's a really bad angle for me.
Down on the ground.
This is a horrible angle. Oh, okay, never mind.
A lot of people think it'll
That's
be
so
all
funny.
fun and games.
Oh, you're sweaty. No, it's terrifying.
I think this is different than any other sport.
Do you have barf buttons?
This is a sport where you're going to be on your back. This is a sport where you're going to do somersaults till you about want to vomit.
This is probably a favorite segment ever.
I feel like I'm gonna barf. As soon as the room stops spinning.
I don't know. The grape stopping one was pretty funny too. Where she's like, "I'm an independent woman."
Let's not forget about our viewer Jason.
I don't need to hold on to anyone.
His idea. But you've never actually trained in the ring.
No, not quite yet, but they've been wanting me to get in the ring.
It's that you're never ready for anything.
Oh,
so let's just jump right in.
He's been checking out their shows for years. Jason, how do you feel?
Dizzy.
I had such a great time learning the ropes
So
here
wholesome.
at SoCal Pro Wrestling. I cannot wait to come back next time.
Oh, Scoop Slammer.
To you. So I kid not.
It's gonna be the best end to a story ever. She's so good at it.
Yeah, because like you have to actually learn how to fall to be able to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like
it's super complicated.
It's like drunk acrobatics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That day. No, I wasn't okay.
Do we need to get a chiropractor in here?
We were driving home with our photographer John, and I was like, John, I think I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna vomit.
Boy.
I was nauseous for hours.
Yeah, you were doing a lot of spinning there.
Because I didn't realize, oh yeah, he's picking me up and like body slamming me.
And I thought, oh, the floor must be soft.
No, it is like
It's
very
wood.
hard. It has like a slight bounce to it,
It's
but it's
wood.
like almost like cement.
Oof.
You hear the noise.
Yeah.
So they were so neat. So they do training for people who want.
Anyway, next one. Short one.
Good morning, I'm Jenny Milkowski, a geriatric millennial born in the mid-1980s. I am Crazy Cat Lady Jenny Milkowski. What's poppin', San Diego?
Time news, bad girl.
Wakey, eggs and bakey. This is a lot of my face right now. A little early to be staring at me that intently, unless you're paying my mortgage. Happy good morning to you. Happy good morning. Whatever. All the days are mixing in. I don't know where I am, who I am, really. That's more of an existential question.
There's one I put on there that's really funny.
Okay, well, we're going to proper stuff. Who's going to jump into it?
Well, it isn't proper.
Well, yeah, it's not proper, but it's a story.
That's Jenny Milkowski. I like she's like number one guest goal. Jasmine Crockett as well would be amazing to get too.
Yeah.
But like I want Jenny. I just want Jenny to notice me. And so we can go and ask her what's it like be daytime news's bad girl.
Do you want to tell the backstory to this one?
Yeah. Yeah, as usual, being straight is gay now.
Correct.
For people, I mean, most people will probably know where this comes from because they're on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I actually bookmarked this. That's right. So I would be able to reference back. Yeah. So let's like reference. This is we're actually becoming one of those shows where we pull up Twitter, right?
God damn it.
Sounds a tomboy is attractive as gay, right? And
did you get the Samira Khan one?
Well, that's where it starts, right?
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
Right.
That
and
one,
like,
that's the one that I saw, where she's comparing it.
Yeah, and then it's like it should be illegal to be like this.
Yeah, that's the one. And then she's like, there was one where she was like, Lebanese women are high estrogen beauties in America.
I saw that, and I'm like, you know what this is, right?
It's white supremacy.
No, this is fucking terrorist recruitment, right? This is what they do. Yeah, they. She's literally saying, I encourage men to be passport bros. All men, all high value American men should be passport bros. Come to the Middle East.
Read it that way.
Come to the Middle East. Our women are beautiful. Right? She fucking talks with the fucking like accounts affiliated with the Taliban, dude.
True. Because I do know that she's like a Russian agent. I know that much. I didn't realize that. I think it's more
in the Hezbollah IOGC IO network.
Okay.
On that side,
that would make sense.
I haven't looked up her Assad stuff, but I'm sure she has shitty opinions on that.
Yeah, like she's deep in the red pill bro scene.
So there's like a lot of
deeply
these.
Misogynistic. It's
and
wild.
I even reached out to this girl to try and see if I could get her to talk to her about how terrorists are using her as recruitment material, but she's just way too big a get. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, wow, went to home screen on Twitter. That was a risk. So at least she did get a response here, which is funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
Good morning, y'all. I don't have a Twitter. I did at one point, but my account got removed for whatever
her
reason.
Account is not removed, actually.
Oh, really?
It's
it
just
inactive.
Reinstated. Yeah.
Just hadn't got around to making.
I did journalism.
But apparently, I'm trending on Twitter right now because some girl. Hey, Meryl. Some girl.
She's fucking gorgeous.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah, but like, isn't it funny that she's like saying, "Oh, she's not a real woman." No. She's fucking gorgeous.
That shirt she had on in that video is like her merch too. Really good.
Yeah. Oh, really?
She makes a shitload of money selling those shirts. Yeah, she advertises it in the video. She says, "Go to the website, buy the shirt."
It's funny.
Said that my accent should be illegal. Women shouldn't do manual labor. Oh, what else did she say? American women are basically men, and she just said that I was not feminine. Ooh. And I would tell y'all this girl's name, but I can't remember it because I don't have a clue who she is. So
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
But I've just
she touches so much grass that she doesn't give a fuck, and she doesn't know how unbelievably hilarious that was. That's the best part.
think it's hilarious because I grew up as the weird kid in high school who hunted and fished too much because back then it wasn't cool for women to hunt or fish or the whole country lifestyle. And I'm so proud of all the women in the outdoors now who are
It's a very thick accent.
Cool, or popular. So proud of us. I think we're doing great. But I've been helping Dad build houses since I was 15. When I was a senior in high school, I taught kids how to weld in ag
It's kind of endearing.
So I taught kids how to weld.
Not manual labor. When I think of manual labor, I think of what my dad does. I'm nowhere near that. I just help as much as I can, and I try. And it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of blue-collar women out there who are also feminine. And so I just think that you should embrace your own individuality. You should be yourself. And don't worry about what anybody else said, because these folks talking about me and think they're going to offend me, that ship sailed a long time ago.
I was like, are they viral marketing her? But then she made this video of like, okay, this is definitely not viral marketing.
Yeah.
It is them being stupid.
Men. Well, so don't be scared to build your own box and don't try to fit in anybody else's.
Can't see.
Be your own person and you'll be happier in the long run because of that. And don't worry about what anybody else has to say. Hope y'all have a good one. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, exactly. That's no, but you're right though. This is literally what they do. Like so that was one of the big thing that ISIS did was the like, look at how beautiful the women are here. And then like they also would do like, you know, like you're oppressed where you are, you know, like being a Muslim, they don't want you to be there, so they can do like a Christian. Like if there was like Coney, right? Because somebody said, you see the post again talking about Twitter because we're losers, I guess. But somebody made a post saying like, I don't see Christians being terrorists and cutting people's head off, and I was literally like, Joseph Coney is literally a Christian. You know, but like if people actually went and were recruited to Christian groups like that, because he's literally a dominionist. I looked it up on his wiki, so maybe that's the source. Yeah, so he's literally a dominionist. He wants like the Sharia state, Christian Sharia state. So if like Christians were actually recruited to that, they would use like the same tactics, being like, look at the West is rejecting Christianity. It's saying that, you know, it's saying that everyone is gay and they're grooming our kids and stuff. Like that's all that they do always done the culture war to fucking terrorist pipeline. But before they were limited on who they were recruiting. But even ISIS has kind of like opened up where they're like taking in people who aren't necessarily Muslim in certain chapters.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
You're not allowed to be another religion, you know, they're like, you know, they don't like, if you don't pray 5 times a day, you know.
Right. Not a practicing Muslim.
Yeah, you can be a non-practicing Muslim, basically.
Yeah, right.
In certain sects, but it depends where you are. Yeah. Anyway. All right, let's see if we got them all.
Ramadan.
It's fucking higher security measures.
One defense budget.
Okay, yeah. So let me comment on the defense budget real quick. All the mill bros are mad.
Yeah.
So I think 1% is probably really low. Because they were talking about like, bro, are we even building these anymore? Like, you didn't order any of this or that, so also this Southern Girl one Hezbollah 0. He requested a 9% increase for NASA. Well, that's like 1% of the military budget is still a lot of money compared to like other things.
Yeah, it's like $800 million or some shit.
Yeah. So I'm not like a military analyst, but like maybe we'll have somebody come in and talk about the budget if they want to. Yeah, so because of that, the Pentagon has now went to Congress and said you need to pay us this because we're not getting it from like from these contracts. So it's like these things need to be replenished. You've now given ammo to Ukraine that needs to be replenished that you haven't because you haven't given money.
Interesting.
Something like that. Okay, this is in here too, but God, do I not want to spend any time on this story because who cares?
Good.
There's one.
You know what's gonna happen?
3 minutes in here on this.
You know what's gonna happen?
What?
We're gonna be like, oh, headline. All right, we're done. Move on. Fuck the fucking.
It's a funny
family.
story. It's a funny story.
Still, fuck the crown.
It's a funny story.
Filthy cunts. Steal their jewels.
Hit play.
I will. Steal their jewels.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I say. Their fucking carrier is... Oh, I don't have that in there. That's an interesting one. Their carrier they're building is like made out of styrofoam. It floats. It's genius, Like that, it's like that thing is literally always falling apart. It's got to be held together with like foam, right? Because you like spray the foam to hold it together. This definitely isn't in there. We don't care about this. We don't care about movie stuff. Other than like some guy brought up there was protest about Palestine and stuff. This is not what we do. We can do some movie stuff on the Extra
Americans
channel,
once again turning their clocks
forward. Fuck this,
overnight.
Right? Can you believe it?
Ritual robs many of us of an hour of sleep, and for that
reason, I don't
reason,
care about
it's
that.
Not very
it's now we're an hour behind because Jack, I didn't know Jack. I didn't even think Jack, you're in another hemisphere.
Yeah. Different times.
Popular. A 2020 survey found nearly 2/3 of Americans would favor getting rid of it altogether. Health experts say it also has a profound impact on your health. The biggest reason why is no surprise. It disrupts our sleep.
It's also bad for capitalism.
We just have a shift in the timing
when you have international businesses.
That's hilarious.
Like us, except we're not capitalists.
Sunlight.
I mean, farmers.
And this could make a big difference on your circadian rhythm, your sleep-wake schedule.
Less sleep can contribute to a number of health issues, including increased risk of heart attack and stroke.
Anything that messes with your biology has the potential to wreak havoc on blood pressure, on blood sugar control.
The extra grogginess also makes us less alert. A 2020 study found the time switch increases your risk of a deadly car crash by 6%. It can also affect learning and attention issues in teenagers. A bill in Congress would make the spring forward time change permanent, while the American Academy of Sleep Medicine recommends the opposite approach, abandoning daylight saving time altogether and letting the sun dictate our sleep schedule.
Our natural clock time is our what we have in the wintertime, spring. That's how we get up in the morning with the sun, and we go to bed when the sun goes down.
Doctors say it could take your body up to a week to adjust. In Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Big fucking deal.
Get rid of it. It's annoying. Now,
Japan doesn't have it.
It fucks with our stream schedule. Get rid of it.
So what happened inside the federal penitentiary in Dublin? The FBI spent the morning seizing documents inside the women's prison. Now, that prison has been in the spotlight after inmates accused the guards of sexually abusing them. Tonight, though, we're hearing that the new warden was replaced after today's visit. NBC Barry's Tom Jensen joins us from outside that prison.
Good afternoon. The FBI is only confirming that agents were here this morning to conduct
I fucking hate his name.
court-authorized law enforcement activity. No more details. And the Federal Bureau of Prisons says that it cannot comment on personnel matters, but said a new interim warden was named immediately. A group that's been representing alleged sexual assault victims at FCI Dublin for years says considering who the FBI was focusing on during its Monday morning visit, it's a good bet they're looking into those long-running sexual abuse claims. We interviewed a volunteer advocate who has interviewed several women at FCI Dublin since 2021 about the fact that agents were at the prison with search warrants in hand this morning.
It doesn't surprise us given what people at Dublin have been saying for months and really years.
Emily Shapiro has been with California Coalition for Women Prisoners for 8 years and says what was happening at FCI Dublin was systemic. And the issues range from moldy sleeping areas to unattended medical needs and widespread sexual abuse.
And the harm at Dublin and the sexual abuse has been going on for a long time and even has been going on for decades.
The prison's former warden was convicted in 2022 of sexually abusing 3 inmates. And last July, 2 former guards were charged with abusing several more female inmates.
Epic.
8 of the survivors joined in a class action lawsuit filed last year against FCI Dublin and the Bureau of Prisons. But Emily Shapiro says she feels there is still a culture of retaliation against anyone who
Picking your
speaks up.
toenails or something?
This on a daily basis, and it's so dangerous to speak up because of strip searches, because of getting transferred.
In their written statement, the Federal Bureau of Prisons said that they have been working to make positive cultural changes here at the prison, and said due to recent developments, it was necessary to make administrative changes at the top. In Dublin, Tom Jensen, NBC Bay Area News.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
A 20-year-old woman is dead after she fell hundreds of feet at Tuckerman Ravine on Mount Washington over the weekend. And we now know she was a student at the University of Vermont. The U.S. Forest Service identifying the victim as 20-year-old Madison Salzberg.
It's almost like
University.
I like just imagine, because you can't really make a joke to make this funny, but just imagine like making this joke that now we're going to be afraid of mountains and illegal mountains now because they killed a girl who was a student.
It's probably been made already.
Maybe on Twitter.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty like dark joke, you know?
Yeah.
He says she was a junior from Pennsylvania. 2 other skiers are recovering from falling down on icy and hard snow surfaces. They are both expected to be okay. It took rangers hours to complete the mission. Rescuers say evacuating people off the mountain isn't new for them, but these accidents were different.
From that location to move patients out of that terrain safely and to get them down there, we could use machines. We have a snowcat to bring them downhill. It takes a small army, and we had a small army yesterday.
Officials say the falls were not due to an avalanche, but the lack of snow was making it dangerous conditions for skiers and hikers.
Global warming knocked that girl into a ravine, bro.
Good Samaritan is telling his story. He saved a 2-year-old boy from a crash that killed 9 other people.
Holy
This
shit.
happened in Wisconsin. Nathaniel Yan was driving Friday morning when he says he saw a semi-truck slam into a van full of people. 8 people inside that van were killed, along with the driver of the semi.
I ran to the two
That
victims.
truck got
Like, "Do you need
fucked
help?"
up.
And, like, I'm here to help.
I've never seen a truck that damaged from an accident.
Yeah, and you look at it's literally like a two-lane country road.
Yeah. Must have been going 100
Well,
kilometers
and that's
an hour.
another thing is so like, you know, because of clearances, right? So like a lot of those trucks like can't go through cities because there's not enough clearance for them.
Yeah.
Like we have a bridge that slices trucks here. At least once a year a truck hits it, you know.
We
It's
have
not
one in
as bad as
Melbourne.
other ones, but
Yeah, we have one in Melbourne that claims a truck at least.
yeah, so
once
this
every
trucker
2
was
weeks.
probably on like a road it's basically a road that you have to detour around because of a clearance, right? It's like country road, and he was going like he's on the interstate.
True. There could have also been some drift in the truck as well, but who knows?
I've seen somebody. It was funny, because like I take those roads, because like I had like an older car that
Yeah.
really like, I rather be like going slow and like kind of like not have to worry about
along.
other cars around me because my brakes also suck.
Right. Just
So
putting
like
along.
when you're in traffic, it's really hectic because like car
Yeah.
doesn't like stop on a dime, so it's
Yeah.
very hard to like not rear end people. But
I
like this one time I was on one of those roads and like a U-Haul truck drove by and went around, like swung around me, and it was going like 60, and I was like, bro, he rented that truck and is driving like that. Like like the fact they didn't flip it, like it's nuts.
I drive those little box trucks like that. It's
Yeah,
great.
but it's like this off-road that nobody's on. Like
Yeah.
it's not even like patrolled by police, so you can just basically like do that shit on it.
I didn't hear anything. I heard a whimpering sound coming next to her under debris, and where it turned into a cry.
And this is just awful. The little boy was not seriously hurt, amazingly,
What the
and everyone's
fuck?
safe this morning. The victims in the van were part of an Amish community from Virginia.
Of course, bro.
It's
The
what they
Amish get
for
clapped
using
so
technology.
they'll get their carriages fucking get hit by trucks all the time. They just get wiped
Really?
out. Yeah,
Interesting.
because they
Oh,
have
they
to.
don't see them?
Yeah, because they're like on horseback and shit.
Interesting. Well, they should have gone in a horse and buggy. That's dark.
I bet this you literally think about
Jesus
this
Christ.
scenario. The Amish, like, they only drive when they like have to, right?
Yeah.
So
It was
they're
right
not
here.
used to driving with a trucker on a back road. Like the combination here is just
Yeah.
a combination ready for disaster.
Yeah, it's just a really, really unfortunate, really bad combination of shit situations. It's really
But
unfortunate.
they were Amish, so nobody's gonna care. I'm joking. Now I'm gonna get
Fucking hell.
canceled. Look,
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
hey, did you
Schuyler County.
monetized us? Because all we did was report neutrally on the Houthis. But so if you want to go down to Patreon to help us out, we're trying to start our nonprofit. We're trying to help journalists in combat zones and places with less press freedoms. So the sooner we can like get our paperwork filed and stuff like that, the sooner we can get started on working on these types of projects. So here's Jung to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
So that's patreon.com/5thgeniw. Oh, also, I need to pull it. And there's another. I just remembered. Keep going. I'm just talking to myself. There's another
Where the
fundraiser that
school
we're
bus
doing.
and the semi-truck collided just before noon. 3 children and 2 adults, including the driver of the school bus and the semi-truck, were killed.
bus.
We want to warn you, the
A
images
dark
from
start.
this crash site are disturbing. The crash happened just after 11:30 a.m. in Schuyler County on Route 24. The bus was carrying 3 children from the Schuyler Industry School District. ISP
My God,
how
take
the
the
2
audio
vehicles
from the
collided.
camera out.
Preliminary information
I know,
indicates
right?
the bus was
What are you
driving
doing?
Jesus
on Route
Christ.
24
What are you
and for
doing?
an unknown reason crossed over into the eastbound lanes in front of the semi-truck. Both vehicles became engulfed in flames.
All victims were pronounced dead at the scene. The coroner will release his report when it's finished. Right now, Illinois State
I
Police
think
is
the
leading
bus
the
and the
investigation.
truck are
We
fused
still
together.
don't know the names or the
No, I don't
ages
even have
of
the
all
right
5
template on.
victims,
I
but
have
we'll
the other one
continue to
on.
bring you more information as it becomes
I need to get rid
available.
of this one.
In Schuyler County, I'm Julia Rosier.
The older
Back to you.
one.
Breaking right now, Florida students and teachers will be able to speak freely about sexual orientation and gender identity in classrooms as long as it is not part of classroom instruction. This is part of the settlement reached between state education officials and civil rights attorneys who challenged the parental rights and education law. Opponents said the law created confusion as it prevented educators from discussing LGBTQ plus topics.
Out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Free speech wins again.
With students under the settlement.
This is
the
why
Florida
it's
Board of Education
worthwhile to
will
have
send
institutions, to be clear. As an institution I am, this is when they come in handy. Is that you can sometimes trust those institutions to fall back on those institutions and say, you're a fascist, shut the fuck up. This law is illegal.
Clarified language to every school district. In a statement, Governor Ron DeSantis' office described the deal as a major win, with the law remaining intact.
Thanks, guys.
Esta es la habitación. Duerme mi esposa y mis dos hijos.
Darian Gap. Okay.
John Carlos Molina, his wife Rosemary, and their 10-year-old twins sleep.
Yeah,
on
I
this
say
beach
Anus
in Necoclí,
Hakani is
Colombia.
cute. And the
The twins caught chickenpox here. The marks are still on their face and arms. While sick, the children begged their parents to leave this place.
So the court overturned it because it violates freedoms. So they declared that his bill that he signed into law was illegal, and so it's
funny.
gone.
So little.
Aren't we going to the jungle? Mom asks. Because we don't have money, her son answers. After a month living like this, they began to sell coffee to other migrants. They save little by little, with cups that cost 25 cents.
So this is Voice of America, right? This is like literally America's propaganda outlet. They're not like private about this. And I was looking at the stories they were doing. They're all really interesting. Like that, like they're all like not really American related. It's like stuff like this. Like
interesting.
It's like a lot of human interest piece. Basically, it's like of the U.S. interest to like help these people through the Darien Gap.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting that why choose those stories, I wonder.
I don't know, but there was a lot on there that were like interesting. I was surprised that most of it was like global news, you know. Well, it's because it's projecting America's images to other countries. That's the point of it.
Cigarettes and candy. Food is often an afterthought.
Sometimes to save, because eating here is expensive. We try to eat very little. The kids eat well, but we try to cut down. Not to mention, there is
I
the
agree.
worry,
Yeah, it's
the
getting to that
stress,
type of thing.
work.
They don't have enough cash to continue on through the Darien Gap, a dense stretch of jungle that migrants must pay $350 to cross in order to reach Panama and continue north toward the United States border. Panamanian authorities estimate more than 113,000 children crossed the Darien Gap last year. Children are more vulnerable to the health risks of migration and living outdoors with limited access to hygiene and clean water. On Necoclí's beaches, it's in plain view. Skin rashes, sunburn,
I literally saw that skin rash on the kid right away. Like before she even mentioned skin rash, they showed a close up, and I was like, "Uh-oh, that don't look good."
Respiratory viruses are also common. VOA went with Red Cross staff as they evaluated the cases of children living on the sand.
Yeah, that might be why they called it, because it was always Voice of for the communist nations. So Voice of America was established to basically to push propaganda from one side of Germany into the other. So same with like Radio Free Europe, you know, but Voice of America especially. So that's why it's interesting.
Try to give him the medicine as it indicates there on the medical formula, okay? If you see there's no improvement, take him in again.
These people.
The Red Cross estimates its workers attended to nearly 6,000
Yeah, I mean,
here
this is like,
in
because
2023.
it would be nice to have more than the Red Cross, because the Red Cross is like just because it's the biggest NGO, you're going to have just how countries work. You know, you donate to the Red Cross in Lebanon, you're funding Hezbollah. You know, it's Red Crescent there. Actually, it's probably both, because what do you think it is? Is it both? Is it Red Crescent or Red Cross there? On this street, it's Red Cross. On this street, it's Red Crescent.
And that's before the jungle, where organizations have no reach. At least 13 children died or went missing in the gap in 2022, according to the International Organization on Migration.
In the jungle, these people find highly dangerous animals.
It's worth pointing out that it's not just jungle. You literally cannot like build a road through here.
Yeah.
Right? It is like some crazy land. And I'm not sure if we brought it up on stream before, but there's a documentary about these guys who are Jeep enthusiasts. It's like from the 70s, and they want to drive. There's like a road. It's actually a Mayan trade route. Like it's existed and like, you know, because other countries take over the trade routes. It just turns out the best logistical route was what they already had mapped out. But it comes down from Alaska, right? And it goes to all the way down Chile to the tip, and Argentina just to the tip of South America. So their goal was to drive their Jeeps from one end to the other. So the entire documentary is about them just trying to cross the gap. Right? So it's like, because the rest of it, that's just it's just a road, right?
Yeah.
And then they get to the gap, and it's how they're like, what they have to do to get their Jeeps through this place. It's very interesting. And like how they're like using stuff to like pull up the Jeeps and like making platforms and shit for the Jeeps. It's
real
insane.
life Death Stranding.
Yeah.
Ropes and ladders.
Also, people who seek trafficking or are perhaps outside the law or recruiting boys and girls.
Elsewhere on the beach,
well,
David
you know,
Diaz
they
and
don't pay
Flor
their fair share, so Trump's not going to do that.
Rodriguez accept a ticket for their 3 kids to
because
eat lunch
you have to
that
think
day
about
at a
Trump's
small
mindset
kitchen.
with NATO. They don't pay. They don't pay. They don't pay. And it's like, bro, you don't pay taxes. What do you mean? The most wealthy country in the world should pay more than other people by percentage? What do you crazy? You think you should pay nothing? Oh wow.
Run by a charity in town. They're 11, 5, and 1-year-old. An organization called Compartir, which in Spanish means
UNICEF.
to share, works with local Catholic nuns to offer meals twice a week. Children go first, as other hungry people wait eagerly in line. They can
And
only
meanwhile,
serve about
Michael the murderer is
150
down here
people
talking about how
because
these people are
funding
coming to
is
kill
limited.
us.
Diaz and
With I think
Rodriguez
wasn't
left
Laura
Venezuela
Loomer
just
down
5
there with
months
them
ago.
now?
He worked as a
Probably.
radio broadcaster for various stations, but earned about $10 a month, not enough to buy food. They know this trip in the jungle could be risky with young children. At night, the family sets up their tent, one for all 5 of them. They also don't have enough money to continue and say they might go back to the big city of Medellin to work, then try again.
These types of stories would be cool to be able to finance.
In the morning, hundreds
Not
of
on
others
this
pack
level,
up their
obviously,
tents,
because
their
this obviously
belongings
has
and
U.S.
cell phones
financing.
in plastic.
So it's able to
They
do a lot
board
more.
boats to cross over to the jungle. Their passage is already paid to smugglers who will guide them through the Darien Gap and onward toward the United States.
From what I heard, a lot of the people seemed from the region that they were doing this story.
Listened to the government.
Oh, really?
Broadly.
It's the smarter way to do it.
Well, that's kind of what we want to do anyway, is help people that are in these regions.
Yes. Yeah.
Playing out, and she clearly stated that she was appealing to people's feelings and emotions. And I think it might be a wrong read, because most people are uncomfortable with powerful artillery, military uniforms. That tends to signal things that we often see on television for,
ARs with mags in them. It's not like when they got sent out with for different things like Jan 6, or maybe it was Black Lives Matter, where they were sleeping in the hallway. When was that? You remember that, when the National Guard was sleeping in the hallway of Congress or something?
I don't know.
I think it was after January 6th. But they literally didn't even have mags in their guns then. But for the subway, we're going to put mags in. Yeah. It was like, yeah, because they started putting up walls after that happened.
Countries that may be less developed than the United States. We call on the military often as last resort. So I do hope that leadership will listen to
Do we
what
need
they're
an
hearing
expert that
on
goes a
6
bad
o'clock
idea?
news, what they're
I mean,
hearing from the street level,
apparently.
that people don't necessarily think this was a good idea.
Oh, really?
I do think it is about educating the public, empowering them to be an active participant in public safety. And just some of these sort of mechanical routine messages that we hear on the
let 'em
train,
have
they need to be
pistols.
played often to sort of psych out those who
armed New Yorkers.
They
might
spent
have
so
ill
long getting
intent.
guns out of there. Now they have to over
I
police.
think those are
Yeah.
sort of two things that you can.
Nadia Tolokonnikova created the Russian feminist art collective Pussy Riot. She spent 16 months in prison for a 2012 protest.
Are we
aimed at
promoting a
religious
dangerous
intolerance in
organization?
Russia and President Vladimir Putin's
I don't
close
think so.
ties with the Orthodox Church. While in lockup, she went on a hunger strike over harsh prison conditions. Meeting with VOA in Los Angeles, she said women political prisoners have to deal with misogyny.
Like, obviously, this is VOA propaganda
ordinary
here.
hate
You
of
know, you
Russian
couldn't be more
propaganda toward
obvious.
Any dissent
Yeah.
doubles with hatred towards women. In our case, we were shamed, told that we are bad mothers. It is a typical tactic of the abuser. It wasn't our fault that we were taken away from our children, but they were shaming us that we are not
there was a
raising
camera
our
reflection
kids,
there too.
but
I'm trying to see
sitting
what they're
in
shooting
prison.
on.
Ahead of International Women's Day, activists from the Russian
Maybe if I was
diaspora
actually
in Los
looking at the
Angeles
ID
held a
monitor.
gathering where they wrote.
Maybe. Like, give you a better picture?
No, not really. It could be anything. It could be any type of DSLR, black magic, or anything.
The abuser. It wasn't our fault that we were taken away from our children, but they were shaming us that we are not raising our kids, but
I don't
sitting
even know what
in
the
prison.
contraption on
Ahead
top
of
of it is.
International Women's Day, activists from the Russian diaspora in
there's
Los
a camera in the
Angeles
reflection
held a
there.
gathering where they wrote letters to women political prisoners in their motherland, including Ksenia Karelina. While visiting family, Karelina was detained in Russia on suspicion of treason for allegedly making a small donation to a charity that aids
that's
Ukraine.
right.
She's facing up to 20 years in prison. Letter writer Misha Suvorov says he thinks of his own family.
Oh, it could have been my daughter who just goes back to reconnect to her motherland, to her family tree, and meet her distant family, and just being grabbed on the border and thrown to jail by some brutes for just like posting online.
Activist Anastasia Kornienko shows a picture of Victoria Goncharova, who is serving a 6.5-year prison term. Her alleged crimes include posting on social media symbols of Ukrainian far-right groups and promoting extremism.
They're cut off from the world. They think that justice is punishing them, and they think they did something bad. But when they receive letters and somebody is telling them, no, hang in there, you didn't do anything bad, you just were very brave, then they know that they're not abandoned. Russian authorities couldn't cut them off from the whole world.
Voice of America
Kornienko
being
says
like,
the
all
number
her
of
crime
women
was
political
is that
prisoners
she
on
was
their letter
totally a
writing list
fascist.
has-
You know, like that wouldn't go, like they just don't care. They're just gonna say it. They're not gonna do any like.
Yeah. No spin.
grown from 63 to
It's
86.
still, you know, it
just
doesn't matter. It's still fucking like
Yeah.
outrageous. You know, it's like China arresting people for fucking
Yeah,
posting
yeah, yeah.
symbols and shit.
last month under a Russian government crackdown. Steve Baragona for VOA News in Los Angeles.
Tonight, an investigation is underway into what caused the crash of this National Guard helicopter, killing one Border Patrol agent and 2 soldiers on board. A 3rd soldier seriously injured.
It was unbelievable.
Wesley Vanderpool says he was about 1,000 feet away when the chopper crashed in his onion patch.
And all of a sudden,
The onions made it
started
crash.
swirling or circling.
Made
like
them cry.
spinning like a top.
It just dropped like a rock.
Tail rotor
It dropped
failure.
like a rock.
Yeah.
The UH-72 Lakota helicopter went down during aviation operations near Rio Grande City, the Department of Defense says, part of a federal border mission.
It could be involved in just in a surveillance. You know, many of the chases that we have along the border are extremely dangerous. when you have that
I
area
can
of
see
support,
Fox saying
it
immigrants
provides
might
a
have
level
thrown
of
stones or
safety.
something.
Head of the National Guard, Daniel
wouldn't
Hoganson,
surprise
calling
me.
the incident a tragic loss beyond words and saying all of these people represent selfless service and the best of America.
Was the helicopter
President
back?
Biden today offering his deepest condolences to their families and loved ones. Friday's deadly crash comes on the heels of his State of the Union address, where the partisan fight over border policy
I saw something. It was
front and
posted by
center.
somebody who posts a lot of propaganda.
Yeah.
So I didn't actually like look at the video or like look into it or anything, but it was like it said the caption was that the cartel drone was looking at it and laughing. For all I know, it could be just someone who's a drone enthusiast saw it and sent their drone out because you know
Yes.
they're thinking, being like, "Oh, I need to go film this." The
Viral
helicopter
video.
crashed, right? And then they
Yeah.
could, and then it's like they're laughing in the video, and it's like, okay, well, I think that's talking. You know, people can just laugh. It doesn't necessarily mean things. You know,
Mhm.
it's just human nature.
Imagine if
to
it was
laugh.
the cartels took it down with a 50.
I'm just saying that's interesting if the cartels had drones out when the helicopters were out too.
Yeah.
Send me the border bill now.
Tonight, the lives lost, an important
The
reminder
cartel have
of
taken
the
down
stakes.
a helicopter before.
Priscilla,
I think
what
they've,
more
I
do
think
we know
they've
about
at
those
least
who lost their lives?
done 2. I know one they
Yeah.
took down with an RPG though,
That's cool.
or maybe an AT.
They do
'cause
have a
the
lot of Barretts.
ATs. They have the AT4s. It might have been one of those. I think, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they shot a missile at it.
Jose, the Department of Defense has yet to release the names of those killed, wanting first to inform their families. That process usually takes about 24 hours. Jose?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Those women.
Now at 6 o'clock, there's a growing marine mystery in the Florida Keys. People
I don't know if
reporting that they have seen many species of fish acting very erratically, and even worse, endangered sawfish have been
Cocaine.
found dead.
So what could be causing
Predicting it,
all this?
cocaine.
Local Times' Louis Aguirre traveled to Big
Cocaine.
Pine Key to find
There's
out.
a
Louis.
lot of things that happen off the coast of Florida that have these. There's like these like fat colonies, like they call them like literal fatbergs. They like wash up on the
Okay.
shore and stuff. It's like this weird like wax and stuff. But
Okay.
like, because like the cartel subs have to scuttle them.
Mm. Okay. And the shit inside
Yeah.
reacts.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
think so. I think this is going to be about drugs in the water supply.
I can tell you that since December, FWC officers have been working with researchers and fishing guides and scientists from Florida Gulf Coast University testing and sampling these waters. But as of tonight, they are no closer to finding out why this is happening.
Ooh, get the dogs out. Something bizarre is happening to the fish in the lower Keys.
That's not something I've ever seen fish do, ever.
Since December, 20 critically endangered small-tooth sawfish
What the
have
fuck?
been reported dead, according to the latest numbers from FWC.
This is a very large species, and the size of the sawfish we're seeing coming inshore and eventually dying.
And it's not just sawfish. More than a dozen species of
Mhm.
all sizes, from pinfish to
Watch me do
grouper,
flips.
have been observed acting erratically, spinning, and clearly distressed.
What the
And
fuck?
longtime residents, like technical diver Greg Furstenworth, are very worried.
It's disturbing. If it keeps going like this, it's the end of an ecosystem as we know it.
The event seems to be centered between Cudjoe and Big Pine Key, but there have been sightings stretching from Key West to Marathon.
You can pretty much see it every single day until last Saturday.
And you're seeing more and more species exhibit this behavior?
Yes.
But no one knows what's causing it. So far, early testing has ruled out red tide, low oxygen, disease, and other pathogens. But according to FWC, high levels of a toxic algae have been detected, though what it is still a mystery.
Right.
Global warming. Heating up and rising water temperatures is growing new algae, killing off the current species. That's what's happening.
Nitrogen.
Yeah.
I think
Now,
'cause
we do not-
there's already a dead zone in the Gulf.
Mm.
You know, that famine lady told us about it when she talks about how she banned nitrogens in a extremely food dependent country that needed those nitrogen fertilizers
Yep.
that caused that famine. But
Mhm.
yeah, the nitrogen pollution is really bad in the Gulf of Mexico.
Interesting.
Not have a smoking gun relative to a particular toxin that may be causing these issues.
Donna Hart, manager of Lower Keys Tackle, stresses so far this has only been documented inland and says offshore fishing has not been impacted.
I don't want people to be afraid to come and enjoy the Florida Keys and get out on the water and go fishing and go snorkeling. There's no impact whatsoever
Buy our
beyond
products.
our nearshore waters
Please
that
come
I'm
and be a
aware of right
tourist.
now.
But scientists remain baffled.
This is like Jaws when he's refusing to close down the town.
Yeah,
We don't know if
exactly.
it's going to spread to other areas. We have no idea, right? I really do think we need to get on top of this.
Yeah.
We do turn now to the urgent investigation after a deadly National Guard helicopter crash along the U.S.
Already heard about that.
Special thanks to all of our new members, including Brian Bruce, Cypress, and Bezub. You guys are amazing. Thank you for supporting us. And you guys are going to enjoy the bonus episode today. So stick around for that. Members get exclusive content, including our daily bonus episode and additional specials coverage that's close to the public, only open to you as a member. So thank you for the support. We really, really appreciate it. All right, John, are you ready to talk about waste? Let's talk about waste.
Depends on what you mean by that.
Depends, huh? You are garbage, okay? You're garbage. Told you I'd be in a better mood. All right.
Just needed to talk about poop a little bit.
Okay, let's do it.
Tonight, we're on the front lines of the fentanyl crisis. Nogales, Arizona. Half of all fentanyl seized coming in from Mexico is stopped here. But critics say the Biden administration is not doing enough. With fentanyl overdoses now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45.
Not the vaccine.
Now, it might be tempting to blame the Biden administration, but there's a lot of blame that should be placed on Congress because a new NBC investigation has found that Customs and Border Protection have spent millions of dollars on the latest technology to spot fentanyl at the southern border. But most of that tech is sitting unused because Congress has not allocated the funding necessary to install that technology.
So
epic.
stupid.
No, I just, okay, so
Here's the money to purchase it. Can I install it? We'll talk later.
So if you can remember, President Biden requested funding through that supplemental funding bill, right?
It's almost
and of course,
like when
it
you
included
stop
money for
funding
Ukraine, money
government
for
shit,
Israel, which
you
was,
know, like when the government like goes on, like, you know how many people like don't get money when the government says we're shutting down, you know? How many people's jobs that fucks over who like just work at the DMV because you know it's their job and it's the day-to-day job that they have.
They can't get a paycheck because the government's being assholes. Yeah.
Because the government wants to do political stunts.
Very cool.
And it's not like these people are going to be more informed. They're or understand why these things are happening. They're going to be just as partisan as they always are.
spoken out against, but it also included money for the border. And part of that money for the border was supposed to be used for the installation of this technology. Now that technology is just sitting there as, you know, fentanyl is flowing in from the border, right? And they're maybe not gonna be able to catch all of it, but this technology would help them catch more of it.
I don't think this is something they need to just, you know, put a disc into a computer and get a program. Like, I think these are like infrared cameras and detection devices that have to be like, actually you have to hire a contractor, like a construction contractor, to come in and actually use the heavy machinery to put these things in.
So let me give you some more details. The new technology known as non-intrusive inspection, or NII, lets
laser
CBT
beams.
X-ray
It's just laser
percentage
beams.
of cars and trucks as they pass
not
through
an
the
X-ray.
massive U-shaped screener.
They're saying
Frickin'
X-ray
laser
because they
beam.
think X-ray, when people think X-ray, they think it goes through stuff, right? You know, they're just laser beams. They're low penetration lasers. When we get into like quantum computing and quantum tech, we can make these lasers completely like map the inside of stuff.
That's cool.
Without any like intrusion, because they'll be like so small.
Interesting.
That they can, but like you can penetrate to a certain amount with them, because it's not like they're just blasting radiation at cars all day.
Yeah.
Which looks something like car washes. Drivers don't have to get out of their vehicles to be screened, which means traffic can keep flowing through border checkpoints with fewer interruptions. Sounds pretty good.
Does it?
I mean, they do have to, they have to monitor what's coming in.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But like one of the things that's coming in a car where the driver doesn't get out is the driver. and they're driving through a massive X-ray machine.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor or anything, but
we do it every single time we fly.
Yeah, theoretically, but you can opt out of that. You can get the pat down. They pat your car down at the border.
Well, they
pat everything down.
And
They literally have
massive
Russia
X-ray
has
for a
these things
truck
on the
to drive
Crimean
through. That's to
Bridge,
penetrate
you know?
all of the.
These
Like,
laser things.
Yeah, because there's the Azerbaijani guy who did the bombing on the Crimean Bridge. They like they scanned his truck and like we could see inside it. You know.
Oh, that's funny.
Like.
With this, and the scans were released.
Oh, it might use X-rays. Actually, it says it might. Sometimes they use gamma waves. That's nuts.
Yeah, that seems dangerous.
How do they like contain the radiation?
I don't know. Freaking laser beams.
Battle of the truck, interior containers.
Yep.
Or your skull.
Yep.
Again, not a doctor. Doesn't seem like the best idea. Am I crazy?
We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need
closer.
We watch as officers first
are done. In fact, she went on a ride-along with acting CBP Commissioner Troy Miller, who explained some of the problems that they've been having.
We watch as officers first question drivers and inspect cars. Then they may be referred for a scan.
This is new technology that's been installed to X-ray cars that officers suspect might be carrying narcotics. It's been installed here in Nogales because it's considered the ground zero for fentanyl trafficking.
But less than 5% of personal vehicles and 20% of commercial vehicles coming into the U.S. are actually scanned. With more new technology, Miller wants to bring those numbers up to 40% of cars and 70% of commercial trucks, but not for another 2 years.
Why not scan every vehicle through an X-ray?
We see 1 million people crossing our border every single day. If we tried to scan every single shipment and person coming into this country, we would shut down legitimate trade and travel.
And tonight, we've learned millions of dollars of taxpayer-purchased fentanyl scanners are sitting in warehouses.
Hard to
unused.
find.
We need approximately.
I typed in radiation and nothing's really coming up because they also do radiation detection if they have radioactive materials in there.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, but radiation, do they emit radiation? Like, come on. Why won't you tell me this?
Seems sus.
$300 million for civil works to actually put the technology in the ground.
And it's money you've already spent, but it's sitting there. Is that frustrating for you?
Very frustrating. It's extremely frustrating.
So keep in mind that as those machines sit there collecting dust, pretty soon they will be considered antiquated because they're developing newer technology now that's apparently even better. So former acting Homeland Security Secretary Kevin McAleenan now runs Pangeum. It's a company based outside of Washington, D.C. that has recently was recently awarded $21.5 million from CBP to build new technology that can use AI to detect anomalies in traffic coming across the border. Lots of money being spent and wasted. Anyway.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, John?
No, don't care.
Stunning new details tonight on Georgia's
Thanks,
housing
guys.
crisis. A GSU study says 19,000 homes, not apartments, homes in the metro are owned by 3 companies. That's nearly one in every 9 houses up for rent, and some entire suburban neighborhoods.
Okay, if anyone learns anything about the radiation on those things, send it to me because I can't find shit. I bet you there's like articles, like not like articles, but you know the like research papers.
Yeah, science articles.
Yeah, they're not like broken down. They're for adults.
Channel 2's Michael Dowdna is live in Paulding County. And Michael, this is important because it drives up prices for everyone.
Yeah, when you're talking about tens of thousands of homes involved here, what can make an impact, meaning that homes that you see like this one that would originally have been a starter home about a decade or so ago are now for lease.
Signs in front yards showing not a home for sale, but for rent.
Atlanta has more of these types of properties than the next couple of metro areas combined.
Yep.
These properties are single-family homes owned by corporations.
BlackRock would be one of them.
And Atlanta is the #1.
Want to know how you solve this? You say, hey, you're not a person. You can't own these homes. Repossessed. No money. Fuck yourself.
This is
in the entire country.
This is a very capitalist problem, ain't it?
It is the quintessential capitalist problem. Literally, housing has become an issue. The housing should not be a market, period. It's that simple.
According to GSU professor Taylor Shelton.
Just a decade or so ago, none of these companies even existed.
But a recent study found that just 3 companies, known to customers as Progress Residential, Invitation Homes, and Main Street Renewal, own more than 19,000 homes in the metro area.
The homes that most of these companies are buying are exactly the kind of starter homes that 15, 20, 30 years ago would have been first-time home buyers.
And in certain areas, these corporations can own most of the homes in a neighborhood. Take this street where every single house you see is owned by Invitation Homes.
That's
built to
wild.
rent and not to buy, impacting the entire market as a whole.
It makes it impossible to find a deal.
Jordana Haig says the end result has led to higher prices as corporations have bought up much of the supply of homes, pushing up house
And then they
prices,
can
while
control the
also
rent.
allowing them to control the rent.
That's problematic because there should be more competition.
We need to fuck them up like we
prices
did the oil
reasonable.
companies
Others
one
like
time.
Damar Madison, these rental homes allow folks to try out home ownership without the full commitment.
Fuck right off.
You call invitation. Tell them, hey, I need a new roof.
Yeah,
So, you just
that's
very-
fine. We don't need all of them to be that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And real estate agents into community housing for like low income housing, get them to figure that out. Leave that with them. Everybody else gets a house for the family,
I say,
so on.
because this will really make the worst people in the country angry. Start giving out houses as reparations to the people who are wronged in the South.
It's a good idea. Yeah, take them, especially in Atlanta. This is fucking in Atlanta. You know what? Fuck it. Take them all from them. Give it to black people from Atlanta
And
people who were
and
fucked over during slavery.
uh-huh.
Descendants of slaves.
And the Trail of Tears.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. Fuck these guys. Fuck the. I hope they repossess all the houses. Fuck those companies. Give them not 1 cent. Give them 1 cent for each house. They can get $16,000. Or not even 16,000 cents, which is what, $160. Yeah, fuck them. $160.
Depends on the person.
Quick maths.
Now, while the study focused on just the top 3 corporations that own the most property, if you actually expanded that out to the top 10,
The thing is that
30,000 homes in the metro area. You can expand that.
the government just can't like seize your land, right? So what they need to do to realistically, like, obviously an ideal would be like just give these homes away, right?
Yeah.
But realistically, inside our functions, they would have to force these companies to divest heavily.
Mm-hmm.
They got then so Fudge is right here.
Every
Number
house.
one, break up the massive corporations.
Yep. The main thing that they need to do is rule that no corporation can own a residential property. It's that simple. A corporation and a company cannot own a residential property.
Then you get into the
that
thing where
simple.
there'll be loopholes where there'll be like apartments and stuff.
Yeah, just that's why I said residential properties. No residential properties allowed.
Yeah,
I
but
give a shit
what
if
I'm
it's one
saying is
apartment
that
or an entire apartment.
a lot
building.
of apartments rely on like corporate management and stuff.
Yeah, because the corporation owns the apartment building, sure. But figure it out.
Oh,
Fuck
make
those
corporations rent the land from the government.
Yes, perfect. And you can't push that
Like
rent onto
China.
the renters. Sure. Then you can't push that rent onto the renters either. It's an extra cost that you have
I
to
mean,
fund.
this sounds like a lot of stuff to get through bureaucracy.
Good, fuck them. Fuck these companies. They should never be able to own property. It should cost them money.
Beyond just the immediate metro, those numbers only continue to climb higher. We're live in Paulding County. Michael Dowd.
They're definitely going to pass some
Those
type of
numbers are just
ordinance
shocking for
on this,
so many
though.
people
Yeah.
here tonight, Michael. Thank you.
Real estate agents.
Also, oh, bro, you're gonna love this story. Also, we can talk about affordable housing all we want. The biggest problem with affordable housing isn't that it won't be voted for or that it won't be supported. It's that everyone is a fucking NIMBY. Everyone fucking wants it until it's there.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
affordable housing. Then it's like
Exactly.
our prices will come down. You know, and that's why there needs to be, you know, like that's why Georgism is like good. You know, like we need a flat tax shit like on property for like. If your tile's unimproved, you're getting taxed on that.
Also, you're not allowed to own more than one house per person.
So, you know what this company? Hang on, pause. Do you know what this company is? Do you remember we
No
talked
idea.
about it? Because I said, do you know what this symbol is? You remember? And I literally explained to you like where this symbol comes from, and it's how it's like literally a demon that like it like would sacrifice children to.
Okay.
Do you know what this company is?
I don't remember that at
You
all.
don't remember that at all?
No.
Okay, just wait.
Okay.
See, you'll know.
That's a wow.
That's this is the weight loss version of Ozempic. It's still Ozempic, right? Ozempic is for
Yeah.
diabetes. So this is
Yeah.
the other side that's
Specifically for
prescribed for weight loss.
Interesting.
Now look at their profits. Right? Pill version, it's not a shot.
Amocratin.
Yeah, so because remember
Amocratin.
it's a shot that they have to take.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So this would be a pill version that they're having an
Interesting.
experiment with, and the trials went well, and now their fucking
Oh.
investments exploded.
Interesting.
And there's another story. I don't think we covered it, but like global obesity is higher than ever, right? Global
Yeah, of
obesity
course.
is higher than ever. Global hunger is higher than ever. And so like I know how you feel about fat people, right? But what we have to think about here is like it being a global crisis. It's not working out. People are not like making like good choices and stuff like that. Like it's becoming something that needs to be treated.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But
if it prevents an invasive surgery, so
just eat less.
um
Just be aware of your daily calorie intake. It's really not that hard. You don't have to change the way you're eating, just eat less. It's just portion control. Don't be fucking dumb. It's really not hard. All you have to do is read the label. Okay, so it's about half as effective, but it's not injected. So
well, also the injectors were part of the problem, like the sterilization issues that you have producing injectors en masse as well.
Yeah.
But also this is going to make the drug even more prescribed.
Yes, it will.
You know
It'll make
that
a
it has
difference,
street value, you know?
That's hilarious.
Like a lot of people are buying it illegally.
Probably going to start being laced with fentanyl. Most valuable company. Wait, Louis Vuitton was the most valuable European company? That's pathetic. Insane.
It is generally taken as an article of faith that the 2003 Iraq War was the single biggest American foreign policy blunder in recent history,
True.
with blowback still being felt far and wide. Investigations and special commissions established within weeks, practically, that Saddam Hussein actually did not possess the weapons of mass destruction, which were the reason for George W. Bush's war. The two-decade mystery about Saddam Hussein's refusal to admit that is being revealed in a breakthrough new book
We
called
know
The Achilles
this.
Trap. Journalist Steve Cole uncovers the story.
We're
from
writing
insights around
another book
analysis,
about
and he's
this?
joining me now to
I guess
explain
so.
the dangerous assumptions on both sides that paved the way for that war. Steve Cole, welcome to the program. So it's honestly, it's war everywhere. It's in our consciences, on our consciousness, and it's just everywhere, as we've just talked about in this entire show. I wonder whether, listening to everything that's happening now, you feel that actually this book, The Achilles Trap, and the miscommunication, or maybe the deliberate misunderstandings, led to a war that could have been prevented.
I think in the case of Iraq, yes, no doubt.
What a softball
And
question, bro.
misunderstanding was mutual. That's what I was reflecting on listening to some of the other conversations in this program.
You're
is that
telling me water
we live
is
in
wet.
a world of conflict, and that means a world of adversaries. As some of your guests have said about different conflicts, the tendency of politicians, sometimes incented by their own domestic politics, is to dehumanize the enemy and to caricature them. And what the story of Saddam Hussein's thinking about his WMD shows is that we did not understand who he was or why he was motivated to behave the way he did.
And he didn't understand what the US knew and didn't know, and he had his own ideas, basically out of whole cloth, about what America might be thinking. So first I want to ask you, okay, this is a long time coming, this book. As I said, we understood very shortly after the invasion that there were no WMD. But it's taken this
You know why
long
Saddam was
for us
so
to understand
confused?
Saddam's inner thinking.
Why?
Because he didn't know that the intelligence source pushing them into Iraq was obtained through torture of Al Qaeda. Right?
Okay.
So he's like, why are the Americans saying this? Why are they saying these things? Where are they getting this from? They're getting it because Al Qaeda is telling them. Like, why? Saddam couldn't have predicted that. Think about it.
No.
He must have been very confused.
Surely. He must have thought his OPSEC was great. Everyone does usually.
Well, because like what the Americans were asking him, none of it was real, right? So he's like, why are the Americans acting like this? They were just giving me weapons not that long ago. And that was like before this first Gulf War, though.
Yeah.
Because you got access to all sorts of records. How did it take that long to make them public, or at least to you?
Well, I mean, so it turns
So
out that
what I
Saddam
did
paid
is
for
it's a
his leadership
standard form. It's called a
conversations
Freedom of
as assiduously as
Information
mixed
Act.
thousands of
Anyone can fill it out.
hours. And he also kept records of his presidential office and his intelligence services. So there's a vast trove of documentation and recordings about what he was saying and thinking. He was a micromanager. He wrote in the margins of a lot of memos that he sent around. But as you say, these records are not available. They haven't generally been available. I ended up collaborating with the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, a nonprofit in the U.S., and we sued the Pentagon, which holds them.
Is that like a FOIA?
I can't wait till we're suing the Pentagon.
Yeah, in order
This could be us, all right?
to file a request under
You
FOIA,
could contribute
and
to a
don't comply,
company
and you
that
sue them
sues
and
the
they-
Pentagon and get shit. Obviously this is like shit we already knew. It's gonna be some new information, but like, don't y'all want to sue the Pentagon? Patreon.com/5thgeniw. You don't need to
settle. That's what happened. So I got a batch of these materials that way. And it's a complicated history, but essentially those records do take you inside Saddam's mind at critical points of his conflict with the United States.
Well, I don't know whether we should work backward or forward. I mean, he was wrong
Iraq
in the
could have been a
War about
peaceful
America,
social
in the first Gulf
democracy.
War about America, in the George W. Bush War about America.
When?
But what stood out the most, let's just say, about his miscalculation that led to the invasion and his toppling?
Well, he's so contradictory because he can be quite shrewd about the way the world is organized and about power. After all, he
He's
retained
dead,
power
my guy.
under threat for 20 years, so he must know something about how to manage the threats against him. At the same time, he saw the world through a series of interlocking conspiracy theories that left him very confused about U.S. decision-making or the reality of U.S. capabilities. So, for example, one reason why he didn't cooperate on WMD inspections in the run-up to the war was that he believed the CIA already knew that he didn't possess any WMD because, of course, they're omniscient, they know everything, but then follow the logic. Since they know I don't have it, the accusation that I do is just a game to set the stage for a war that has no relation to WMD. So why should I play their game? Why should I cooperate? It's all theater. Now, that is a microcosm of a whole series of other similar beliefs that he held going back to the 1980s. And by the way, it wasn't as if he was all crazy or without evidence for some of his beliefs, because we did things that were genuinely confusing for him. Well, I mean, Iran.
Boring. Next.
Tonight, the frosty Arctic is the new battleground in a growing military competition between Russia and the West. The U.S. Marines and a dozen allies joining forces for war games in northern Norway as part of the largest NATO exercises since the Cold War.
U.S. and NATO troops are practicing storming a beach from the sea and the air as they work to defend NATO territory from any threat.
I'll go ahead and continue maintaining airway, and I'll grab a leg.
In this mass casualty drill,
grab a leg.
Languages blend together as American and Norwegian troops work shoulder to shoulder. These war games taking place not far from Russia's border on NATO's northern front line. As global warming melts sea ice, the U.S., Russia, and
Tankies be saying it's a war crime.
China are all seeking to expand their Arctic foothold.
He said global warming.
Marines, it's a sharp shift after decades fighting in the hot, dry.
Yeah, because it's melting the northern Arctic ice, so that there's going to be a shipping route through there. So there's going to be a conflict in somewhere up there, I reckon, eventually.
Climates of the Middle East. After a rocky journey through the mountains, we reach Marines dug in on the mountainside. At night, the temperatures can drop below zero.
We had Marines who had never been in the snow before coming to Norway.
The scenario, repelling an invasion by a major hostile power.
That's a rough learning curve going from the south to the snow of Norway.
Literally the Arctic.
Yeah, the Arctic Circle, yeah.
You see in multiple vehicles.
And Moscow is watching. Norwegian officials tell NBC News they've detected Russian vessels nearby spying on the exercises.
Yeah, you think they're doing this to make Russia look at it?
Than it is,
yeah, exactly.
I'd say it depends on the conditions. If you're here on a day like this, there's
why
tracks will be
you can do an exercise and make it a threat at the same time.
Exactly.
storm, those snow tracks would rapidly be closed.
These Marines have spent nearly 2 weeks here, sleeping up to 6 to a tent, boiling snow for water, even praying in the snow.
Look, man, when it's cold like that, you better get fucking comfortable with hugging your buddy. When it's cold, the only source of warmth is your fucking buddy. You better get close to him.
They're about to drink the wine out of this metal chalice.
Your dick's about to touch his butt. You better get comfortable with that.
They're look, bro. See, they got the metal chalice there that they're about to drink wine out of because they're getting the Eucharist.
Yeah. Was that Catholic?
It depends. So Catholic, it's a very specific thing. Catholics literally believe it becomes Jesus's flesh and blood inside you. Like, not that it like changes metabolic state. It like still exists in like this dimension and reality.
Yeah.
But like in like a spirit realm, I guess it transforms or something.
Yeah.
So they take it like really, really serious. Like it's a miracle happening every single time that you're engaging with a miracle. And then other denominations are much less serious about that one specifically. But that one's one of the weird ones for Catholics. Most of the time it's weird ones for Protestants.
Okay.
Go in peace, serve the Lord. Lance Corporal Cooper Corey from Massachusetts joined the Marines a year ago.
My first time touching a ski pole was here. I fell in love skiing.
How'd it go?
Oh, I fell a lot. But, I had fun. Biggest smile on my face.
Tonight, a forceful message from the U.S. and its allies.
Anywhere we go.
I know this is such propaganda. Yeah, it's fun here. Yeah. It's fun being in the military. You got to ski a lot. Shut up, bro. Don't fucking lie to these kids.
Josh Letterman, NBC News, Finnmark, Norway.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
The Arizona Senate race has come into the media spotlight now that one of 3 contenders has dropped out. Carrie Lake, Republican former television anchor and close ally of Donald Trump, is the likely opponent against Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego.
Right?
Yeah.
And get to where he's actually interviewing Carrie Lake because it's very funny because she used to be in TV, right? And she starts talking about the fake news and stuff, and like he's almost like being confrontational with her. It's very funny. It's gonna be in the beginning. It's just he's just introing there now.
Yeah. Okay.
The incumbent senator Kirsten Sinema, who left the Democratic Party to become an independent.
I believe in my.
Joining us now from Arizona, Carrie Lake, the Republican frontrunner in the Senate race. I'll start with a horse race question. Does Kirsten Sinema dropping out help you by turning this into a 2-person race? And do you agree with her, at least in part, about politics being broken?
Yes and yes.
Okay, next question. No, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Let's move on. No, let me expound a little
you
bit
guys
on
are
that.
so funny.
I think the polling initially was showing that she was taking a little more
jump
from
forward
me,
a little bit.
but as we've been watching the trends in the polling, it was starting to show. And I guess now I can fire everything toward Ruben Gallego, so it might make it a little bit easier that way. But I much don't understand what that means, although I'm sure they do. And she showed courage in on DC and Puerto Rico would become states. Pack the court. The filibuster courage in saving that, and without that, if Ruben Gallego were to win, the filibuster would be gone. DC and Puerto Rico would become states. They'd pack the court with 5 to 10 additional Supreme Court justices, and our country would be gone.
Well, let me jump in. You've been saying that you are putting out an olive branch to people who didn't support you in your run for governor.
Okay, so hang on, context. This lady is like probably one of the more psychopathic MAGA candidates. She literally she's the rhino girl. She anyone who didn't support her, who wasn't full flag fascist, she attacked and insulted. So so she's trying to get voters back that she literally needs because she got destroyed last race and she's still running. She literally hates people. And that's insane. Why, so that's context for what he's asking right here.
Have some of these conversations been difficult, reaching out to people who you are at odds with?
I don't find it difficult to pick up the phone and call people or meet with people who I don't disagree with or that I don't agree with on everything. That is called being an American who wants to, engage in discourse and solve problems. And so I've reached out to a lot of people, and guess what? It's going wonderfully. So many have not only said, oh, absolutely, do I support you? How can I help? And that's the attitude we have to have going into the next 8 months to save our country. This isn't just a normal election. Let's face it. If we get 4 more years of Joe Biden or the destructive Democrats, I don't know how much longer we can hold on. I'm here in southern Arizona. I've been campaigning across southern Arizona the last several days.
Destructive Democrats.
You have to understand, without the Fourth Reich, there is no Germany.
And I'll tell you what, the people are with us. They are with President Trump. They're with America First policies.
Sure
I've talked to independents.
We'll see how that works out. But I did want to ask you about this tweet from the other day, because it's sort of in my alley. There's no salvaging the fake news, you wrote. They are the enemy of the people.
Yes.
These propagandists have brainwashed millions of Americans for decades. So how did you go from spending a quarter century as a Phoenix television anchor?
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Well, I think it's real obvious. I mean, I worked as a fair and honest journalist. I think, Howie, you and I probably came up in journalism at the time when we were taught to put the facts out there, tell both sides of the story. If there's 3 sides, put all 3 sides in and leave your opinion out. But something really seriously changed over the years, and especially during COVID, when there was no pushback against the government really taking away our liberties and freedoms. And so I walked away from a 7-figure contract in the news. I said, I'm not going to be part of pushing propaganda. I'm not going to push half truths because those are lies. And now, I thought at that time the media had hit rock bottom. It has dropped about 100 floors down since then. It is so bad.
You hear the guy laughing?
That I believe the American people are waking
She
up
almost
to it.
laughed
And every
too.
day when someone wakes up and
she
realizes
had a reaction to
that
that
they've
laugh.
been lied to for so long by the news media, they're never going back. They're never going back to being a consumer of that news.
There was certainly a credibility problem. Now, you took a whack at Nikki Haley when she dropped out against your guy, President Trump, describing the humiliating loss and referring to her by her Indian first name, Nimrata. Nikki is her given middle name. Some people were disturbed by that. Why go there?
I think that it's time for her to, she vowed that she would, when she did step out, that she would get behind and back the nominee. And this wasn't just a minor loss for her. These have been historic losses since Iowa, since the Iowa caucus. We're talking record losses. President Trump is winning in historic fashion, and she backs out and doesn't live up to what she said she would do, which is to support the nominee. We've got to get behind our nominee, President Trump, and we have to save our country right now. I like people who live up to what they say they're going to do, and I know that eventually she'll hopefully do that. I wish her nothing but the best, but we have to get behind our president, because this is between President Trump and Joe Biden, and the differences in those two could not be more stark. It's open borders with Joe Biden. It's dangerous streets. It's an economy that's in free fall. It's World War III with Joe Biden, and just the opposite: secure borders, safe streets, great education for our kids, and world peace with President Trump.
Now, obviously, you were also controversial in challenging your gubernatorial loss, but rather than looking backwards, you said in your last campaign you didn't want the backing of John McCain and his supporters and family. Meghan McCain has rather emphatically rejected your outreach effort. Is it too late to mend fences on that front?
Well, that's not what I said. That has been a quote that's been twisted and turned and spun and reimagined by the fake news media from 2.5 years ago. I think it's never too late to mend fences. I believe in forgiveness, and I believe that it's important to ask for forgiveness. And I think that I've done a very good job at doing that. I would love nothing more than to have the support of every single voter in Arizona. And I have reached out to the McCains, and I've asked them, I've asked Meghan McCain to sit down and have a cup of coffee or have lunch together. We both are mothers, and as a mother, I'm horrified by what the future looks like right now for my children. Here. I'm sure that that Meghan McCain feels the same way, that she looks at the future with Joe Biden and is horrified by what she's seeing.
I have to
so
jump
I'm
in.
always willing to.
We only have a minute left. I'm sorry to rush you. You in the past have been an outspoken opponent of abortion, calling it the ultimate sin. But now you've told NBC that Arizona's 15-week ban seems reasonable, and you told the New York Times you don't support a national ban. Is this an evolution in your thinking?
Weird.
No, I'm not. I don't get to decide what the law is.
Yeah, we can
that
jump
was
to the next
decided
one.
by Governor
The
Doug
funny
Ducey,
stuff is just her talking about how she's like, I didn't want to tell the lies anymore, and it's like you are literally like the liar. Like, You are one of the worst people. Like, what?
One
are you
of the
talking
biggest
about?
liars.
Yeah,
Almost
and she's
worse than
implying
Trump.
that like only Fox News tells the truth, and like everyone else is like lying and propagandist, and she's the only one not doing propaganda.
I mean, that's the fascist playbook, right? That's exactly what you look for.
You've seen this photo. It's one of the most
I've changed my
iconic
mind on who the
and
smartest
beautiful
VP pick is for Trump, by the way. Oh, I saved this for one specific reason, by the way. Okay, so I now think the smartest VP pick is not Tim Scott, it's Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes.
If he's smart, he'll grab Tulsi Gabbard because he gets the diversity, including a woman, a literal PSY operative in his admin, and then as well as that, saying that she used to be a Democrat, she has the rhetoric of the Democrats are irrational now, they're socialist. We just want to bring us back to where we were. We want to make America great again, right? It goes right into his rhetoric. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, so it will pull more margin in the middle voters just by having Tulsi there. Because
it'll make all the lolbert idiots vote for him too.
Yep. By the way, do you know anything about this picture?
I know that it was she didn't ask for it and he didn't ask.
Oh yeah, it's fake. Yeah, it's like a propaganda picture.
Yeah.
So it's like it's staged. It's it's not like so they're now mad because the propaganda is being not celebrated by the woke military.
Oh my god.
photos from World War II era. But the VA now says, even though every woman in America wants to be kissed like that, VA says we need to ban it. Last month, the VA claiming, quote, employees have expressed discomfort. Who expressed discomfort at this display of this photograph, suggesting that its presence could be construed as a tacit endorsement of the inappropriate behavior it depicts.
It's fairly iconic. Like, I don't know.
But swift
museum it.
backlash is forcing him to reverse course. Last Tuesday, VA Secretary McDonough insisting, quote, let me be clear, the image is not banned and we will keep it in VA facilities.
So it was VA employees that complained. Air Force veteran and Concerned Veterans for America Senior Advisor Darren Selnick joins us now. Darren, you cover the VA very extensively. You've been very involved in it. Did it surprise you that we got to the point where
this dude looks like a fucking Wolfenstein villain?
Like this?
No, they have gone totally woke. The woke.
I did not expect him to sound like that.
Just gone absurd. Just
neither did I.
Put together a few examples besides the kiss. They're pushing abortions. They're processing paying medical claims for migrants in ICE custody. They're banning women veterans' rights for gender identity, and ending female safe spaces, veteran safe spaces, and pushing free clean needles, condoms to veteran drug addicts, and giving them the use of vending machines.
Wow, how dare they look after them?
Out of control organization, and veterans these days are saying, WTF, how is this, why is this a woke, terrible, failed organization? And it's bad enough that it's woke and terrible, but it shouldn't be hurting veterans. And because of this failed
bigoted fucking
ideology,
losers.
DEI, veterans aren't getting.
He threw DEI in there too. Jesus Christ, bro! Where did you find this guy?
Staff being ordered to cancel consults.
Hey, were you in the military and willing to spout? He literally read a script. He literally was like, "Hang on, I have notes you gave me here."
Concerned Veterans for America is where he came from.
Yeah, it's so you're telling Concerned Veterans, so CAVA, or is it CVFA?
Concerned Veterans for America.
It's just totally out of control, and VA could be a great organization. I was in the VA.
So long, Bowser.
And look, veterans say we need Trump back. We need the Trump administration back. I was in the Trump administration. We can make VA great again. But we need new leaders.
Cringe.
The rationale I understand, back to the photo, is that, they didn't know each other, that he grabbed her and he kissed her, and that's why this is famous. And so they're saying it's a non-consensual kiss. But these two people actually would have done events together. They've done parades together. They know each other. They got to know each other over the years.
Okay,
Obviously,
so let me just be clear. We just said we
wouldn't
need to
hear
get Trump back, and now we're endorsing not consenting, right? This is we're literally president rapist at this point.
Insane.
There's the shark the shark thing where he's like, "You're literally voting for a rapist, dude."
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Like they know, right? Like they're aware of what they're doing.
It's just amazing.
Parades together with him. This whole thing is so silly, especially Darren.
Just so silly.
Peter's been telling me that they've been directing,
one of my favorite
medical
things is like I forgot the guy's name, but he's interviewing a guy who's like talking about the torture program. And he's like, "Don't you just want to say, President Obama, you're being silly. We have these techniques that work." And he's like, "I think that he's actually being naive, to have a certain list to upscale on methods when when we could say, well, maybe these techniques would have gone away on their own. Well, well, we could say that about slavery." And I'm just like, whoa, we're now comparing torturing people we've kidnapped to slavery and ending on its own. What is going on in this video? One of the wildest interviews from that era.
Illegals. I mean, this and you look at the priorities of the VA, they're worried about this beautiful picture that represents something that we all love as America, and yet
not consenting. That's definitely what we love here.
It's crazy, and of course they changed Lincoln's motto as well, right? So every traditional norm that veterans have stood for, they are in the process of destroying it, and at the same time, they're stopping veterans from getting the care. Their focus should be on veterans, like I said last December. Their focus should be on veterans and veterans' health. The only way to stop this nonsense is for people who do this nonsense at the VA leadership level, employees to be able to fire them, but they stop the accountability. We need to restore Veterans Accountability Act, Boston.
But
the bottom line is what VA is doing shouldn't
we can
hurt
only
veterans.
have fascists in the military.
Of course.
All right, I'm done.
Besides getting rid of
only men.
Yeah, only fascist men. No computers.
Manly men.
No computers. Only iron sights.
Secret gay shit. This is manly men.
Only iron sight. No ACOG.
No infrared.
What do you mean? It's a computer? You got a computer for your scope? What happens when the batteries run out of that thing?
No helicopters.
Bro, we literally have a scope that's coming to the military that's like the mark and execute function from Splinter Cell. Where you can literally mark the targets ahead of time, and then when they go into that, you can just switch it and shoot them in the head.
Yeah, crazy. And it gives you bullet drop and everything. You don't even need to aim anymore.
But also, if you lay on your side and tilt the gun sideways, and you like are angling it through like a different like optic, it has a gyroscope.
Oh, that's cool.
In there. It calculates for that. Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's cool. That's really cool.
So like when you tilt the gun, the optic will do the calculation with the gun.
That's sick. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a ballistic computer. It's literally like the stuff that you would have on like smart weapons, like cruise missiles and shit.
Yeah. It's literally Call of Duty in real life.
Yeah.
Bad employees.
It's literally called a ballistic
Veterans
computer.
should have full choice.
Yeah.
So that this nonsense doesn't hurt them. So if they're going to be woke, if they're going to be DI,
I forgot they actually called it the acronym.
Veterans can't stop that. That shouldn't stop veterans from getting.
It's not optic anymore.
Darren, just to be
clear,
clear,
not an optic anymore.
I'm over this. Oh, fuck this.
From the time she was
in
the first grade.
There's such good. So the election face-off has started. So we're getting Trump and Biden campaigning right now. This Trump said some great shit at this one. I know Trump always says like ridiculous shit, but this one, some stuff stood out.
Okay.
Lincoln's dream was to spend her life caring for others, and I met her beautiful mother and family backstage, sister, friends, some of her friends, a roommate. They said she was like the best. She was always the best. They admit that she was the best.
Look at that. A stark contrast to Joe Biden, who mentioned her name, as you heard, during his State of the Union address, where he botched it, calling her Lincoln.
He definitely said
You just heard he went on to apologize for calling the suspect an illegal. Americans now citing immigration as the #1 issue facing this country. But will this be the issue?
Wait, hang on. Where'd you get this poll?
Campaign
Gallup
to
poll, huh?
crumble and Trump's
And
campaign
I've said
continue
this
to
many
soar.
times, right? So when I put this on the list, I was looking at this poll specifically, right? Because I've been saying immigration is now, it's been for a while on both sides of the aisle. It's been going above inflation and general economy, which is wild, right? So what does that tell you? Does that tell you that the immigration is getting worse? It's definitely not that. Could it be just the rhetoric is that advanced? Or is it that those other things just have been mitigated enough that this is now the #1 issue?
It could be media overexposure.
Because it's always economy, right? It's always economy and inflation. So that's lower than ever. Then that's the #1 concern.
Yeah,
that's always been #1.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's been overshadowed by the media coverage of immigration. I think that's all it is. Too many people watch the news. And the news is horseshit.
Joining me now to discuss is former Connecticut Senator and National Chair of No Labels, Senator Joe Lieberman.
I forgot Joe Lieberman was in this. That almost came out my nose. Oh my God, he's still alive.
Senator,
and of course, Joe Lieberman is the reason why we have ratings on video games. He tried to ban video games because Mortal Kombat was violent. It's very funny if you want to see. He also got us into the Iraq War. And it's funny that he's here to shit on Biden because he was literally like Biden's like colleague. Like they were the two Democrats that were like a team for most of their career. So he's got to be geriatric at this point, and they're just propping him up to get him to say shit or something. I don't know what's going on. Remember last time he had a big bandage on his face?
Yes. Yeah.
Just heard it there. We played the soundbite of Joe Biden apologizing for using the term illegal, but not apologizing to Lake and Riley. From what reports were,
it's very creepy.
Saying her name correctly.
It's a very creepy bottom to his smile.
Hearing he hasn't even tried to reach out to her. He hasn't posted about her.
That's not true.
Do you think this is a wise?
He literally said at the State of the Union, or no, he didn't say it. They offered them to come and they denied. They offered her family to come to the State of the Union and they denied. I don't know if Biden's admin did that though. It might have been
apologizing to Lake and
you might be able, if you're in Congress, you can invite anyone. I don't know.
Riley, from what reports we're hearing, he hasn't even tried to reach out to her. He hasn't posted about her. Do you think this is a wise move on his part?
No, I think right now, if you just read the public opinion polls, you'll see that border security and illegal immigration is the #1 concern of the American people. And
oh my God, look, now they're showing pictures of the girl that got murdered.
Because when you think about it,
of course they are. Did you expect anything
many
less?
more Americans are affected by inflation personally than by illegal immigration. But the illegal immigration has become a kind of metaphor for the inability of our government to.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what he has to say. We get it.
Yeah, it was more funny that it's Joe Lieberman.
Yeah.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs.
It's a little bit
okay, old. Congressman, sit tight. We're going to show this press.
Skip or play?
It's just funny because you have to see what this story is about. You thought that last story was dumb. Wait till you see this one.
Pool camera shot that was accidentally captured on video. The president has been using a gigantic teleprompter with very large typeface that he still struggles to read.
That is amazing.
This is when he went to the border. You're going to be at the Thursday State of the Union address. How long do you expect the president's address to last? I mean, he's been going at about an hour and 5 minutes or so. Trump goes at about an hour and 20 minutes. So what do you make of this?
Well, I mean, certainly.
This is such a nothing thing to do a segment
for this one speech that he showed up for, that they had a pre-written speech on a big screen.
Wow, crazy.
President Biden's
had at the time. They don't have those fucking clear prompter things.
Wow,
the ones that you
crazy.
can see through.
It's definitely never been done before.
Also, that's the size I would make it, considering how far away he is from the problem.
Yes. Yeah. It just makes sense. Like it needs to be able to be read easily.
His cognitive ability has been deteriorating.
Anyway,
and
that's
it's
enough of that.
noticeable, not
Hilarious,
just to
right?
Yeah. Of course.
I'm trying to stay
Oh,
afloat
look, it's
some of the
Vosh.
more TikTok-oriented, talking points. So you've heard of Kellogg's, right? That was a stupid opening. Editors leave it in. You've heard of the concept of cereal, right? A couple days ago, 8 days ago now, the Kellogg CEO said something very wacky, very funny.
The cereal category has always been quite affordable, and it tends to be a great destination when consumers are under pressure. So some of the things that we're doing is first messaging. We got to reach the consumer where they are. So we're advertising about cereal for dinner. If you think about the cost of cereal for a family versus what they might otherwise do, that's going to be much more affordable. The other places that we like to go is we talk about making sure we have the right pack at the right price in the right place. So having a different size pack that'll have a different price point, that'll take some pressure off the consumer while they're shopping. So those are some of the things that we're doing. But in general, the cereal category is a place that a lot of folks might come to because the price of a bowl of cereal with milk and with fruit is less than $1.
This is crazy, right? Like I don't even need to explain the issue here optically. It seems chat understands. It's very, very funny. So you can just imagine while watching this interview. You can imagine while watching this interview, there were a bunch of like PR people who are watching it, like clenching their fists, like shaking.
You can imagine why a consumer under pressure might find that to be a good place to go.
Right. I'm all for innovation and marketing, but the idea of having cereal for dinner, is there the potential for that to land the wrong way?
Literally, even the correspondent here is like, haha, wow, that was an argument. Don't you feel it might be a bit optically bad to say that people like we're helping poor people who are struggling with inflation by selling them smaller packages of cereal and also they can just eat it for dinner? Doesn't that look a little bad? Is this not kind of like a let them eat cake kind of deal, Mr.
Hey,
Multimillionaire Kellogg CEO of an evil company, Kellogg's? A little bit evil?
We don't think so. In fact,
it does know us. This is bullshit.
Landing really well right now, Carl.
People
when we look at all of our data, of course, we would know that breakfast cereal is the #1 choice for in-home consumption. We understand that for breakfast. It turns out that over 25%.
You know what I'd rather? Literally anything else. Cereal's like the last choice. It's awful. It's really, really bad. It's a really fucking bad option. It's just sugar and shit.
Depends on the cereal.
It's all just packed with sugar, is the point.
% of our consumption is outside the breakfast occasion. A lot of it's at dinner, and that occasion continues to grow.
It's a lovely reminder of the like innate inhumanity of wealthy corporate types, the way he's talking. Outside the breakfast occasion, like I know, because the way he talks about this, he's listening to like marketing guys and like analysts and stuff. Just no ability to communicate that information in a way that resonates with people, as evidenced by the fact that people are really mad about this.
As well as the snacking occasion, but cereal for dinner is something that is probably more on trend now, and we would expect to continue as that consumer is under pressure.
That's great. I love that. This kicked off a surprising amount of hate and discourse, by the way, which it absolutely deserves to. First of all, I should note, cereal, not only should you not have cereal for dinner, you just shouldn't eat cereal.
Goku's on the box right now. If they weren't good for you, Goku wouldn't be on the box.
Look, Vosh is
I'll
correct.
go get the box right now.
Cereal,
Goku.
not only should you not have cereal for dinner, you just shouldn't eat cereal. Cereal offers basically nothing to your body.
He's correct.
It is like the most, it depends on the cereal to an extent, but even if you're leaving aside like the sugar or whatever, like even if we're just talking about regular oats or some whatever, it is like a very black carb blob. It health wise, it's not great. And it's also not great expense wise. I'm poor, Vosh. That's great. Stop buying cereal. I've been to grocery stores at least once in my life. Cereal is not really cheap.
Nope.
Like if you want to compare that to other base carbohydrates that you could use for like a pick me up, you know,
I was about to go
any
grab
base
the
food.
box, but I guess I don't have it anymore. That has Goku on it, and I was gonna be like, counterpoint, Goku.
Food item, rice or potatoes, which by the way can be incorporated into far more meals than
true
cereal. Like
Just use
Jesus,
rice
cereal.
Buy eggs. Just
Just
eat
eat
eggs
rice.
in the
Eggs are
morning.
super expensive right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, see you later. Buy a chicken. Now I've got control now. Buy a chicken. Chicken lay egg. Free egg. Eat breakfast for free. Problem solved. Don't have to pay corporation.
I opened Resolve.
I was
so the
explaining
internet
how
didn't like that.
I was explaining how buy chicken give you free breakfast. Forever.
Yeah. It depends on zoning. I can actually have chickens where I am.
It's a good idea. Just buy 2 chickens, keep them
they're
fed.
like maybe two properties down. They have a chicken. You'll hear the rooster all the time.
Yeah.
In the summer.
Like it's honestly a great idea. They're super easy to keep. They eat everything. It's great. And they shit out breakfast. It's excellent.
There's this one, there's like certain ASMR type channels. This guy, he removes wasp nests. And then he gives the nest to the chickens when he.
Interesting. And they just go ham.
Yeah, I'm gonna be editing, so I'm not gonna have access to the camera for a minute.
Okay.
Once it launches,
You know? Wait, Vosh, is cereal not supplemented with vitamins and other nutrients in the U.S.? Cereal is part of a balanced breakfast when you include this grapefruit, this orange juice, and these eggs. No. Yeah. Cereal is not good for you. And it's expensive. Seriously. Look at cereal, like just whatever cereal you eat, okay, and compare its price by the total caloric content or weight of what you're looking at. It is
correct.
Yeah, it's not good. You know, there are some like bulk cereal,
and this is how you should look at food. You should look at price to caloric intake and what the caloric intake is.
Actual projectile out of my mouth.
Brands that you can get that are pretty good, like meal wise, but those ones aren't from Kellogg's. Those are like generic bulk packaged ones, and they tend not to be that tasty. Though I do remember that for a while, one of my favorite dessert meals would be a bunch of almond fleck crusted O's. I don't remember what the super wealthy CEO. Oh, look, there's the Young Turks covering it. Nice. You hate to see a super wealthy CEO.
I want to see that actually. Click on that, Vosh.
Look, even the fucking description.
Listen,
Gary
guys.
Pilnick, the multi-millionaire chief executive officer of Kellogg's, suggested on CNBC that families with strained finances could cope by eating, quote, cereal for dinner. And I feel like this
rules.
is actually a fairly negative and narrativized summary down here. You know, like the person who wrote this didn't like Gary Pilnick, is what I'm saying. This was not written in a perfectly neutral environment. So
he's a CEO. So
anyway, this actually did lead to a lot of backlash, most of which it seems is on TikTok. I even found Breitbart articles talking about it, like multiple ones. So this, for one,
the fuck.
This is like a blowback that is kind of like evenly spread out across the political spectrum, which is lovely. Was the TYT headline unbiased? CEO, poor people should eat our cereal for dinner. Actually, weirdly, I think this TYT video line is less narrativized than the description down here. The use of the word cope is really heavily weighted. Also, multi-millionaire CEO of Kellogg's.
Click it, Vosh.
Rather than just CEO, it kind of like reinforces the distinction.
No, I want him to click
I don't know. Wacky stuff.
Click it.
That. So I wanted to take a look at the TikTok videos that I saw trending on the subject.
No, don't go to TikTok.
Look at me. I'm so with it.
You can call me whatever the
I'm
fuck
with it,
you
and
want.
I'm hip.
At this point, I don't
with
give a
it.
shit.
What do you think about oatmeal? I don't like oatmeal personally, but isn't it supposed to be pretty good for you? Like, if you have some oatmeal and some like berries and stuff, or like oatmeal tends to go along with pretty filling and healthy.
He's not going to look at Young Turks. So I don't care.
No, he's going to TikTok. All right, we're
going to TikTok.
My next guest is a comedy legend known for his work on Saturday Night Live and movies like Joe Dirt.
Somehow he said yes to an interview with Jim Dirt. Watch.
What?
Dennis Miller, I am the
I have
captain
no
now.
idea
Good to see you,
what
man.
this is.
I always answer the call for a fellow comedian because
I have
know
no
they have
idea
a
what's going
certain-
on.
I just
even
figured
their
it would be funny to
fault
put on.
level of
Oh
intelligence.
my god, it's a Fox News Jimmy. Holy shit. It's actually a Fox News Jimmy.
This is more than many people.
Do you think, as you know, you were obviously part of the fabric of America at the height of celebrities being well regarded. Okay, we liked celebrities in the 80s in a way that we don't have this animosity towards them now.
They
because weren't as
certainly are
politically
regarded.
active. Do you think they're running a fool's errand by not laughing at themselves? Don't you think it's more endearing to actually be a part of the cutaway and just rolling with the joke?
You know what's funny?
That matters to them at all.
I don't care. Next.
We're following breaking news on Capitol. A partial PBS News congressional correspondent, Scott McFarlane, is on the phone with us. Scott, let's talk about what just happened, what's included in this funding package, and how it got finally to a vote.
Yeah, Michael, in 2024 here at this U.S. Capitol, this is a blowout. 75-22 is about as big a margin as they can find.
Holy shit.
What they've done is funded part of the government, energy programs, agriculture programs, military construction programs through September 30th. This is small ball, only for a few more months, but they've set the table to handle the rest of government spending later this month. They have until March 22nd to fund the Pentagon, Homeland Security, and some bigger programs. This does set a pattern that they can follow to keep the government open, but you got to note the time frames here. They're just moving the ball down the field month by month, or
It is
month
just kicking
by
the ball
month.
down the
This is
road,
not the
but
traditional
it's
pattern
something.
of Congress, but for the fourth time since September 30th, they have averted a government shutdown.
Well, Scott, you bring up a good point because it feels like we are back in this situation every few weeks or months. What happens next?
They'll move on over the next 2 weeks to handling those other
They got
spending
the
bills,
creator
but
of
you can
Spawn
almost
for this
feel it.
interview.
After a late night at the State of the Union, after Super Tuesday, there was a fatigue just saturating the Capitol today, and that works in the favor of leadership to get things through without much protest, without much objection. Be clear, Michael, there are Republicans who think spending should be cut and they want to object to these bills, but they couldn't muster up enough opposition to stop it. In the meantime, they have to figure out what to do with Ukraine. There are tens of billions of dollars in need in Ukraine. The House is paralyzed over it. They're trying to find their way out. The Senate stands ready to pass their bill again if need be. This is the issue that will define the rest.
To a live look at the U.S. Capitol tonight. Just hours ago, lawmakers passed a $460 billion.
Yeah, it's just
All right, here's a live look now at the U.S.
Yeah.
Now the entire MAGA echo chamber, the entire Republican media, Donald Trump and all of
Is
his.
this the one that you said?
So we'll know when I know.
Okay.
But I think one of them I might not have even put it in there because sometimes I'll save them to the wrong list or something.
Okay.
So this might be the one that I just
MAGA
wanted to
cult
play.
member.
Yeah. Okay.
So just let it play for a minute, and I'll let you know when I know.
They're saying that because President Biden gave this incredible State of the Union speech, it was because he was on drugs, they said. It must be because he was amped on something. And again, this is all projection and confession by the MAGA Republicans. We've looked at Donald Trump's White House pill mill records with the fentanyl and the Versed and the ketamine and the fentanyl patches and the Xanax mixed with alcohol that we know about there and the entire pill mill. So now they're saying that President Biden must have been on drugs. Here's Donald Trump saying, the drugs are wearing off, is what Donald Trump was saying. And then all the right-wing media followed with their
Okay, where's the actual clip? We don't need you fucking reading
drugs
the
during
clip.
the State of the
Jesus
Union.
Christ.
Play this clip.
We saw, I felt the president that was screaming, yelling, kind of ranting, a speech that was completely partisan, maybe for reasons that Joe, I guess maybe just known to himself.
Talking about. I think it's like them. I think they did a really good expose, like investigation on the girl who did the response, Katie Bush or whatever her name is.
Yeah. I'm not sure. You're the one who added this. I have no idea what's going on.
They're gonna crash.
I'm learning with the video.
but I thought it was beyond bizarre at times and frankly a little frightening because it's so different than the everyday Joe that we see and hear from. What was your reaction to such a dramatic difference?
Here's MAGA Republican Janine Pirro saying that she believes that President Biden was on drugs. Here, play this clip.
Get that they're happy. But you know what I want to know, Shannon? Why was this different? I've been watching this guy for 3 years. I have watched the cognitive decline for 3 years, the tripping, the falling, the mumbling. And you say to yourself, what did they do differently? Did he sleep? But we know he's had 140 vacation days in the last year. What caused him to be hyper, pumped up, amped up? And I'm happy for them. But the truth is that it was not something that we're going to see last.
When in reality, when you compare President Biden's speech to, let's say, Donald Trump's speech. So how about we take a look where Donald Trump does.
Muscle guys here, they're muscle guys up here, right? And they calmly walk to a seat.
Here, play this clip.
Go, these are not muscle guys here, they're muscle guys up here, right? And they calmly walk to a seat. Ding, 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 ding. They've only got 17 seconds to figure this whole thing out, right? Boom. Okay. Missile launch. Pshing, boom. It's the most
or when Donald Trump goes on stage and barks.
And the water starts flooding in. I'm getting concerned. But then I look 10 yards to my left and there's a shark over there. So I have a choice of electrocution or shark. You know what I'm going to take? Electrocution. I will take electrocution every single time. Do we agree? Yeah, I will take electrocution.
It is all projection and confession by the MAGA Republicans, folks, because they've created their own dystopian propaganda-filled world. You go back to what Jesse Waters was saying, right, where Jesse Waters said, now, President Biden set the bar here because of the State of the Union when he's really here. Folks, there's a reason why there's a cause of action in the law called defamation of character. Because when you defame someone's reputation and character by lying about them, that could
it just adds nothing.
Now,
now it's an
streamlining
ad. It just adds nothing. Not one thing of value. Unfucking believable.
From President Biden's State of the Union. Play this clip.
But now assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. Wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Now my predecessor.
Okay, we saw this. We're moving on. That was shit. Fuck these people. If you ever see anything with Midas touch on it, block them. Awful. Really, really awful.
Not the best source.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report.
John is dead. He's dead. I have no idea what's happening. Oh my god, this is an hour. I don't know what the fuck he wants to do with this. I'm gonna save this.
U.S. President Joe Biden
look at him walk.
A $7.3 trillion election year budget aimed at convincing skeptical Americans he can run the economy better than his Republican rival, Donald Trump. To help cut the deficit and pay for new programs, Biden wants to raise taxes by trillions on corporations and high earners.
You know, I may not get it done, but if you give me a Congress, I will.
Like, I just don't understand what people see as the problem here. Like, what are you defending? You're defending rich people who would spit on you if they saw you on the street in need. And the Republicans are cheering for these people. And why? What is it? What is the logic? There is no logic to it. It doesn't make sense. And then they're like, oh, we're gonna raise taxes on corporations and rich assholes who spend their money on massive yachts. I think they'll be fine without another extra yacht. I think it's a pretty good deal. Fuck these people. You don't get that much money without fucking people over.
No, I'm serious.
Biden's budget for the 2025 fiscal year, which starts this October, includes raising the corporate income tax rate to 28%, forcing those with wealth of $100 million to pay at least 25% of their income in taxes, and letting the government negotiate to bring more drugs.
A few more clicks left. Wait, because I don't know. It's just trying to edit that shit. It was maxing out my GPU.
You just change it.
I was trying to move it. I'm trying to move it.
Costs down.
Yeah,
Look, this year Medicare
opening
negotiated lower
resolve.
prices
Normally, I
for
could
some
do
of
it in the
costs of this
background.
drug
I
in the market.
can't do it anymore. I
Everything from
guess.
heart disease to
Weird.
arthritis. That's in the law that we've already passed. Now it's time
And
to go further.
it immediately was like GPU failed, right? And so like I made one cut, and I was trying to like put out that section to like make the complete soundbite.
Yeah.
And then I heard the audio in my headphones stopped, and like this shit crashed so hard I had to actually Control Alt Delete to close Google Chrome and then be able to open it again. That's how hard it crashed.
Yeah.
Normally, and like Resolve closed on itself. Normally it doesn't. Normally it just freezes because it's still like running the process at like extreme capacity and getting it done like 1% of a negative, number at a time. Anyway, I'm going to see if I can do it on my phone.
Lower prices for even more drugs over the next decade.
The budget, released days after Biden's fiery State of the Union speech, was quickly rejected by the Republican House of Representatives Speaker Mike Johnson, saying it reflected an insatiable appetite for reckless spending and a disregard for fiscal responsibility.
Are you serious?
Biden's campaign has struggled to shake voters' concerns about high prices and the U.S. economy's direction. According to a January Reuters Ipsos poll, 40% of Americans think Trump would handle the economy best, compared with 31% who picked Biden and 28% who either didn't know or refused to answer. White House budgets are always something of a presidential wish list, but that is even more so in the current political climate. U.S. agencies are currently operating without a full year 2024 budget after hardline Republicans rejected an agreed upon spending level.
President Biden ramping up his re-election campaign tonight.
That's right. What
Sam
did you want to do
Cedar
with
on
this?
the majority.
What did you want to do with this?
What is this one? Oh, I mean, the Francesca Florentini's funny, so it's like whatever.
We'll just jump through
She's filling in for Emma, and so like she's actually funny.
All right, we'll jump around. I'll pick clips and
I haven't looked at it. I just figured it might be good because I like her.
Because I think it's the State of the Union, and a lot of it I haven't seen yet either. So
let me close with this. Yay! I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things.
Oh boy, cutaway of the century.
I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever.
Are they watching this live?
I know the American story.
That's the
again and again.
I think they're just cutting it.
Okay.
Seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation, between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America to the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently.
Can you do it on my
The
phone?
American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me. I was born amid World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard
Wilmington.
after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
Okay.
I mean, he foisted you on us all. I'm sorry.
But
Barack
you
Obama
have to admit,
foisted him on us.
yes, but you have to admit. I mean, and I stepping out of like your own personal, just like, and it's hard to look at this guy and
Grading
know
on a
what's going
scale.
on in Gaza. But well, yeah, grading on the scale of like the sort of like commentary that is, controlling cable news and that will really watches this for some type of narrative, because there's no voter who's going to vote on this speech or anything in this. It just doesn't happen. But what it does do is it
I don't know about that. Surely there's someone who gets swayed by just the State of the Union address.
I'm just editing on my phone, so I have my mic muted.
I know.
it changes the perception of the media that create the narrative that they go forward. And for him to end the speech in a way like when I think of Joe.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I saw. I saw there were a few polls coming out that I think there was like a 20% swing or some shit of like approval after the State of the Union. And depending on how he performs and backs up that State of the Union address, he might keep those people. Who knows? There you go. We got someone watching who got changed. Their mind changed.
Biden, I think of like a crabby old,
whether it's good or bad, we don't
know.
That
As in terms of a demeanor, and he ends this speech on sort of like a much more smiley, taking himself a little bit less seriously, converting the liability of him being that old into a strength. I was born during World War II, where you would be like, oh my God, what are you doing being in charge of the country?
Yes,
and he converts it into, and I've seen like the better parts of America and our aspirating and blah, blah, blah. It's all pablum. But they're aware enough in the White House that like, you're not going to pretend he's not old. You just now need to sort of like convert it into something different. And I think that was effective for within the context of that sort of like media narrative.
Maybe. I wish he had some old wisdom. I wish he were a more like cuddly grandpa. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean?
To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation in just one lifetime. It's truly breathtaking. Sure. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better.
Is that Francesca?
Yeah, she's doing it in the back.
To see it.
Can you see her on screen?
Biden inherited.
No. They're off
they full
screen.
That's right. They full screen.
Yeah, they're off screen, and she's doing it while off screen, which is so much funnier.
Border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations. He halted construction of the border wall.
The demeanor shift is terrifying. Get away from me.
And he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions.
Let's see if she shifts back.
We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
I mean, isn't that amazing?
Have you seen Big Little Lies?
No, is that a movie? Is that a show?
No, it's the HBO show, Big Little Lies. It's about a bunch of like elitist rich women like living in Monterey, California. That's all that plays. You know the song? Anyway, people in the audience definitely know Big Little Lies. That's all I see.
I don't know.
Before we dig into the whatever substance there was, let's talk about where she is.
I edited it. It was faster to do it on my phone, but I can't be precise with my phone because it's thumbs instead of a mouse. So it's not like the best. Also, I don't think I amplified the volume. I should probably amplify the volume too. We'll test. We'll see how it works here.
Okay.
Because it has been normalized. So
okay.
Here we go. It's nothing. It's uploading. It's still processing.
Excellent.
Okay, here we go.
Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
That sounded fine.
In a kitchen, not a kitchen. She's on a set.
Oh, I think that's her real kitchen. Where else would she be?
No, Francesca's right. Francesca's right. It's 100%.
Initially, you're like, first of all, I don't know if it's actually a kitchen. I'm hearing a little echo, and I feel like it might actually be a set.
You pointed out the echo as well.
It's so a set. It's so a set.
It's definitely not a green
set.
I think it might be a set. I don't think you can
on the thing. Put it back up on the thing. It never occurred to me that it was a set.
It's definitely a set.
Very much looks like a set.
I'm the guy who first was ridiculed for saying that ISIS was executing people on a film set.
Because Sam, I think now it's been pointed out to him, he'll realize too.
Just the way obviously the way it's lit, but those apples don't look like you can eat them. But like,
I love how
not a real kitchen.
You can take that picture. We put it up on the screen. Is she up on the screen? Okay, just look at it for 1 second. if we were to shift the timeline, just like even like
you make a good point. No kitchen is lit like that.
Well, they do have lights in there. It's like she did a join me live thing beforehand, and you can see the light. There's literally a light behind her. Like they have it just out of frame, like shining like a spotlight right behind her.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is that it's the other side of the kitchen that we've seen. It looks like intentionally set decorated. Well, they take a picture earlier that day, the family, and it's the other side of the kitchen, the side that they're not set decorating, right?
Okay.
And so if it is her kitchen, it was a blank kitchen, and they put those apples in that plant there just for this.
Yeah. And that being said, who the fuck has a blank kitchen? Psycho.
Oh, the
4 seconds. She looks
psycho.
The beige
really
lady
distressed there. In 4 seconds, she'd be like smiling and happy. No, she's angry there. Oh, there she is. Hey, oh.
No, because she's on the edge of a nervous breakdown. I mean, she is like, she has not taken her morning Xanny. Like she has not, like, obviously, like wine o'clock hasn't rolled around yet. She can't get her, Sauv Blanc on. The kids are driving her crazy. She even talks about that at one point. It's just wild to me that a sitting senator would choose to be in an effing kitchen. Happy International Women's Day.
He literally
Go back
says
into
the being a Senate is not my most
and then her whole
important
thing is just,
Like,
again, maybe
even
you have
Pat Beard
another
called
show
that
reference.
out.
Yeah.
But have you seen Barry?
The psycho killer? Yeah. I mean, vaguely.
Okay, Sally
Great show.
Reed, his love interest, just like
Oh my God,
She
Francesca,
is
that is so good.
perfect. And it is her
She looks like her.
overacting and her just like psycho eyes.
Oh
She's-
my
she's-
God.
I bet she's also about to like.
No,
tell you
that
some people.
she's talking like how Sally like acts like on
Yes.
stage, like how
Yes.
she like performs.
This is like she just took an acting class. I mean, she's been given some notes. All right, grip your chest at this point. Break into a smile. A little bit of a.
All right, we're done with this.
Psychopath.
Saw this one.
President Biden campaigned in New Hampshire Monday, as Nancy told us, highlighting his 2025 budget proposal and calling on Congress to take specific action to lower healthcare costs. His proposal includes extending Medicare's annual cap on out-of-pocket drug costs and increasing how many drugs Medicare can negotiate lower prices with from 20 to 50 drugs per year. It would also
Basically, all
close
he
a
said
Medicare
was
tax
State of the
loophole and
Union.
increase taxes on wealthy Americans to help pay for
Yeah.
these Medicare expansions. His budget proposal highlights major areas of debate in the election. Trump tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but failed, and he's promised to again, but has offered no specifics and seems unlikely to. Monday, Trump suggested the federal deficit could be reduced by cutting entitlement programs, but his campaign clarified he just meant waste, which experts say amounts to very little to address the deficit. Dan Diamond joins me now. He's a national health reporter for the Washington
That's
Post.
so
It's good to
funny.
see you, Dan.
Yeah,
Let's,
cutting waste
let's
does
just
little
start
to
with-
address the deficit. It's literally like that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Of this campaign, give us some of the biggest questions and uncertainties surrounding Medicare and then healthcare coverage overall that the next president will face and that voters should keep in their heads as they evaluate these two candidates.
This guy's nose is
John, it's
half
great to
as
see
his
you.
face.
The idea of drug price reform. This is
Wild.
something that both Donald Trump, Joe Biden have campaigned on, tried to accomplish. President Biden actually has passed major reforms to how the government pays for drugs. You mentioned expanding what Medicare can do when it comes to negotiating the prices of drugs. That's something that Donald Trump did not do and would not necessarily do. There's a goal of also capping things like insulin costs for Americans, potentially other areas of high need.
This is
That's
just
something that
all
Donald
in
Trump
the State of
tried
the
to do,
Union.
but
Yeah,
could not
in the
get
speech,
across
yeah.
the finish line. So that's one area of difference. You
I
also
think that
mentioned
was
the
the one
Affordable
part
Care
you
Act.
came into here.
President Trump,
I was
Republicans-
in there, and then I ended the stream.
campaigned for a decade on the idea that they would.
I was editing. I want to see this because I was editing. I didn't see
Mm.
it. But after that speech, I voted for Kanye. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I
do
thought. It was a Twitch
Yeah.
comment, so I knew
Yeah.
when it
Yeah.
said that speech. When I saw that speech changed my voting stance.
Yeah.
I saw it was a Twitch comment. I went, okay, I know exactly how this is going to change it.
Yeah.
And then boom, there's a little Sam Cedar emoji. Look at that.
It's funny.
With Obamacare. And that message worked. They captured the House, they captured the Senate, they captured the White House, and then they couldn't do it. President Biden, on the other hand,
Poggers!
the Affordable Care Act. There are more than 21 million Americans now covered through that program. That is the most ever through the Affordable Care Act. So a couple points of difference on health coverage.
So there's often talk, and former President Trump's done it again, talking about repealing the Affordable Care Act. It was always hard to pin down the replacement vehicle for if it had been repealed. Is there a viable alternative out there? If even Donald Trump isn't talking about it, is there a Republican alternative, or have they changed and they don't talk about alternatives so much to the Affordable Care Act the way they used to?
John, you and your viewers might recall the failure in 2017 of Republicans to put forward a viable plan that would pass Congress.
Their solution is just die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, my numbers came back.
I can tell you a lot about a person who he keeps company with. And yesterday he was hosting at his club.
Yeah.
Viktor Orban, who says he doesn't think democracy works. Call him a fantastic leader. Seriously. He's been sucking up to win him. Anyway. We want to build dictators and authoritarian thugs all around the world.
Okay, hang on. There's a lot of things I want to address here that I've noticed. So they definitely built up that speech strategy. Remember how I said the flub, and he says, "Oh, I should stop myself," and it's him to recover from a flub. So he does that strategy here, and then continues to flub, and then flubs again. But like the State of the Union speech, nobody's gonna notice because it's interrupted by people yelling at him.
Yes,
like it was again timed perfectly for that. And also, we'll look at it this press secretary as well. But it seems like the new attitude that they're adopting is like they let them speak type of thing. Like you're still going to be
it's good.
Yeah,
it's a really good strategy,
and especially with this. And so he has an interesting response here. And of course, it's like you're still giving them bombs, bro. Like
There's an authoritarian thugs all around the world.
Authoritarian thugs. Authoritarian thugs.
Whoa. Wait. Look,
He's also concerned because the crowd got involved, which I've seen there's a video that's really funny. It's a bunch of old people, and they're like, "Shut up, shut up."
I don't resent his passion. There's a lot of Palestinians who are being unfairly victimized. It's not
all of them, literally, all of them,
all of them, every single one.
I guess except for Hamas, but Israel considers all of them Hamas anyway. So
yeah,
the ballot this November,
and even then, you can
Donald
debate
Trump and
why
the MAGA Republicans are trying to take our freedoms away. And by the way, not all Republicans. This ain't your father's Republican Party. These guys are different.
That's a new line you've been doing too.
Yeah,
we're not going to.
That's a good one.
But one of the lives that was taken from us was a incredible 22-year-old nursing student.
This is him talking about how the family's there. We looked at him talking about it already, I think. So this is double coverage that I might have put in there. Or no,
I think it was Biden.
They cut away from it to talk to somebody.
No, it was about Biden.
No, Trump saying that we had him up here talking about Lakin. And then they cut to a news story about her is what it was. It wasn't the full quote that he does here. That's batshit. I'm pretty
right
sure.
Here in Georgia, Lakin Riley. Right? Look at the signs. Wow.
Wow.
From the time she was in the first grade.
Wow. I have a chair.
Lakin's dream was to spend her life caring for others. And I met her beautiful mother and family.
I'm sorry. So I can easily do this because I have the delay on this monitor. But I just want to compare the flags. How many flags are behind Trump right now?
5.
Right? And then this is the Biden speech we just watched. One on each side.
Mm-hmm.
Backstage, sister, friends, some of her friends, a roommate. They said she was like the best. She was always the best. They admit that she was the best. And she was the first in her class. She was going to be the best nurse.
Yep. By a fascist. Great.
The fact that what fucks me up is the parents won't totally down for the tokenization.
Yeah. They're going to get money from it.
Well, they have to have been that type of person already to get that type of attitude to believe the whole shutting like that it's possible to shut down the border and stuff.
Yeah.
To stop.
Yeah.
To stop even like
best
bro, all it does is stop wildlife.
Yeah.
People get through it.
Nursing student. She was always the best. She was the brightest light in every room, they told me, and she was the whole world to her parents.
Every single person says that about their child.
And to her sister, just to the whole family. Incredible. Then the unthinkable happened. 16 days ago, Lakin went out for a morning jog. She was in great shape. She wanted to keep herself that way. And she never came back. Never
I've
came
never
back.
jogged
They knew
before.
something was
It's
wrong.
because I have bones bigger than my feet.
An illegal alien criminal who Joe Biden intentionally released into our country has been, and because he's released tens of thousands of people like this, tens of thousands, because they come from jails and they come from mental institutions. He released them into our country. Biden has implemented a formal policy that illegal aliens who intrude into the United States are granted immunity
It's just funny
from
because
deportation.
all he did was stop the legal immigration, which exploded illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Thus, when this monster showed up at our border, he was set free immediately under the program that Crooked Joe created. I call it free to kill. It's free to kill. On Thursday night, Joe Biden was confronted over this cruel policy. And what did Crooked Joe reply? And Marjorie, I have to say, you were very brave in trying to bring up a point.
Epic.
Very brave.
Epic, bro.
Love this conversation. Love Trump, not conservative. No, you're fascist.
Who
Great.
cares?
I'm glad we sorted that out. Twitch really living up to it.
Very brave. That takes courage. It's not easy to do. Stand up and do that. That's not easy to do, Marjorie. We understand that. He got Lincoln's name wrong.
Did he?
Calling her Lincoln. No.
Maybe her parents should
Mixing
have
her up with
named
the
her a
football
normal fucking name.
coach, right? He got the name wrong, Lincoln. And when he asked, what about all the legal citizens who kill people? That's what he said. What about all the legal citizens? When he was asked, what about all the legal? In other words, making excuses. Then just moments ago, I don't know if you heard because you've all been waiting online for 2 days. But just moments ago, this was just before coming up, they just told me prior to what I'm doing right now, that Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Lincoln's murderer an illegal. He didn't want to call him illegal. He apologized.
No, we got the picture. Is there anything else in this?
Georgia senator? No, we can.
Yeah, yes,
I
she
just
is.
saved it because there's
Crazy.
Both
She is,
campaigning.
Yeah.
How about that one? Newcomer. The newcomer. Now he was illegal. And I say he was an illegal alien. He was an illegal immigrant. He was an illegal migrant. And he shouldn't have been in our country, and he never would have been under the Trump policy.
Epic. It's funny. What's funny about this is that, like, Nikki Haley, the controversy with her is that she wouldn't say illegal, right? So it's like now Nikki Haley is more to the left than Biden on this issue. Epic.
I guess so.
And she's an immigrant, technically. Like, not her specifically, but, generation.
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
Yeah. You know what that sounded like to me?
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
It's true.
And Biden should be apologizing for a.
Wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised if we saw an increase of Trump supporters attacking brown people.
Apologizing to this killer. Joe Biden, and you understand, what's happening here. Joe Biden has no remorse. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion. And worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Lakin's beautiful American life. We are profoundly honored.
Jesus Christ. I can't believe people are actually going to vote for this guy.
From Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Laken Riley Act. And first, I want to express the sincere condolences from everyone in the 7th Congressional District to Laken Riley. Then candidate Biden promised in 2020 that we'd have open borders, and we've seen the devastating consequences, and it's happening all over the country. In January, a father of 3 daughters was killed by an illegal alien in my congressional district in northern Wisconsin. Once again, this illegal alien should have been deported by ICE agents when he was first convicted of drunk driving in 2023.
I was like, it was a drunk driving.
And once again,
he said, my people, somebody was killed. I was like, this is going to be a drunk driving accident. Yeah. I just knew, I was muted, so I didn't say it, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's like worth pointing out that migrants commit less crime. There's especially the so-called illegal ones, right? Because if there's no documentation or anything on file, you're instantly getting deported anyway, because a lot of times. But they need to process that through ICE, which Congress refuses to fund, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, you know me, how I'm always concerned about like psychopaths' motivation and stuff, especially with like terrorist activity and stuff. So that's what I want to know is like, because if he just got in 2 weeks ago and he was staying next to the campus, like,
why
are drugs involved here? Like, what's going on in this guy's head? Because he like beat her to death, he bludgeoned her to death, and I've heard nothing about like actual like, you know, like a sex crime type motivation. It was just, I want to beat to death a girl today type is what it's framed as. So I want to know what happened. Like maybe he tried to approach her and catcall her while she's running.
Maybe.
And then like didn't like that response, and he's already like related to like some, because you know how the Chinese what is the gangsters called there? The guys who beat women when they reject them. That's like
every normal guys.
No. It's specifically these gangsters. You know, they're like boss pigs. It's a word. You know, it's like Uncle Pig.
They're called triads.
No, they're not triads. These are like gangsters, not actual organized crime.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're
called. Like the common like criminal. Like
I know
they
you're
would be
talking about.
hooligans in Britain.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Boss something. Ogre boss.
I don't remember what it's called.
The administration chose not to deport him. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this is hardly a surprise. In fact, in 2020, Joe Biden himself declared, I don't count drunk driving when asked what crimes should merit the removal of illegal aliens. And he is not alone. As we all know, just a few short weeks ago, 150 Democrats in this chamber voted against legislation.
Okay, I don't care.
Let's bring in Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha, good to see you. Let's go back to that moment. I know Marjorie Taylor.
Still talking.
And we'll get into that. He said some really bad things.
We've seen.
But one of the live.
Enough of this. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Democrats in the media heaping praise on President Biden's State of the Union address. Take a look.
This was a tour de force. He had Frazier's left hook.
I thought he was fabulous.
He was filled with focus and enthusiasm.
Joe Biden proved, I think, he still has a pulse.
It was one of the finest State of the Union addresses I have seen.
Shut up, Nancy.
Joe Biden was on fire. He was lit.
It was like a punch in the face to every Republican in the room, and that's how it started.
He put his chest out for those Republicans. He ain't scared of Republicans.
We needed to be energized in a really good way, and he did just that.
He addressed this age issue.
It's like it's
aggressive.
It's a type of guy in China. They're not necessarily criminals, but that's what it's like. They style themselves. Just how there's the henchman maxing in Russia, you know?
Yeah. Are you talking about RFK and his pathetic half rep push-ups? because I am way more impressed by his pathetic half rep incline chest press with like 20 kilos on it. Very impressive.
This is a
especially
specific
for a
criminal
guy
that you sent.
on steroids.
No, these are guys. They always wear like wife beaters, right? And then they go up to the women, and the women reject them, and that's when they start beating.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what they're called.
Okay. Ox
delivery. I think that helped
it's
him.
The ox. That's what it is. That's the animal. It's ox something. Ox boss, ox king, something like that.
Sure.
Chinese ox.
Blew away the Biden is too old issue.
I thought he was on fire. My frown had been turned upside down.
4 more years. Yeah. 4 more years. 4 more years.
All right, Dodge, I'm taking this straight to you. How much of this do you think is about those folks being relieved that their guy, who there's no ramp they can see for him getting off the ticket, is going to be able to make it to November and beyond?
Look, I was even looking at him, hoping that he would make it down to the podium. Just hoping that we all have anxiety every time the guy shows up.
I can't believe people watch this.
But okay, last night he spoke, and he spoke fiercely and aggressively, but he was a cantankerous kind of combat-ready guy. Okay, and it was not the right time. This is a guy who got elected because he was supposed to be the adult in the room. He was going to unify us. We have never been more divided. And the fact that he delivered that speech, that, my predecessor's no good, and this is no good, and our economy is the best in the world. And what I want to make sure
I'm trying to Google it.
taking care of the deficit.
I'm trying to Google it, and it's giving me the year of the ox. Chinese ox, the year of the ox. No.
The problem with the deficit is you created it with the stimulus package and the Inflation Reduction Act and all that other stuff. And, now you're trying to say it's everyone else's fault. The reason we have a problem with immigration is because you signed 94 executive orders that you reversed, and now you're saying it's Congress's fault. Nothing is his fault. It's everybody else's fault. And it just wasn't the right tone. I get that they're happy. But you know what I want to know, Shannon? Why was this different? I've been watching this guy for 3 years. I have watched the cognitive decline for 3 years, the tripping, the falling, the mumbling. And you say to yourself, what did they do differently? Did he sleep? But we know he's had 140 vacation days in the last year. What caused him to be hyper, pumped up, amped up? And I'm happy for them.
Are they going to start talking about drugs?
That it was not something that we're going to see last.
Well, and that's the thing now. You've set a standard for how you're going to be out on the trail, because now the campaign begins in earnest. Will he always have a prompter? Will he always be this fired up? But to have one of the assessments that was a celebration to say he showed he still has a pulse, I mean, that suggests that there was a very weird standard for last night.
Are you starting from the start, Alan? I think you might be.
Really
no, Judge Janine is originally from Lebanon. That's fucking awesome. Is she a fucking phalangist?
It was not partisan. It was across the board. And it has been the main storyline for the last 3 to 4 weeks of coverage. I'm kicking off with Ezra Klein. And we were talking about this earlier in the week, that I believe the New Yorker interview was him taking control of the campaign again and saying to his aides that want to keep him hidden away, I can do this. I'm the guy that beat him, and I will do it again. So will every day look like that? Absolutely not. He's going to have some stumbles. He's going to have some Joe Biden moments.
Really?
But he needed that, and we needed that. And I think it is important, putting aside whatever
the token liberal
their
might
political
be correct.
preferences might be. And obviously we showed some hosts who are openly partisan in this, but even reporters were leading with this story because it was what was taking over the American psyche, that they were saying we can't have this guy again because of the age.
See, that's an archetype. That is a specific kind of guy.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So like maybe he was one of these guys, these archetypes.
I forgot what we were talking about.
The Chinese guys who beat women to death.
Right.
For rejecting him. Bro, come on. Are you just in underwear in this car? You don't even have both your shoes on because he's at the beach. He just he's posting this to Imager, just them torturing people. That's fucking wild. Was there a butcher denial?
No one will ever say like 81 is my target age.
Oh, right here. Boom. Look at that. Butcher denial.
Epic.
Every
fucking time without
without
fail.
as an issue. No one will ever say like 81 is my target age for a really great
Okay, move on.
But they will say that this is a man who easily found his.
Oh, here we go. This finally back into the good
US
stuff.
President Joe Biden's State of the Union address when Alabama Senator
Love
Haiti
this accent.
falsely linked.
I'm glad that we're bringing accents back to the news.
Immigration policies. The woman in question is now speaking out exclusively.
More than
to
Piers
CNN.
Morgan too.
CNN's Rafael Romo with the story.
I have known Carla Jacinto since 2014. CNN profiled her story as part of CNN's Freedom Project, which seeks to raise awareness about modern-day slavery. Jacinto says she's very careful about who she gives her testimony to and how and when she does it. So she was very surprised, she told me, when she found out on Saturday that she was involuntarily put in the middle of a social media storm. This storm was prompted by what appears to be the use of her story during the Republican response to the State of the
Bro.
The corporate press is nothing but fake news. What are you talking about?
Bro,
if the job is making money off news, it's not real news.
Jack, I found more funny pictures of that criminal archetype. These I can't show these. These are their kids.
Okay.
Right. That's the joke.
Hold on.
And then I'm gonna
Guess
send you this next
whose
one that's also funny.
decision it isn't. Yours. It's funny how that works.
Don't you know they're being conscripted and they can't leave though?
The Union address by Alabama.
Check out this pictures. The second one is really funny. You'll see why I can't show them with the second one. It's literally, it's like literally child abuse.
You told me that
you know?
you felt like at the beginning
hysterical though,
Mexican
right?
Politicians
that's
had
very funny.
taken advantage of you by using your story for political purposes. Do you feel like that happened once again here in the United States?
Yes, in fact, I hardly ever cooperate with politicians because it seems to me that they only want an image, they only want a photo, and that to me is not fair. I work as a spokesperson for many victims who have no voice, and I really would like them to be empathetic. All the governors, all the senators, to be empathetic.
Do you remember? Oh, you didn't hear this part, right?
No.
So
give me a backstory.
she tells a story. It's really weird how she talks about it. She's like, it wasn't just how many times she was raped, but how many times a day she was raped.
What the fuck?
And making it seem
really
like this
what she
happened on because on this side of the border by cartels to like a white woman, right? That's the way they tokenized her.
Yeah.
And she's coming out and being like, "Fuck this bitch," and even like everyone, because the optics were so bad on that speech, all of them are being like, showing this, being like, "You lied." Even Fox News has been hitting her with it. It's just been funny. They threw her under that bus so quick.
There are millions of girls and boys who disappear all the time. People who are really trafficked and
True.
abused, as Senator Britt mentioned. And I think Senator Britt should first take into account what really happens before telling a story of that magnitude.
Carla Jacinto also told me that Senator Britt got many of the facts of her story wrong. First of all, Jacinto says that one, she was not trafficked by Mexican drug cartels, but by a pimp that operated as part of a family that entrapped vulnerable girls in order to force them into prostitution. Two, she also said that she was never trafficked in the United States, as Senator Britt appeared to suggest. And three, she was kept in captivity from 2004 to 2008 when President George W. Bush, a Republican, was in office, as opposed to the current administration, as the senator implied. And finally, she met the senator at an event at the border with other government officials and anti-human trafficking activists instead of a one-on-one. CNN has confirmed much of what Jacinto has said in prior reporting, and her story hasn't changed since we first spoke. Jacinto told me no one reached out to her to ask for her permission to use her story as part of a political speech. Someone using my story and distorting it for political purposes, she told me, is not fair at all. As for Senator Britt, CNN reached out again to her office seeking comment, but so far we haven't heard back.
Oh, really? I love it. That's why I said, Jack, you always got to send the email, even if you know they won't respond, because you get to put that in.
Yeah, right.
Of Carla Jacinto.
Well, I very clearly said I spoke to a woman who told me about
so
when
if we
she was
see,
trafficked, when she was...
so this will also be on here. So because they're referencing this Fox News clip and they're showing the best part of it, when we get to that Fox News clip, just skip it.
Okay.
Green and yellow, ladies.
12. So I didn't say a teenager. I didn't say a young woman, a grown woman, a woman when she was trafficked when she was 12. And so listening to her story, she was a victim's right advocate who is telling this is what drug cartels are doing. This is how they're profiting off of women. And it is disgusting. And so I am hopeful that it brings some light to it, and we can actually do something about human trafficking, and that's what the media actually decides to cover.
In a prior statement to CNN, a spokesperson for Britt's office neither confirmed nor denied Britt was sharing Jacinto's account, but said the story the senator told was, quote, 100% correct. Rafael Romo, CNN, Atlanta.
I'm worried about the future
story
of
she
our
told was
children,
100.
and
Oh,
this
so
is
here we
why
go.
I've
Now we don't have to look at this too. Scarlett Johansson doing her on Saturday Night Live.
invited you into this strange, empty kitchen because Republicans wanted me to appeal to women voters, and women love kitchen.
Scarlett Johansson poking fun at Alabama Senator Katie Britt on SNL over her rebuttal to the president's State of the Union address. Britt's response has sparked some backlash, not just for the delivery, but also for a misleading anecdote that she cited about a woman who was sex trafficked by cartels. In an attempt to criticize President Biden,
Show
over
it. Show the quote.
We got it.
No,
Joining
if
me
they
now,
show,
Alabama
if they show the
Backlash
quote, it might be
long time. Yeah,
no.
not
Who's this
unfair
guy?
in terms of
I
what
said,
we'll remember.
see if they show the
Let
quote
me
that
show
she
you just a little
says,
bit about it. We
not
did talk
no,
to the woman in
what the
question.
senator
That made the
says,
reference.
where she whispers
No.
into the mic about the mattress.
They aren't
and it
showing
sounds
it.
like, I'm just telling you what it sounds like. It literally
Yes.
sounds like it's something that is like her fantasy, the way she's talking about it. Like,
That's
it's so
hilarious.
weird. It
Joining me
sounded
now,
like
Alabama
the you
Republican
must
Senator
have
Katie
known you
Britt.
were wrong. That's literally how
Mhm.
she said it.
That's what I said. That's the vibe that I got when we were watching it. That's what I
Mhm.
said.
Yes, you did.
Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He
Oh, so this
invited
is an interview
with
with the guy who fact
94
checked her.
executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas.
Here it is.
That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been
So
sex
keep in mind,
trafficked by the
she
cartels,
traveled there.
starting
This is the context. She traveled to that place, right, with
Mm.
another senator, and then they met up, and then they went to central Mexico, Mexico City. This didn't happen anywhere
Oh.
near the border. It was
Epic.
just regular sex trafficking crime. It had nothing to
Mhm.
be associated with
Inside
the
Mexico.
cartel,
Yeah.
right? It was a prostitution scam ring.
Mhm.
That's you know how prostitution is. Even
Yeah,
here,
and the
there's
and the
prostitution
girl with
like
the
this.
white hair was the girl that she spoke to.
Yeah, and I think so.
Okay.
This was back in Bush's admin, and I think she was
Okay.
like 14 at the time, which I think
Yeah.
she'll say here.
Yeah.
at the age of 12.
12.
She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. We wouldn't be okay with this.
Oh,
happening in
after that, she
third
goes,
world
a line of endless men, one after the other. Like,
country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it.
At the same time, we're the United States of America, for God's
President
sake.
Biden's border policies are a disgrace.
President Biden's border crisis, she called
Anderson
disgrace,
Cooper.
she said. Not just created by the president, but invited by him, according to the senator, which might be...
What family is he from? What massive family is he from? Vanderbilt? Fuck this guy.
Probably the
political
Steel guys.
hyperbole.
Would you
And while
smash?
addressing that problem is any president's
Smash his face
responsibility,
with
one
my
could find
fist,
facts
sure.
and figures and personal stories to make the case that this president
Well,
is
I-
failing on that score.
I
She could
think
have done that.
this is, I mean, we got there's just, if you jump forward, he's going to talk to the journalist who actually did the fact checking on this.
Mm.
And it's the same guy, right? It's
I think that
literally,
there's been a long-time
CNN
plan to
has the
pin and drop it.
exclusive, so they aired
Yeah.
it on every time slot, I think.
Yeah, of course.
El Romo, who spoke exclusively with her over the weekend.
At one point when I met you years and years ago, you told me that you felt like at the beginning,
Why did you
Mexican
do that? It always
politicians
flips
had
the comments
taken
around.
advantage
Yeah, I
of you
don't know.
by using your story for political purposes. Do you feel like that happened once again here in the United States?
Yes. In fact, I hardly ever cooperate with politicians because it seems to me that
Smart.
they only want an image. They only want a photo. And that to me is not
Yeah.
fair.
Carla Jacinto also told me that Senator Britt got many of the facts of her story wrong. Number one, she was not trafficked by Mexican drug
we
cartels,
already
but
saw
by a
this.
pimp that operated as part of a family that entrapped vulnerable girls in order to
Look,
force
see,
them
this,
into
yeah,
prostitution.
so we can move on.
Two, she also said she was never trafficked in the United States, as Senator Britt
Mm-hmm.
appeared to suggest. Three, she was kept in captivity from 2004 to 2000. Republican was in office as opposed to the current administration, as the senator implied. And finally, four, She met the senator at an event at the border with other government officials and anti-human trafficking activists instead of one-on-one.
So just to recap, yes, Carla Jacinto was a tragic victim. And
so she was like, I met this woman personally, but she was just with a group where they were just basically talking about how to prevent trafficking, and they had different speakers there, and this woman was one of them.
Okay.
And she's like, one time I went to an event, and this person told me a story. Let's move on, though. Because it was like literally replaying what we just watched.
Okay.
Next.
Went off the stream for some reason.
It's funny because everyone went to go argue on Twitch, and now it's just Alan on. If we go to YouTube, it's just him on the YouTube one still because they all went to fight the fascist on Twitch that was showing up.
I don't know. I gotta get back to.
Yeah, because you were too busy arguing with a fascist in Twitch chat.
No.
You lost your place.
The stream playlist for some reason isn't underneath anymore.
Because you lost your place. That's probably wasn't even on the stream. What we just watched.
Well, I just refreshed the playlist, and this one doesn't have it either. So I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday posted a $91.6 million bond in the defamation case he recently lost to writer E. Jean Carroll and appealed the ruling.
I don't even know who this woman is. I have no idea who she is, where she came from.
It would cover Carroll's $83.3 million judgment if Trump were to lose his appeal of the January verdict and refuse to pay. The posting of a bond also means that Carroll, who was 80, wouldn't collect on the judgment during the appeals process, which could take years.
How do you say you're not a fascist, yet you literally just described fascist? I don't understand.
They're just. It's funny because like the difference between fascists and communists is like fascists are like so scared to identify with the politics that they espout of romantic nationalism, but communists will be like, I am a Trotskyist.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they were like listing the specific fascists that they follow?
It'd be wild. Imagine if there was like a tanky subsect of Nazis on Twitter, or just fascists, or just top-down people, right? That just exist, that have their own lingo like anarchists do. That would be hilarious. And I'm sure it exists.
Yeah, it's LaRouche.
It's 4chan.
It's Haas.
It's Haas.
It's the most ridiculous, disgusting story. It was just made up.
She sued him for calling her a liar after she accused him of raping her decades ago in a Bergdorf Goodman department store dressing room in Manhattan. A jury ruled in her favor. Trump faced a Monday deadline to obtain the bond, or set aside cash for the judgment after the trial judge refused his bid for a temporary reprieve. On Friday, the judge gave Carroll and her lawyers until Monday to register any objections to the bond. Lawyers for Trump and Carroll did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Trump is the Republican candidate for this.
They have their own forms for that. True.
An expected rematch.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're 100% right. But it's not. And that's the thing is like we saw it with Second Thought. The whole whining about how liberals care more about communists and are more controversial or
Fox outnumbered. Apparently,
it's like
contributor Kim.
Yeah, because you actually get a platform still. Like the fascists are gone. They get chased out of town. Like to think that just because you're getting more of it because you're still allowed on a platform. That's the only okay. Go on Truth Social. See see how many fascists are there.
Yeah.
Douglas, who's one of the Fox outnumbered, has never ever
exposed and shit.
Yeah.
Seen Donald Trump speak or been aware of anything he said. This is clip number 3.
From 45 to 46.
So what I thought, just to kind of continue what you were saying there, Emily, what he said was, take me on yourself. Don't use those upper echelons of justices, the DOJ and all that. And I mean, it was like, I looked at Emily and she was like, preach.
Yeah.
I was like,
the mic. You know what it reminded me of? Just permitting
that Fox News has ever said. I'm not kidding. This is bad.
To say this is that joke between the scientist and God, where they each say, the scientist says, I can make my own man. All right, we'll start with dirt here. And then God says, hold on, find your own dirt. And I found like that's what Trump was saying. He's like, you know what? My policies are the reason why this country worked. My policies are the reasons.
Apparently, America didn't exist before Trump.
Also, like, what policies?
That's a real question.
Why people were safer at the southern border. So you want to get somewhere? Use my policies. It's okay, right? And I thought what was interesting about him today, I wrote down measured. He was measured. He was authoritative. He was firm.
Guess who also doesn't get to have a say in what Ukraine
I'm a
does?
Christian. Who cares?
The fucking Pope.
Why do we
the
care?
Pope.
Why do we care if you're Christian? Nobody gives a shit.
Like,
nobody cares.
Who gives a shit what the fucking Pope says? Fuck the Pope.
Yeah.
He can rule his little Christian dominion
this is why the
inside
Dalai
Rome,
Lama
and he
is
can
more
fucking shut
based,
up.
Right?
Yeah.
So the Dalai Lama, the self-immolations, right?
Mm.
So there's John Oliver interviews him, right? And
Yeah.
he asks why won't you condemn the self-immolations outright? Because 100 Tibetans have died.
Yes.
They show that he actually has a shrine there to with all their pictures.
Interesting.
Right. And so he says that if I do that, their families are going to be sad because their child did something that was against the Dalai Lama's wishes, and I don't want that.
Mm.
Right. And that's why the Dalai Lama is cooler than the Pope.
Yeah.
And he, unlike 46, said,
Also, why should Ukraine negotiate with people invading their country? Fuck them. Also, it's not your place. Shut the fuck up.
Great respect for the Supreme Court justices. He said this is a big step toward unification, and it was refreshing to hear a president that spoke highly and in great reverence, and rightly so, for the Supreme Court decision.
Kim, so good. What I love about him, he never plays the victim. He was like, keep weaponizing me. I just keep winning. Never plays the victim. He was super presidential today.
I was watching social media among
not even once.
Some Democrats who were surrogates, people who we know even on this channel.
Hilarious,
and when I saw one tweet out, this is
so funny.
That's not
exciting.
Look, it's Lincoln Riley. Say
this
her
is
name.
not boring.
Okay. Who's that?
That's why the networks cover him, because they want the moment that they can all react.
And
it's hilarious
because we're on the later time slot because of daylight savings. This is going to get more on Twitch because it's really people who really have nothing better to do at this hour in America. So that's what we'll get from Twitch, and the rest on YouTube and stuff will be the Euro type stuff.
Yeah.
I wish
to
Twitter
and say
would
he's
show up here. I don't even know if people comment on Twitter. If you comment on Twitter, we can't see it.
Yeah, sorry.
If you go on YouTube or Twitch, we can.
The liar, he's this, he's that. When he's measured and he's going down his list of ways that it worked when he was in office and what he wants to do next, he even got to what he wants to do next.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the idea that this guy doesn't play the victim is pretty shocking. The ruling itself basically said that the Congress has to have statutory mechanism in which to make the insurrectionist clause in the Constitution functional. Now, of course, there are congressional statutes.
Who cares?
But it does seem that
we'll talk about it when it happens when we
reluctance.
get there. We don't care about predictions on what they won't do because Congress isn't going to function for anything for at least another year.
This week, the House is
another year, you reckon?
Oh yeah.
Expected to vote on a TikTok ban, and President Biden is saying he'll sign a bill to ban it. So why is he on it?
Chiefs are not.
Oh my god.
He's literally not. No, that's the best part, right?
Literally not him.
It's literally just just someone that his campaign has hired.
Yeah.
Who doesn't even work in the White House. They had a fucking truck in here to shoot these.
I don't know how this is so hard for them to
This is
comprehend.
actually him in his home, not the White House, right? So they went and they filmed this in his regular house, he's watching football. Look at how small his TV is, bro. This dude does not watch television.
Game or commercials?
Game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Oh no. Hold on. Copywritten music.
Oh yeah.
Biden's election campaign officially joined TikTok weeks before Congress introduced the bill. And former President Trump now opposing the ban on TikTok, posting on Truth.
They didn't lie. They didn't lie. You hear that? They said Biden's
they didn't say
election,
Biden.
Campaign joined.
But they're still framing it that way.
Yeah. So, but what I want to say is even though there's framing here, they're not actually just making up something for once. So
true.
Technically, if we're in a court, right? Better Call Saul. Technically, you could say when they said he's on it, they just meant he's using it to promote his campaign. That's him.
Yeah.
That's his image. Everyone's on it in that regard, in a way. So,
yeah.
Social quote. If you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerschmuck will double their business. That is an interesting take, Guy, what's with this? Donald Trump, China, he's tough on China. Why is he going soft on TikTok? I know Club for Growth is lobbying for them. You've read about that in Politico, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I find it interesting that anyone on the political right, because we've been talking about the threat of the CCP for a long time, why any of us would be saying, well, let's maybe
we've
let
been
this one go,
fear-mongering about
because
China for
we
a
know
long
that
time.
ByteDance is the parent company of TikTok.
They have
and
a whole
that's a
terrier built out of
CCP
styrofoam. There's also
strings attached.
there's this slime specifically that I'm thinking of, right?
Mm.
And like it like hardens, right? But it's got like beads in it. It probably was recalled because those beads are full of lead and shit. But it's like I think it's phloem. It is. So this is what the carriers are made out of. This right here, phloem.
Phloem.
Yeah. This is what they build the carrier out of. See, they harden. See?
Yeah, it's definitely
they harden, and then you can put it on your toy to change the colors, right? That's how they advertised it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. And then they made I want to look at the commercial. I don't want to play the commercial because there'll be like music and shit in it, but I want to see like, yes, see? Tiny phloem micro beads. Look, what a fancy crown. A dinosaur, right? This was on
We never had
Nickelodeon.
these here.
This was on Nickelodeon all the time. This is an infomercial, so
Yeah,
right?
we never had these here.
So this is what the carrier is made out of.
I wouldn't be surprised.
An ability to just infuse with the algorithm propaganda onto the screens of so many young
Did you
Americans.
see the latest video from Grand Thumb? No, I don't support Grand Thumb. Jack might have though.
I did watch it. I turned it off after the dude who had just come from Israel was like, "Oh, they just like building piles of trash. They're Arabs," so I turned it off.
That's interesting. We might throw that on the fun list for Friday then.
Yeah.
But yeah,
one very,
he did give people a warning at the start of the video saying that these guys probably have some pretty fucked opinions. He didn't explicitly say that, but that was his implication.
But yeah, you can like look at our LTech episode where we talk about how GunTube is like all corporate owned and shit.
Yeah, it's the one with Tactical Girlfriend.
With TikTok, and then there's the data security.
I believe it's called as GunTube, bought and paid for.
The espionage as well. So the fact that you had a bipartisan group of legislators in Congress come together and say it was 10 Republicans, 10 Democrats introduced this bill, that it's not necessarily a ban.
Funny.
It gives TikTok
they're already backing off of this, right? Because they're like, whoa, like Republicans are already bailing on the bill.
Yeah.
To be totally divested. So ByteDance to divest completely, sever ties from TikTok.
Interesting. That's a very interesting point that I didn't think about, but now thinking about it now, yes, you're 100% correct. They really were. And I think that's because the guys that were in Ukraine were like professional mercs, and these are just like American Israeli citizens who are like, yeah, fuck it, let's go join the IDF and kill people. I think that's what it was.
Then they can continue to operate in the U.S., but not if they still have that ownership over in China. That's the choice that TikTok is being offered in this bill.
Shanghai.
It then passed out of a wider committee 50-0.
No, not
Seems
Shanghai.
like a pretty
what am I
widely
thinking of? What's the
supported
city
and common.
in Singapore? Is Singapore just a city? Is there
Yes,
not another
it's
name
a city
for it?
state. Yeah, it's a city
I wasn't
state.
sure if there's another name for it. I don't know why I blanked on that.
Sensible step to take, given that this is an adversary, clearly using this as a tool to spy on us and influence American culture in a way that
this whole thing of influencing American culture, right?
I don't know, man. Did you see that thing that they sent out? There was like an alarm that they sent out.
Yeah. That's in here. We'll look at it.
Interesting, right?
We'll look at opinions on that too. But the thing is like this whole thing where it's like a PSYOP campaign.
The country's
it's gay.
Yeah.
But I just think it's funny. Like it will give more power to Zuckerberg, and I like him a lot less because he banned me. You like an American less than a Chinese company? Okay.
We don't care about Ukraine. We care about Ukrainians. There's a very important difference because
we don't care about
nation
nation
ridiculous.
states.
Fuck the nation state. The people at risk are the Ukrainians. Not Ukraine.
I didn't see that, but I'll throw it in the fucking thing below. Right. One of the things the new one we have is Forsex. He's not he's actually in the AFU right now. He's also doing drone piloting. But he just had a vehicle accident and he can't use monobank, so he needs donations directly through PayPal to like fix his car repair, because it's not like it's in military budget for that type of vehicle.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, he's actually posted his own FPV strike too the other day.
Really?
If you go on Forsex Canada, and you can go look at our video with him. But yeah, he's getting out in April, but he actually went over there and he volunteered with AFU. He's been drone piloting.
Good for him.
Companies have dodged billions of dollars in taxes over just the past few years, thanks in large part to the 2017 tax cuts for the rich and for corporations. These were the tax cuts that Donald Trump accomplished during his term in office. Now, Trump slashed the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, which is quite a lot. And he, of course, didn't get rid of any of the corporate tax loopholes or the deductions
Also,
that these corporations.
Just to add to this, to point out, like anyone, like you can just go to Tactical Girlfriend's page and get her fundraiser from there. Which would probably be easier than like looking at in our link section.
I think you can add them into the description if you want.
Yeah.
So just do that.
Get to take advantage of. As a result, their effective tax rate was much, much lower than 21%. So the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy analyzed corporate income taxes paid by 342 of the country's largest companies from 2018, so just after the 2017 tax cuts passed, to 2022. All of them were profitable, all 5 years covered by this analysis, but still using those loopholes and those special tax breaks, the 342 companies included in this study paid an average effective income tax rate of just 14.1% during this 5-year period, almost a third less than the statutory rate of 21%. And 109 of those companies, or nearly 1 out of every 3, found a way to pay zero federal income taxes in at least 1 year out of the 5. Those same 109 corporations scored $14.34 billion in federal tax rebates over the 5-year period. In other words, if you are an ordinary working American in this country, it is very likely that you have paid far more in taxes than some of the most profitable corporations in this country.
What?
Yeah.
It's unfair.
Listen,
guys.
Listen, guys. Listen. Fucking listen, guys.
I'm fucking better than you.
Look, guys. Look, guys.
So I'm gonna have to give commentary on it that you've, if you're a young Turkish viewer, you've seen before. Which
What do you think,
this
the
is
lizard
harder
people are in charge?
and you know why this is happening. There is no country that has our system where they've legalized bribery. So you're allowed to give as much money as you want to politicians.
Oh yeah, we need to get. I need to make a QR code for our fucking Patreon.
Packs, dark money packs, etc. So these corporations just use lobbyists to funnel tens of millions and then collectively, literally billions of dollars to politicians. So that's how you get a negative 5.6% tax rate if you're a corporation. But if you're a human being, like in places like California, you can get up to 60%. So you have to pay.
You know how you fix this? Don't live in California.
Unbelievable taxes, but they don't have to pay any at all. Why? Because you didn't bribe politicians and they did. And that's why I get so furious at our media, because that is what's driving all of these problems. And they never, ever, almost never talk about it. And I appreciate this excellent study to show you the facts behind it.
Well, it gets worse. So get ready.
We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can click join now.
Millions, 65,000 views.
I just gave you the 109 corporations that
like you're one to talk.
They have 6 million.
The person is providing some solid points.
Pay any taxes and actually got a rebate in at least one of those 5 years. But 23 corporations paid zero federal taxes over the.
At this point, I don't give a shit.
Bad. We know. We already. This is. This, I mean, cool. There's a report. Moving on.
Yeah, we got it.
Every day, Joe Biden is deliberately releasing gang members and military-aged men into our communities by the tens of thousands, knowing full well that his policies will cost countless innocent lives. I'm not sure he does know, if you want to know the truth, because I really don't. I don't think he's a good person. I don't think he's a nice guy. I think he's a corrupt individual, but I don't think, and it has nothing to do with age. I know people from 80 to 90. I know one man.
Like being anti, immigration. I'm not that obviously, like, you know me, like I fucking talk to Al Qaeda guys, you know,
Yeah.
so like, no leftists cry about this, but it's one of those things that not sympathize or empathize, but you know, it's like I know how they get to that place, right? It's like I don't like blame them for being like ignorant, you know, until you get to the Great Replacement section.
Yeah.
Like if you're
It's
like,
always
it's
that.
burden on our infrastructure, we pay for them in jails and blah blah blah. Like,
Mhm.
okay, right? But when we start using language that we use to cover up drone strikes under his admin,
Mm.
the changing everyone we kill in Yemen to military age male and shit,
Yes. Yes.
that's problematic to me. For
Mhm.
someone to use rhetoric that they were just using for Al Qaeda
Yeah.
a few years ago.
Yeah. When did the Yemen war? When did the Saudis cease the Yemen war?
Oh, it was like so it was like scaling down when Biden was coming in.
Oh, okay. So Trump
Like,
was helping kill Yemen people. Great.
yeah. It actually, like, you know,
That's all I
we've
wanted
looked
to
at
know.
the drone strike chart, you know,
Yeah.
and Biden literally doesn't drone strike. He like ended
Yeah.
them all. He B1s people, which is such a better policy, right?
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
So good.
I got distracted by that soundbite. What was I just saying? Chat, let me know. I'll listen to myself over here real quick.
From 80, he was a loser all his life. When he turned, it's true, when he turned 80, he made $1 billion doing
my
something
God.
from 80 to 90.
Right. Using
Amazing.
the military
And I know
age
other
male
people
stuff.
over
Yeah.
90. It's not an age.
Military age male.
Yeah, to talk about them. The Biden drone strikes, right? And the B1, why that's better, right?
Yeah.
So the whole idea of the drone, right, was, and let's not forget that one of the main reason we put missiles on them is Michael Schur, who is 100% responsible for 9/11, right? That's why he got fired. Come on. Like, it's obvious. And then his wife tortured Abu Zubaydah, among with others, and then tried to claim credit for everything by making a movie about herself called Zero Dark 30. And now she's on like OnlyFans to give advice or something.
Epic.
Yeah, it's like she went to the paid marketing scheme, but for women that like big bros go into. So they were the ones that were like, hey, we could have killed bin Laden if you put a missile on this thing, right? So drone strikes, like, they became this solution where it's like, oh, it's terror, right? They don't know the attack is coming. But when we took off planes from Texas and the amount of precise speed we could obliterate those targets after they hit us in Jordan, right? That changed everything. Drone strikes don't do that. What happened there? So they're totally. That's the thing. Is it's like he might have stopped the drone strikes, but I think way better policy to fly a plane all the way from the U.S. just to do that.
Just to prove a point. Don't touch us.
What actually fucking true? What were we talking about here in context? Military age males.
Conversation moved quickly.
Or the cover up of drone strikes. Biden ending all drone strikes. Yeah. With the withdrawal of Afghanistan, basically, is when the last drone strike happened.
Age thing. It's a competence thing. It's
R9Xs
they
don't
stop.
count. They're not.
They do the age thing.
Yeah.
And they always have me as his age. I'm 4 years younger. So 4 years is a lot, but it doesn't matter. They do the age thing to try and get Trump. Let's get Trump. Always, they never talk about his competence. He's grossly incompetent. Don't you understand that? The question is whether or not he's going to get to the starting gate. I can only hope. You know, I challenged him to a debate. And he said his person, who's really a wonderful spokesperson, his press secretary, how good is she? She actually didn't know what to say, but I do. And I challenge him right now. You know, he's at another part of your state where he's really said some bad things.
Who was the Republican candidate that never stepped foot on the debate stage during the it was you. Interesting.
All right, thanks, Mitchell. In national news, former President Donald Trump tightens his control of the GOP with hand-picked leaders. The Republican National Committee voted today
legitimately
counting heads.
They're literally not making charts on drone strikes anymore. Like, it's like I can't find them past 22 because they leveled out so much.
Yeah.
This is just in Afghanistan, obviously, which obviously there's, even though they still did one on like that one guy, but a lot, this is kind of what the charts look like.
Yeah.
But like, if you look at civilian deaths, like civilian deaths in Syria, this is fucked, right? This is like civilian deaths in Iraq and Syria. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Epic. Good work, Trump. Thanks, Trump.
Military-aged males, all of them. I mean,
Very
it destroyed ISIS, I guess. That's what he
Yeah,
always says. He killed ISIS. He wiped him out.
Mhm.
And remember, I criticize Obama for being too drone strike heavy.
Yeah. Wild. And right here, everybody, this one is called compromise. This is called compromise.
You Americans create problems everywhere. Epic.
Yep. CIA does everything. They're all powerful.
That's us. We're the CIA.
Yep.
Has been the leader of the North Carolina GOP and has experience as an oil and gas lobbyist. He also echoed Trump's voter fraud theories.
Ready?
Trump's daughter-in-law, Laura Trump,
I
will
got-
become the co-chair of the.
I got something.
Mm-hmm.
The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
RNC. She's expected to focus largely on fundraising and media appearances. Watley thanked Trump for.
Oh, you mean funneling money into Trump's campaign? Cool.
Isn't that epic, bro?
Is that fraud?
No.
No?
It's totally not, I guess.
I guess not.
His trust and support after the vote today.
The RNC is going to be the vanguard of a movement that will work tirelessly every single
this picture
day
right here is
to
literally,
elect our
this is what this is. I'm sure this is fake, but this is hysterical.
That's awesome.
Like, I'm sure this is
Anytime-
fake, and it's just a meme.
I'm sure it is.
Very funny.
There's one thing that I always type in whenever I go into a league game and someone's like typing, or like you can kind of see like there's a little bit of broken English. I'll just like send out a feeler of like China #2 and see what happens. I've had like 2 people respond with no, China #1, fuck you.
Also, he was an epic meme today that I came across.
That's hilarious. Yes, he fell over. That's awesome. That's hilarious. I'm so happy.
nominee, Donald J. Trump, as the 47th president of the United States. Flip the Senate, expand our majority in the House of Representatives.
Ronna McDaniel stepped down
good
after
luck with
7
that.
years. That's the longest run since the Civil War. She thanked Trump for giving her the historic opportunity to lead the committee, but she was forced out, blamed for GOP losses over the last few years. Leadership today also dispelled concerns that the RNC would help afoot
Oh
Trump.
my God.
What, you're laughing at the Chinese person here? Epic. Oh my God. Epic. Love it.
Oh, dude.
It's so funny. These people are very funny.
This
to
is
me
like
because
the
it's like-
OG narrative
it's like,
is the
it's
biolabs
funny,
and weapons.
Like how much they waste their time. Like,
Yeah.
there's literally fundraisers for Ukraine going on at the bottom of the page. Like, what do you think you're going to accomplish? Like, it just like it's that alone that just shows the lack of intelligence, you know?
Yeah. But like it's also just very funny because this is like the disinformation narrative that got me into this.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the narrative that they went with literally from the tap. I got it from the tap. I saw it the post when it happened from that war clandestine fuckwit on Twitter. He was the one that posted it. That screenshot that went around with that one map, that was him.
Aussie Cossack.
the Aussie Cossack guy who was spreading information that there was a lab in Melbourne helping Ukraine create Slavic specific bioweapons, ignoring the fact that
what's
Ukrainians
even funnier
are
is that is
Slavic.
literally the plot to the James Bond movie that they did.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's just so funny. Every time I see the biolabs, I just can't help but laugh.
This reminds me. I want to talk about something. I watched some Destiny today. I eventually turned it off because it was stupid enough.
Yeah.
But he's talking about how Israel's not a genocide, right?
Okay.
And he made he's obviously had a lot of debates, and he made a lot of interesting points, right? And so it got me thinking, because he's the way he thinks about it and the way he frames genocide and justifies genocide, or not justifies, but justifies what is genocide. He's literally looking at the ICJ interpretation, right? And he's saying that people using the word genocide is diluting the word. And so
but when it's used accurately, it's exactly what it needs to be.
Well, that's the thing is we're not the fucking court. You know?
Exactly.
Are we now gonna deny Xinjiang? What is that think about Xinjiang?
Are we just gonna declassify all the genocides that are happening on Genocide
His
Watch
argument
because
is
they're not official?
there's certain things that only Israel does. They don't dropping leaflets saying that they're gonna bomb this area, telling people to evacuate. No country does that. While at the same time, their troops are committing war crimes, but it's not all the military is bad. It's the narrative. But I'm okay, so you're talking about the legal criminal court definition of genocide. How many genocides got to that court? Sudan, Bosnia. What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
So it's just, so then I was thinking, because I love Genocide Watch, which they've actually put a lot of work into. So they've they totally redesigned it for being mobile friendly. It's because it used to be just the one guy who made it up. It's just one guy's opinion on if it's a genocide.
Yes,
but the way that they do it with the how it's a storm warning, where it's genocide warning, genocide watch, and then genocide emergency, right?
Yes.
So the stages of genocide that he lays out, only when they get past the 9th stage do trials happen where genocide is declared. If you actually, he wants to quote the thing, and they always, the only one that matters is intent, which that doesn't matter what the 5 points are. Intent is the thing that matters. But here's the thing. If you look at that document and you weren't focused on what you're focused on, you would see that it requires governments to moderate themselves to prevent genocide. It has to be proven that the government has failed to stop a genocide for that case to happen.
And with Israel, it's literally the government doing it.
Yes. So on Genocide Watch, they literally say what we recommend to mitigate genocide, policies. They recommend, same way with Modern Slavery Index. They say this is the policies that we think would work here. So that's what we're talking about when it's we can say that genocidal language with trans people, right? That was going on. And then they made the memes oh, I'm being genocided because I can't put dildos in kids' faces. Right? That meme?
Yeah. Holy shit. I guess we found the limit. The flat earth is too crazy. But
no, there was Adam Fitzgerald, right? He posted a guy in Patrick Bet David who was a 9/11 conspiracy theorist because he hates all of them, right?
Yeah.
And the dude literally believes in flat earth. It was so good.
So I guess drinking baby blood, adrenochrome, is not crazy enough, but the flat earth, that's a bit too crazy.
Some people, your critics, call you conspiracy theorist. Okay, that's what they say. So why don't we cover some of the biggest conspiracy theories of all time, and let's see what you say about them. Okay, where you stand with them. All right, flat earth theory. What do you think about it?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that. I've heard about it.
Okay, but you think Earth is round or flat?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it other than what's been shown to us on the television. So what do I know?
So that's that answer is still not a certain answer. We know plenty to know that the Earth is round. But okay, fine.
Well, that's what we learned in school, and that's what I accept.
So you accept that the Earth is round?
Why not?
Sorry, sir.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
You don't know that the Earth is round?
That's what I've learned. That's what I've been educated. But when you learn the truth about what happened at the World Trade Center, and that the government and the media have been lying about it, I don't trust anything I've learned in my history books because I've looked at some of the things that are.
Guess what? Not history. That's called science. Anyway, so and it's like Richard Gave, formerly architects and engineering for 9/11 Truth, doesn't know if the Earth is round, and to think people respect him for his work on the terrorist attacks of September 11th.
Jesus Christ.
Here is Donald Trump's video statement from Mar-a-Lago.
The thing that will be coming up very soon will be immunity for a president, and not immunity for me, but for any president. If a president doesn't have full immunity, you really don't have a president, because
I fucking could not disagree more. No leader of the country should be immune from prosecution. That's so fucking dumb.
Israel has this policy, basically.
And guess what they're doing?
Yep. Strange. Maybe that's why they put the policy in there to begin with.
Serving in that office will have the courage to make, in many cases, what would be the right decision, or it could be the wrong decision. It could be, in some cases, the wrong decision, but they have to make decisions, and they have to make them free of all terror that can be rained upon them when they leave office, or even before they leave office. And some decisions are very tough. I can tell you that as a president, that some decisions to make are very tough. I took out ISIS, and I took out some very big people from the standpoint of a different part of the world.
I think he's trying to say he assassinated Soleimani.
Yeah,
I mean,
from the standpoint of him being Iranian.
But what I mean, he's pivoted here. I mean,
It's so good. Is there any more? No, they're just
No. And then it's going to be dumb opinions.
In a world where qualifications are often measured by titles and years of experience, we are reminded.
Saw this. That's fine.
Here is Donald Trump talking to Brian Kilmeade and Lawrence Jones about Nikki Haley. Remember, just yesterday we heard on Outnumbered that he never plays the victim. Donald Trump.
I was just about to say that.
So speaking of Nikki Haley, she's coming up shortly.
Yeah, no, never. He never does. Not even once.
After tonight, if the polls are correct and you run the table and you're a week away from locking it up, will there be any effort on your side to reach across and say, okay, just like Ted Cruz, just like Marco Rubio, let's make amends and fight?
Is this the guy with no legs?
No. The guy with no legs is a Marine. So that guy's not a Marine. Come on.
On one side, would you call her? Reach
Did we
out
ever
to her?
upload that photo, that video?
I think so. It's like an old one that we were just like kind of like we were kind of like learning the flow of like stuff, and doing the exercise stuff, training stuff.
That was funny.
Well, I also edited.
She said she'd never run
tighter.
Yeah,
because I had time to edit tight like that.
Against me, and she did. She said she beat Ron DeSantis in Iowa, and she didn't. She ran up and she did. She misrepresents a lot of facts. She's not doing nearly well against. She's not doing very well against Biden. She shows these polls that nobody ever heard of. You got to tell the facts. You got to tell the truth.
Here's a good solution. Split the country in the middle.
Why don't we wait until we get to the Israel section?
We will, but split the country of Jerusalem.
We've been debating Ukraine.
I know.
While we were talking about race.
This is the last one. I'm not gonna bring it up again. Literally, split the fucking country down the middle at Jerusalem. Give the Jews one side, give the Arabs the other side. Set a neutral zone around Jerusalem. Nobody is controlling of it. It's an international space controlled by whatever. Give it to the fucking UN. Make them do something. Who gives a
but
shit?
when we're running
Doesn't fucking matter.
overtime and you want to go to bed, don't come crying to me.
Look, it's fine. I'm here. But this
we'll get to Israel. It's not Israel time. We've been sitting here talking about Ukraine, and it's not even Ukraine time.
And I'm about to bring it back if you just let me talk. Now, you know what the best part about me saying this is? None of it fucking matters because it's not my fucking opinion nor my place. Just like Ukraine. You see how this tracks? It's funny, right?
My sis coming to get you. They're gonna kill you in your home. All of my elderly neighbors. Moss is coming to kill you. I want look behind you. They're already here.
Everybody to come together. We're going to have a unified party because our real opponent happens to be named Biden, and he's a disaster. As I said, the worst president in our country. He's destroyed.
Bro, what are you talking unified?
Our country.
So, Mr.
President,
we don't
think in terms of Nikki Haley.
Guy. He's out of his mind. He's living in unreality.
We
like
have truth.
Yes,
I'll tell you what.
Mr. President, real quickly, because we only got a little bit of time with you. Is this your call right now to say, after tonight, Nikki Haley, join me on stage for the good of the Republican Party? Is that your request for her tonight?
Well,
I really, really hope that Nikki Haley just tells him to go fuck himself. That would be excellent.
There's no path for her to win. Whether she likes hearing that or not, there's no path for her to win, no matter what. Now, today, I should win, hopefully, every state. I won North Dakota last night in a landslide, 87 to practically nothing. There's no path. You just saw the vote in Texas. That was a poll. That diner is a poll. Everybody was 100% for Trump. There is no path. What's she doing other than hurting the Republican Party? Now, I have to say this. Democrats gave her a lot of money. Democrats are because as a certain person, Gavin Newsom said, there was a man named Gavin Newsom. He interjected himself into this. He said,
pause it for 1 second. Can I just, Trump is trying. He loves his new scum.
Yeah. That's not just a.
No. But you know how he hits it twice. He hits it twice. No, he does that. So go back a little bit. He repeats it the second time because he really wants his joke to land. You hear them talking like, "Oh, that's his new scum."
And a reminder that new scum is the ex-husband of his daughter-in-law, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Also,
they may not be married, whatever. But
this is
the diddler who got fired for diddling at Fox News. She diddled the other employees at Fox.
Oh, really?
And they said, "You're fired." Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. No, we've talked about it before. She's the best is yet to come lady.
Oh, that
She's
one.
dating Trump
I thought you meant
Jr.
recently.
Or like Eric or Trump. One of them. I think it's
That's
Eric.
funny. That's hilarious.
She used to date
that
Newsom.
technique is a talk radio thing. Rush Limbaugh started it. Mark Levin does this. I do it inadvertently now, but there have been any occasions where I've actually done it on purpose. But
it's also a wrestling thing. I mean, it's like he's a wrestling fan, Donald Trump, and basically
redundancy is important for communication.
Basically, a wrestling character.
Did you get my joke?
That's really what this is starting to become.
Yes.
You know, Donald Trump did wrestle.
I do know this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You think he's also pooped on women's heads when he sex trafficked them, like Vince McMahon did?
Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, you got that much money. There's got to have wild shit you got to do.
Republican Party. Now, I have to say this. Democrats gave her a lot of money. Democrats are because as a certain person, Gavin Newsom said, there was a man named Gavin Newsom. He interjected himself into this. He said she's their best surrogate for the Democrats. And that's right. She lost when you had Republican primaries where Democrats were allowed to vote. And they went in large numbers to try and make me look bad. And I still won. And I won in South Carolina against her. So, look, there's no path for Nikki. I wish Nikki the best. But she stood up and many times said, I'd never run against our president. He was a great president. I would never run.
What he meant
and then
is
she ran. So
anyone can vote in the primary regardless of party.
Yep.
Those things you don't like to see. You like to see people that are truthful. With all of that being said, our party has to come together because we have to beat the Democrats, and they play dirty. They play very dirty. And we're going to beat them.
Where
and
was Johnny
the greatest
Jizzo? Johnny Jizzo didn't want to come in and say test today?
I kind of want you to send the link and have him join.
I'm waiting for it.
Myself. I'm just going to mute myself and
before
enjoy.
He says test, right? So like, I'm going to be like, go, Johnny Jizzo. Or like, hear what he has to say.
Because I'm just waiting. I'm just going to mute my mic and sit here and enjoy it.
Wonder if it's because he thinks we're libs.
Maybe.
Maybe even more so, and maybe more important. I believe that November 5th is the most important day, perhaps, in our country's history. Because November 5th, we're going to hopefully get Biden out. It's going to be election day, November 5th. That's
we're going to do it on election day this time.
We're going to get rid of Biden, the worst president ever, and we're going to close up our borders, and we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to have a great economy.
Yeah.
I'm doing tax cuts, additional. I gave the biggest
Alan
tax
switched
cut
to Twitch
in
when
history.
everyone came back to YouTube.
bigger than the Reagan tax cuts, the biggest regulation cuts in history, and we'll go back to what we had. We have the greatest economy in the history of our country, and we're going to have it again.
So good.
But in spades, it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. But we have to win this election because our country can't take too much more of this.
So I sense the doors open a little bit for reconciliation, and we'll see how this all finishes out tonight. Mr. President.
Reconciliation with Nikki Haley. He was already, Trump was on.
Okay. Had enough of Trump? I'm over Trump.
The Charles Barkley thing is funny, though. And then we want to look at the Orban stuff. That's
the reason I think the Democratic Party and Mr. Biden, President Biden, is losing black votes is they only care about black people every 4 years. They come into our neighborhoods and say, we're going to make stuff better. We're going to do this, do this, do this. And then finally, us black people are like, man, other than my ability to dunk a basketball, all my neighborhoods are still the same. Our schools are still the same.
Charles Barkley actually drew some pretty fierce backlash recently for saying that he would punch black Trump supporters in the face if he sees them wearing Trump merch that features the former president's mugshot. But to his credit, during a recent panel on CNN.
But what if it's a meme shirt and you're making fun of him?
Yeah, like
Don't punch me.
It's funny. It's funny.
It
Like
is
9/11 shirts.
I'm fucking better than you.
He also had some, I believe, accurate critique for.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
The Democratic Party. Now, I think that the discussion that happened during this panel is an important one, and it's particularly important because you have 3 different individuals participating, and they're providing different theories for why why Trump and the Republican Party has actually managed to increase its support among some black voters. So you heard what Charles.
He's talking about Vivek, and then in India, he's very popular.
I'm back to YouTube.
And then
good time to dip.
Barkley had to say there. But before we get to the other individuals involved in this panel, including Van Jones and Coleman Hughes, I wanted to give you some of the poll results to show you how the black electorate has kind of moved a little toward Trump. So for instance, in 2016, Trump received the support of 8% of black voters, according to exit polls. That support increased to
Also, saying that Nikki Haley doesn't have a geopolitical compass is hilarious. Like, her entire thing is international relations and geopolitics and like domestic weakness.
I'm gonna type in the Twitter thing to see if they still show up on StreamYard, or it's all lurkers there.
No, Twitter doesn't show up on StreamYard. It tells you when you.
No, hang on.
Okay.
Totally does.
Oh, it does show up. What the fuck?
Yeah, so it's all lurkers.
Oh, we can't respond to
no,
to
but
Twitter.
they will still no, they'll still show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we write, it won't go to Twitter. It won't go to that.
Yeah,
chat.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah, they're all just lurkers. That's fine. Lurk away.
12% in 2020. The USA Today Suffolk poll from January found that Trump's support among black voters has stayed the same at 12%. Now, that was a poll from January, as I just mentioned, but the more recent poll that came out by the New York Times and Siena College shows that the black voter support for Trump is actually up from 4% in October of 2020.
Look, somebody said something.
Hey, hello.
See, it does.
Yeah, we're still going
here.
We'll probably go another hour and a half-ish.
It's well because of time zone change.
Maybe.
We still haven't gotten to the stories that are in the headline. So
we'll get there.
To 23% in February of this year. So look, I gotta be honest, Cenk, the New York Times polling seems to be a little more extreme in its results, right? It seems to be the most negative for Biden, and it stands out in that way. But there have been subsequent polls that have shown and confirmed that Biden is losing support among people of color, black voters, Latino voters. So Biden is in a little bit of trouble with these demographics, and it's important to understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, guys.
You know what I think would really get Vivek some support? Joining, what do they call them? The Black Hitler people? What are they called?
Black Hebrew Israelites?
No, the cult. You know, the weird cult that they ended up killing people and got arrested and thrown in jail. The Uhuru people.
Oh, yeah.
That's
And
who
then it was
Vivek should join.
the Black Hammer was the offshoot. Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
so just get Vivek involved with the Uhuru movement and have him come on stage and scream Uhuru at people. Make white people give him reparations.
We might have millions of people watching.
Shut up, Shane.
With like India though, Vivek isn't in line with the BJP's values. He's an Ayn Rand Institute guy.
Yeah, he realistically he should be running for the Libertarian Party, but the Libertarians probably hate him because he's.
I think they all
just
love him.
Conservative.
I think they all love him.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Although that being said, they like RFK, and RFK is a fucking nutbag. So what do you expect? The guy is off his fucking chops.
Why is that?
They need to reopen mental institutions just to put him in one.
You know what's funny?
First of all,
hang on. There's another. There's a JFK's sister got a fucking lobotomy. Like they hammered into her brain and made her retarded.
Yes. Yeah.
And she like had depression or something, or like didn't want to be a housewife. That was her condition.
Yeah. It's something like that. There's so many of those cases.
So they literally
just,
like
put a chisel up her brain and broke her.
Yeah. Well, because like the guy who did it didn't know what he was doing anyway.
Yeah.
Not like any lobotomies, like some could show results, but like it was a hack surgery to begin with, pseudoscience to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really quite a fucked up thing in medical.
But some people have like survived them without much damage.
Yes,
permanently is what I meant.
Yeah,
she was not one of them.
No,
because I know that they fucked up and went way too deep and botched it.
Yeah,
and it's like botching it's already botched to begin with, but
yeah,
they fucked up beyond what they were trying to do.
Charles Barkley is 100% right, and this is why when Barkley was signed to do the show on CNN.
Okay. Keep going.
The Prime Minister of Hungary is in Florida today, meeting with Donald Trump as the former president gears up for this fall's election. Viktor Orban is a longtime ally of Trump's, despite his reputation as an authoritarian leader with close ties to Russia. The meeting at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club is raising concerns among foreign policy experts. They worry Orban could use Trump to promote Russian propaganda about its invasion of Ukraine. Orban's U.S. visit
is unusual for a leader Trump? Of a NATO. He's already doing it. What are you talking about? That's all the GOP does. They're all Russian agents.
Member nation, in that he is not visiting the White House or meeting with President Biden. Correspondent Pablo Gutierrez joins us from Hungary's capital, Budapest. Pablo, what brought on this meeting with Trump, and what can we expect from it?
See you later. Come back next time.
Well, there are two key points that that are expected to be discussed today when Prime Minister Viktor Orban meets former President Donald Trump later on in the Mar-a-Lago residence. One of them is how to strengthen the relationship between Budapest and Washington, D.C. Now, Orban has been a vocal supporter of the former president. He was the first.
Hungary is so cool, like as a place, like aesthetically, the cities, they're fucking sick.
EU leader to back his bid for the White House back in 2016. And they both share some of the same views regarding immigration and nationalism. And that really highlights why Orban is putting all his chips on Trump to reclaim the White House. Now, this is what his political director said regarding the importance of this visit. And I quote, while the present liberal administration in the U.S. may not actively seek to strengthen ties with Hungary, there's undeniably a growing interest in Hungary.
Do you think if Trump was to win, leaves NATO becomes the EU army, that the EU would kick Turkey out?
Well, if it would be, so what would happen is NATO would dissolve.
Yeah.
And those assets would be redirected into an EU army. So they would basically, yes, they would not put Turkey in there.
That's so funny. But would they include the Baltic states that aren't EU states?
Probably not.
Interesting.
Among U.S. conservatives, Prime Minister Orban is visiting the United States to strengthen this relationship. The second point on this meeting will be
never
what
played
Orban
Bloodborne.
says, a way to achieve an end to the Ukraine war. He has said that only under a Trump presidency
he's not a real
this
gamer.
can be achieved.
You know, it's notable that this
I'll make a video about it.
is happening the night after the morning after the State of the Union, with Biden saying, not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. He's clearly drawing a stark contrast with his predecessor. And the Hungarian leader will not be going to the White House or meeting with President Biden. How is that being received in Hungary and in Europe?
We're going to go back to slavery and the Confederacy. I think that's a little strong. But then again, I mean, he was rated lower than the dude who literally caused the slavery by scholars, or caused the Civil War by scholars.
True.
I don't know.
You know, we have China, we have Russia, we have Kim Jong-un, we have all sorts of countries out there. But if you have a really capable president like me, I mean, I will tell you, believe me, you were very safe. You were very safe. But the real problem is not from them. A competent president can handle him. You can say, really, you're going to do that to us? We're going to tariff the hell out of you. We're going to do this.
You were safe. Almost crashed the helicopter.
You were never in any trouble. Kim Jong-un of North Korea, tough guy. But we had a great relationship. You know, they hate when they say that. You know why? Because you were very safe.
You fucking helped him.
And you know, you have
now
talking
he's
nuclear all the time. Don't you? You know why? Because he knows we have an idiot as a president, and he can get away with that. He can get away with that. But the biggest threat we have, it's the threat from within. It's the radical left lunatics that we have in our country. That's a much bigger threat than outside threats, I will tell you right now. We can handle the outside pretty easily. We're right about these things. You have to be careful, too, of world wars all over the place. I had dinner last night with a great gentleman from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban. Very, very tough. Some people don't like him because he's very tough, and they were interviewing him 2 months ago. He said it again yesterday, actually. I appreciate it. It's very nice.
They don't like him because he's appeasing the enemies.
Yeah. It's pretty understandable why they wouldn't like him.
Yeah.
They wouldn't like Maloney either if she continued on her bullshit.
Yeah. Like, they don't like give a fuck if somebody is not like that democratic, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they wouldn't give a fuck about Orban. They would criticize him, of course. But he wouldn't be the dick he is right now if it wasn't the situation with Russia. Like, come on.
No, I need gains. No fasting for me.
He's on a period. He gets a immunity. He's on a period, so
yeah. No, I need more muscle. I need more food.
Trump back as president. When Trump was president, there were none of these problems. Israel wouldn't have been attacked. Ukraine and Russia wouldn't be fighting. I knew Putin. I know him very well. He was no way he was going in. No way Putin was going in. Putin would never have gone in under any circumstances, but then they gave him added incentive. The things Biden said were the exact opposite things.
That was like a niche joke
he's gonna talk
that I threw out there, right? Like that is a niche joke that only a few people, probably only you in chat, are going to get.
It went over my head.
It's just I don't know if it's a thing everywhere, but that's is that in Ramadan, if like if during like that stage of the menstrual cycle, she doesn't have to fast, which makes sense considering she's actively losing blood, you know?
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's funny. Body fascism discourse. What is that?
If working out is ableism, telling people to work out is ableism.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, because it was like fascist workout. Why don't you? Skinny arms.
When? Have you seen the Nazis in Melbourne?
John knows too much. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I've read the whole fact book. I helped write it.
Talk this guy into going in. You listen to the way he talked. He had no idea what he was doing. And then you look at what happened to energy. Energy went up so high. Russia's one of the biggest in the world for energy. So they had now so much money to do. They wouldn't have had it at $40 a barrel. At $100 a barrel, they were making a fortune. The only one ever to make a fortune doing a war. And that's what happened. This guy is a disaster.
War, notoriously never profitable.
Going to end up, if he's not relieved of his office on November 5th, we have done one of the great disservices to humanity because he is not capable to be your president.
Okay.
Not capable.
And you are. Got it.
You'll end up in a world war as sure as you're sitting or standing there. We have standing room only. The press hates to say that, they never talk about the size. We haven't had
Yawn.
The press famously has been never fear-mongered about nuclear weapons or World War III with Russia. Yes, Trump.
Never. What was the Cold War? Nuclear bombing drills? Get under your table. You'll be safe.
Have the speech by her in here, but that's another thing that's interesting when she also got protested.
I did see that one.
Up on Haiti. Yesterday, Admiral Kirby said that it was a simplistic explanation that there was money being held up when it comes to this multinational
feed the animals. I'm just going to run the
next
couple
interesting.
of
some of this money.
Interesting.
There are other reasons for it.
So you just went to the next video, right? So because you're on Australia.
No. I just clicked the Haiti one.
Oh no! I was gonna say I was curious if PBS NewsHour showed up there.
I wouldn't imagine so. Let me check.
Where do you scroll down?
Yes, PBS is there.
Okay. You scroll
Did
down
you want
to
that
Haiti?
one? Yeah, because we got to move on. We got to.
Yeah. Not necessarily no.
Actually, while we're here, I'll mark it.
Yeah, Orban. I put Orban there because it goes into Europe stuff, and then Haiti and Ukraine and Israel are all national world news. These are all our main stories. So.
I mean, look, if we have time, we'll circle back to the European stuff. But I just want to get through the main stories now, and then if we've got time, we'll run back through.
It's more than Europe. There is I told you, bro. I told you.
I know.
There's still Boeing stuff in there. I haven't touched any of the main.
Yeah. The Boeing stuff is one of the main stories that we'll get to. So we'll smash out the Israel and the Boeing stuff, and then get to the rest.
It's not something that we can just smash out. I warned
we'll
you.
Figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
I warned you.
I got to feed the animals though, so I'll be back.
Oh,
so let's
can
not forget
can we get something more entertaining than this guy? Let's see.
Really important.
Do you want to take over then?
Yeah, I got it.
Might work better.
I'm gonna put some dumb stuff on.
Okay.
Not necessarily that dumb.
Kate said sorry for any confusion caused by an edited photograph issued by her office the day before. Several leading news organizations, including
Come on, YouTube. Isn't it ridiculous?
Reuters, withdrew the Mother's Day picture after post-publication analysis showed it didn't meet their editorial standards. Kate said on X, "Like many amateur photographers, I do occasionally experiment with editing. I wanted to express my apologies for any confusion the family photograph we shared yesterday caused." A royal source said Kate had wanted to post an informal picture of her family to mark Mother's Day.
She literally didn't have a picture of her family, so she had to create one.
Princess of Wales posing with her 3 children in Windsor, where the family live. News agencies including Getty, Reuters, the Associated Press and AFP withdrew the photograph later on Sunday. Reuters picture editors said part of the sleeve of Kate's daughter's cardigan did not line up properly, suggesting that the image had been altered. Her office, Kensington Palace, said the photo had been taken last week by her husband, heir to the throne, Prince William. The picture had already attracted huge media attention.
She must look so terrible, because she was sick or whatever, that she took the picture and then they put a different like Kate in there when she was on the cover of a magazine. They put that as her face, and there's errors in the editing.
As it was the first official photograph of Kate since she underwent abdominal surgery and spent 2 weeks in hospital. Although her office said she would not return to public duties until after Easter, her absence has led to intense speculation about her health
I don't
on
care
social
about the
media
story
in
either,
recent
but that's why
weeks.
it's only a minute long. I just think it's interesting, just it's weird.
Everything
it's
is
weird.
fucked up in
Here we go.
blighty, dwindling economy, sickening healthcare, and the world's worst politicians. And now it is getting even more fucked up. We will tell you all about it, but before that, if you're a fan of non-corporate,
I guess she's not technically a politician, but no other politician is throwing up photoshopped like pictures of their family. Like you need to Photoshop yourself into a picture with your family. So like of course this starts conspiracies that she's not actually alive and stuff. You know, with the psychopaths who follow royal family stuff.
Funded free news and analysis, you've landed on the right YouTube channel. We
Damn
publish
right.
3 videos a day, first at 9:15 a.m. EST,
Awesome.
second at 1:30 p.m. EST, the third at 5:30 p.m. EST.
Wow.
So if that's of interest to you, next time you visit London, ask the mayor to name it London.
So they're definitely looking at the American audience if they're doing an Eastern Standard Time. These are definitely made in India for Americans.
Let's begin. On March 1st, RT Television's editor-in-chief, Margarita Simonian, released a recording featuring a nearly 40-minute conversation among 4 German
Not the best source.
Air Force officers. This discussion notably covered the utilization of German Taurus missiles by Ukraine in strikes on the Crimean Kerch Bridge, provoking speculation on the German military's potential involvement in such operations. The leak sparked diplomatic tensions, leading to the summoning of the German ambassador by the Russian Foreign Ministry and the German Chancellor's candid admission. In the leaked audio, a conversation among high-ranking military officials unveils the undisclosed extent of British military involvement in Ukraine, a subject that has evaded.
This is why I never host the videos, see? I need to restart my computer, honestly.
Widespread media discussion. General Ingo Gerhardt, the commander of the German Air Force, disclosed the United Kingdom's collaboration with Ukraine, particularly in employing Kiev's long-range Storm Shadow missiles. These missiles, noted for their precision and ability to strike targets up to 250 kilometers away, have become a pivotal asset in Ukraine's military strategy. Gerhardt.
You should host better internet? I mean, I can't afford it. I mean, maybe, you know, after we fund for the nonprofit, maybe some stuff will go into upgrading systems.
Detailed the operational methodologies employed by the British, revealing that while the mission planning predominantly occurs remotely, there is a tangible British presence on the ground, a contrast to the operational strategies of other nations such as France. This on-ground involvement primarily facilitates strikes deep within the front lines, including operations in Crimea. Despite Russia's claim over Crimea, the international consensus recognizes it as an occupied Ukrainian territory, thereby amplifying the geopolitical ramifications of such military actions. The revelation of British soldiers actively participating in operations within Ukraine, as stated by Gerhardt, has elicited responses.
This isn't as funny as that other one that we put on. I don't think they're going to make a funnier one than that one we found. This is like the last time we put on TF Global, it was also like a strikeout, and it wasn't hysterical.
Ireland voted on Friday to remove references to a woman's life within the home from the Constitution. Its socially conservative 1937 founding document says, quote, that by her life within the home.
Like, I don't understand, like, why we like have to expect them to have biases and stuff now. Like, can you believe New York Times wrote something racist this week? It's like, okay, like, and then it's like, this one is the fascist news. I only watch fascist news. It's just weird to me. I mean, I say stuff about Ukraine's corruption, but also like the way it's been able to be mitigated inside war is fantastic. I mean, I fucking lost a really good job because I wouldn't tolerate what somebody was saying about fucking kids in Yemen dying. Who was in charge of me?
Woman gives to the state a support without which the common good can.
Yeah, they have a target audience, and that's why our philosophy is that it all needs to go to NGOs now, because the capitalist motive is completely ruined any integrity and credibility of the media. So it all needs to go independent. It all needs to go to all these self. Journalism is dead, exactly. But citizen journalism is on the rise, and that's why we're in citizen journalism. That's why the people we're going to look at are citizen journalists, and we're going to give them the resources and training to excel.
Catholic state has spurred the removal of bans on abortion and same-sex marriage. Irish Prime Minister Leo Varadkar held the vote on International Women's Day as a chance to delete what he called very old-fashioned, very sexist language about women. Director of Ireland's National Women's Council, Ola O'Connor,
the United States would never
canvassing for a
update their
yes vote in
constitution.
central Dublin.
We're taking a piece out of the Constitution that is about limiting women's lives. It's a sexist piece and it needs to come out. And also putting in a value and recognition of care gives a moral and a political obligation on the state to support care. And that's what we want to see, and that's what we'll be calling for very strongly after this referendum.
Another clause due to be replaced says the state shall endeavour to ensure that mothers shall not be obliged by
I will sell you your morals. I mean, no.
Economic necessity to engage
It wasn't
in
anywhere
labour to
near
the
that price
neglect
tag.
of
It was
their
a lot
duties
lower.
in the home.
Claire Daly is asking how
Until
this affects us hard.
1973, single women had to resign from their jobs once they got married, and
What?
married women were disqualified from applying for vacancies. Still, many others intend on
I
voting
said
no,
Claire Daly is
including
asking how
education
this
worker
affects Assad.
Sinead McCourt.
This vote?
Yes, she's
Is
Irish.
she
isn't
really?
she?
Is
No,
it? Is she really?
I'm-
Oh,
I'm-
you're just
I'm
joking.
joking.
Okay.
I'm
I was about
joking.
to say, like,
Fuck.
I wouldn't be surprised if she said something that stupid.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
So I'm considering voting no, because of the lack of clarity around the durable relationship. I'm just concerned about the ramifications in the future, and I'm not happy that we wait till it's.
Yeah, they just said a durable relationship. They didn't say it had to be like, so it's like it's open for wokeism.
Defined by the courts.
It's
And
too
the second
progressive.
reason is I would like to see
I only want it to be man and woman and
the
Catholic
second
because we're
article
Irish.
challenged in the courts first before we go change the amendment.
Many campaigners who oppose the amendment argue that the replacement
What?
wording
Claire Daly? Claire Daly knows him personally. Like, she's the main proponent in the EU for chemical attack denial.
saying the state shall strive to support care provision would enshrine care as a private responsibility and not a state one.
That nun just went in there to vote no.
Et vous verrez que tout avait été mis en place
This is going to be some
pour
subtitles here.
essayer de sauver ces malheureuses personnes, malheureusement, comme vous le savez.
You know, so basically people got lost in a marathon and they're like, we're trying to save him, but you know, obviously they're probably already dead.
Vous savez,
It's the submarine, but Switzerland style.
sans succès. À 21h18, les secouristes arrivent sur place aux coordonnées que nous avions pu établir. Et c'est là qu'on découvre malheureusement 5
Oh,
des
one
6
lived.
personnes décédées.
Epic, one lived.
Well, despite the scare stories about her, you did see Giorgia Meloni emerge after becoming the first female Italian prime minister, emerge as one of Europe's most popular leaders. And indeed, her alliance actually won several elections after she became Italian prime minister. But for the first time, some signs that her party, perhaps the governing alliance in Italy, could have trouble ahead. Now, we have seen Meloni herself admit that when it comes to illegal migration, she
Trouble ahead. One of her many successful policies is actually not getting like. It's like, whoa, would you believe it? In a democracy, the ruling party was able to pass legislation. That's how fucked up Italy has been, is that being able to pass legislation is simply like an accomplishment. Like, that never happens. Can you believe it? The ruling party actually passed something.
hoped to have done better for Italy. We've actually seen illegal migration in Italy increase by 50% in 2023. Over 150,000 illegal migrants arrived in Italy. That's compared to 103,000 in 2022. And this all comes despite Giorgia Meloni, one of her pledges being to tackle this. At one stage, she called for a naval blockade. At the start of 2023, you saw an increase of 880%, extraordinary. And Meloni repeatedly promised the
vibes on this guy is hard to read because he's using like pictures where she looks angry and silly.
Italian people that she would take action. You saw the Italians do a deal with Albania that seems to be getting approved from both sides now.
This is what I was thinking the whole time. Like, it's like, are we really going to paint it as she's been failing? Like, she was unable to do very, very criminal things with these blockades. She's also assigned programs to basically send people back to Africa and got a host client state. Now she's also brokered this specific issue with Albania. How is this failing on migrants? Because a higher number came in? It's a crisis that's escalating. Like, oh my God, that's like you did a bad job on COVID during the outbreak. Okay, it was the outbreak of COVID. Like, obviously, they could have done a lot more in many places, but you know what I'm saying? It's just a dumb thing to like put a metric on. Like, it's an escalating risk.
We have seen Meloni's alliance defeated in an Italian election now, because in Sardinia, you've seen a left-wing president narrowly winning that election, a setback for Giorgia Meloni's government in the regional elections in Sardinia. And you can see there, it was 45.3% to 45% there. A leader of the centre-left Democratic Party there saying, today we've shown that the right can be beaten. And Giuseppe Conte, the leader of the Five Star Movement, saying Sardinian citizens have closed the door on Meloni and company and opened it to the alternative. The air has changed. So a first major setback for Giorgia Meloni since she became Italian Prime Minister. And though her party, the Brothers of Italy, is still leading in the polls in Italy, it's important to note that this election was the first gain by the left from the right since 2015. So it'll be interesting to see now whether Giorgia Meloni, whether her party, whether that Italian governing coalition can turn the tide. Is this a blip or actually a turning point in Italian politics? As ever, I will keep bringing you all the latest on this and more, guys. So please do whack this video a quick thumbs up. And of course, as ever, cheers for watching.
Okay. I don't think that guy was bad. You know, maybe other videos, he might have some other opinions, but I think that was a pretty good video.
So we're in Portugal now.
Yeah. So the center right just also took the coalition in Portugal because, you know, we always keep up to date on democracy here, especially in Europe. In the, 2024, the year that democracies die.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even realize
it looking that way?
Huh?
Is it looking to go that way?
Is this, you just went to Portugal, so you tell me. I have to flip back to my shit now to reset on the other monitor. Gay flags. What did that say? The left wing has been in power for decades.
Yeah.
and like you've heard me talk about Portugal on many Altechs here. I've said I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen there, but there might be a potential shift to the right. I've said this a few times, right? Over the last like months.
Yep.
So again, me being able to be right about everything. It's just center right though, but considering it was like far left before, it is a pretty big shift for them.
Yeah. Now you just got to remember.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
I think the other story has audio for Portugal, because sometimes I find one and then I find one that has audio and I don't delete the other one.
Portugal's centre-right Democratic Alliance claimed victory in Sunday's general election. It's a shift away from some 8 years of centre-left government.
There you
and
go.
It comes as anxiety grows over a rising far-right movement.
Did you cover that Steve
But the
Bannon
alliance, known as
turned on
a
Trump? I mean, I'll put it in next one.
right-wing majority in parliament.
I mean, they're
if it
always
worked,
bitching at each other. These
and AD
fascists.
leader Luis Montenegro repeated on Sunday that he won't. Although it was unclear how he would form a government without this coalition, Montenegro, in his victory speech, urged all elected lawmakers to help the country make a smooth transition.
They won't. That's the thing with these coalition governments.
Appeal to the sense of responsibility.
Yeah, they always fuck around with each other.
You can't form the coalition. He's going to have to appease a certain amount of people in policy.
Of everyone who will take a seat in Parliament to represent the Portuguese people. It requires everyone to provide the conditions of stability and governability for the country.
In Sunday's snap election, people were voting in 230 lawmakers to the National Assembly, who will then form a new government with a prime minister as its head, appointed based on ballot results.
Let's see a pie chart.
Reflected a surge in Chega's popularity. The anti-establishment party more than quadrupled their parliamentary seats to at least 48. Chega leader Andre,
and keep in mind when the whole anti-establishment, right? So the like you hear that with like the fascist in like this country, right? But like the establishment literally has been the very left wing party for 8 years. So to challenge the establishment as a center right, this is like not. I think obviously for many people in Portugal, they feel a lot strongly like this is basically fascism coming in because it's such a departure. But it'll be like when somehow, I don't think it's ever going to happen, but the left-wing party in Britain gets their shit together and wins an election. Like I don't understand how you're still losing.
Against that party. Jesus Christ.
Clearly showed that the Portuguese want a government of the AD.
That's what it's especially this year that it matters too, because there's more elections than ever. Like everything will change, and that's the thing. Also, is like populism is too popular. There's like Trump literally. I don't know. It might have been Sam Theater or something, but they were saying like. Press secretary it might have been Midas Touch even because I screened some of their stuff. They're saying that the press secretary worked for him was saying that he knew it was a lie. He said it doesn't matter, just keep repeating it and people will believe it. And that's the thing is with social media, just keep that's all you have to do.
Yeah,
you can say anything you want.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it is what it is.
Significant development tied to that frightening incident on an Alaska Airlines plane where that panel blew off mid-flight. Now, the Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation.
Cool.
NBC's Stephanie Gosk is following that story for us.
We have 3 plane stories today.
Yeah, it is a big deal. And over the weekend, Alaska Airlines confirmed that it's cooperating with this criminal probe, but adds that the airline does not believe it's a target in the probe. The investigation is looking into that January 5th incident, as you mentioned, when that door panel.
What are we at? 30 seconds.
What?
It's just skipping.
An Alaska Airlines flight, Boeing 737 MAX 9 at 14,000 feet. The airline, as I mentioned, does not believe that it's part of
I didn't put that in
here.
here.
It's normal that an investigation like this would actually be triggered by an incident. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that passengers and crew have been questioned, and dozens of passengers have actually hired attorneys in the event. Although no one was injured
Maybe someone
in the
hit
incident,
the
a lawyer
handle.
for multiple passengers says that they hope that through this investigation and all of the other investigations that they get accountability. The DOJ as well as Boeing have not commented.
This is a criminal case that you just spoke about, but Boeing is in the crosshairs of some other federal investigations, regulators, that kind of thing.
Yes, this is on top of an NTSB investigation. And last week, the chair of the NTSB in a Senate hearing accused the airline of not turning over documents and information that they were in search of. There was a letter that Boeing sent to Senator Maria Cantwell saying that those documents, although part of the process that the airline, that the manufacturer actually requires itself, that they never existed. The NTSB chair saying that that actually could be a problem for the airline as well.
Funny.
Lots to follow there. Stephanie, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Steph.
Thank you.
We're following breaking news. At least 50 people are hurt after what officials say was a strong movement on a Boeing jet flying from Sydney, Australia to Auckland, New Zealand. The Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner landed in Auckland with paramedics there waiting on the ground. About 50 people were treated at the scene, mostly for mild injuries, but 13 had to be taken to the hospital, and we're told one person is in serious condition. Passengers on the Chilean airline, LATAM, say a number of people
build our military technology,
that
bro.
flight suddenly dropped.
Yeah.
and that can cause people to go crashing to the ceiling
That's
and into
crazy.
the bins. The plane was due to continue on to Santiago.
So what? It just dropped.
Just remember it was the John Oliver story that I referenced, right? So these jets, they have like a thing that if they arc too high, it forces the nose down.
Yes, you told me about
and
this.
it's caused crashes before. That's like
this is what happened.
I think so. It'd probably be something like that system.
Wild. That makes sense. If that's what happened, it makes sense.
There's one more plane story.
I'll go Chile.
Officials in Indonesia say both pilots on a domestic flight with 153 passengers on board fell asleep in the middle of the trip. A government report on the January incident says the captain had permission to take a nap once the plane hit cruising altitude. He woke up to find his co-pilot had also fallen asleep. They were both out for about a half hour while the plane veered off course and radio calls went unanswered. The flight did land safely. The co-pilot told investigators that his 1-month-old twins had kept him up the night before. They're just like us, pilots. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show.
South Korea will move quickly to improve pay and work.
My issue
this
is
kind of news anywhere else.
My issue is not just the fact that democracy is really on the brink, but also climate change and pushing people that are going to be forced out of these areas. And like I don't mind illegal immigration, as that's the controversial word to say, right? Like I don't care they come in and I don't really care as long as you're like screened properly, and they stamp you, this guy is an Al-Qaeda guy, watch out, and then they do nothing. It's just that I would prefer not to have mass displacement because of like habitat loss. It's why don't we mitigate a problem that you see as that's a racist issue for most people and mitigate
you see it coming. We see it coming. We could easily mitigate it.
Yes.
So
in conditions for young doctors on Friday. That's according to Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, who said long working hours were partly responsible for a doctor's mass walkout.
The good news is this region right here, and considering they have technically the region has Russia, China, and North Korea.
Yeah,
it's a pretty balanced area, especially when you go all the way down to like Oceania, right? Like strong democracies there, and that's still, and the US is a Pacific nation too. So
yes, technically,
echo a key demand by medical trainees who have walked off their jobs, but denied there was a full-scale healthcare crisis in South Korea, which has one of the world's fastest aging populations.
So anyway, the government caved to the protests. They were successful. Congratulations.
Good shit.
Guys and gals protesting in Korea. So that's that story come to a conclusion.
Great.
Now it's China time. There is Dr. Ulalau in here, but we can save that because that's in there to be funny.
29-year-old Shi Tong balances her career in finance with her passion for bodybuilding. She says lifting has liberated her.
I used to work out to conform to other people's aesthetics, to become thinner as a kind of physical punishment. It was something I forced myself to do. Now I don't do this for others. I don't feel forced by society to go this way, not trapped. I don't feel trapped by the dream of being a beautiful woman.
Tong is part of a growing trend in China. From
in China,
to pumping iron, Chinese women with time and money are taking up sports like boxing and weightlifting.
With time and money.
With time and money, yeah, key
framing. They are challenging the traditional commercialized ideal that a woman should aspire to be fair, slim, and youthful. On Xiaohongshu, China's version of Instagram, hashtags like female bodybuilder and muscle woman have accumulated hundreds of millions of views.
Fuck yeah. China's got their own muscle mummy fucking hashtag. Epic.
Does she have a fucking Buddhist tattoo on her?
Says her team has been enrolled in honor of the woman have accumulated hundreds of millions.
Is that no, it's not.
Views.
I don't know what that is.
Boxing trainer and owner of a gym in central Beijing, who goes by the professional nickname Anan.
Look at the guy who's training her. I'm A-Man. I'm A-Man. I'm here to help you become the hero of the story.
I've perfectly tuned my threads to only give me girls.
Yeah, and now it gives me muscle mommies because
you are welcome.
Because it's funny. Threads is really only showing like it's being like Instagram but worse, right? It's only showing beautiful people to you at this point to try and get users, but it's really peaceful compared to Twitter.
Oh, it's great. I only get
it just is worthless because nothing happens on the app.
It's my
If you just
favorite
want to
thing.
look at stuff, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, that's all. I just go on for like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, that's a nice back. That's a nice back. Good legs, and I leave.
Your leggy goose.
Has been enrolling more women than men over the past several years.
The training process brings them a sort of fun because every training session is a challenge.
A-Man is looks like a NB here. I thought it was just a nerdy, scrawny Spider-Man assistant type character.
They keep challenging themselves, just like in life. That's why there are always more and more women here. More and more of them are choosing this type of sport.
Good for them.
Bodybuilding only opened to female professional competition in China in 1996. Even now, female competitors are often widely referred to as King Kong Barbies.
King Kong Barbies? They call them King Kong Barbies. That's so funny.
Preferences of women are becoming more diverse.
The aesthetic view nowadays is becoming more neutral. That is, some people pursue the slim, pale, and petite look. Most people who pursue this look are affected by males' views, but many women are also willing to wear more gender-neutral clothes now. So I say
I think these stories like these are important because, like, as bad as the Chinese government is, it's like you can still see people actually able to actually have individuality and express themselves even in a regime like that.
Yeah.
More diversified in recent years, which is a good thing.
Hong Kong's government on Friday unveiled its proposed national security bill, following a month-long public consultation that ended last week. The draft document sets up new laws encompassing treason, espionage, and external interference. Some lawyers said it broadened what could be considered sedition and state secrets, with tougher penalties for those
Maybe because that's literally what it is.
City leaders wanted it to be passed quickly, potentially within weeks. Foreign diplomats and businesses have been awaiting the draft, fearing it could further dent freedoms in the financial hub.
Oh, really?
A China-led crackdown on dissent has already sent many pro-democracy politicians and activists into jail for exile. Hong Kong and Chinese officials said the draft was similar to laws in...
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier with that Hannah chick and Samira. Right, it's that. It's the first tweet you showed, that dude, he was saying that if you like tomboys, you're gay. I'm like,
well, it's so funny because there was this kid who was
gay.
He canceled. He left the internet from being bullied because he made that song "I Like Pretty Girls," and it's like an animation. Have you seen that song?
No.
Okay, so the joke is he's the first guy to be canceled for being too straight.
Oh, that's so funny,
right? And it's like the video is cringe, but it's all just like how I love women. That's so like that's the joke now, is that it's like being straight is like to own these people who are trying to own the femme culture. Like they're more obsessed now with gender spectrums than ever before.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
And again, I compare it to the other guys where he learns ballet ironically just to pick on people.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's so funny. That's a perfect comparison.
in some Western nations, and that it was necessary to plug loopholes in the national security regime. That regime was bolstered in 2020 by another law imposed directly by China, which at the time said it was aimed at restoring stability after pro-democracy
That's what
protests
China always
a year
says.
earlier. Eric Lai is a fellow at the Georgetown Center for Asian Law in Washington, D.C.
The most drastic changes of the legislative bill would be issues related to due process.
This link is for you, not for stream.
Trials.
That's the guy's cartoon. Everyone here has probably seen it.
To the law
That's the cartoon that got him canceled for being too straight.
The rights to access to lawyer of choice of arrestees, and this is also
can you hear it?
A problematic.
No, I don't want to hear it. I just want you to.
I'm asking if you can hear it.
Yeah. No.
Compared with other Western jurisdictions, such extreme conditions could only be used against a terrorist or in very extreme conditions.
Hong Kong has long been a business, academic, and media hub for China and the region. But in recent years, critics say the rule of law and freedom of information have been undermined. The debate on the Hong Kong bill coincides with a move by China's top lawmakers to create a slew of new national security laws in order to safeguard the mainland's sovereign interests.
Epic.
Oh my god, he said short stacks. I want to die.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Geopolitical Friends, where truth matters. Very, very excited to be
We'll
with
come
you.
back. Not today, Ula. Anyway, yeah. So like people were outraged by that for some reason.
People
literally
need to
quit.
Calm the fuck down.
He literally quit the internet because he couldn't handle the fucking bullying for being that straight enough to make a video like that. Okay, do you know how much you have to love women to make something like that? Okay.
The beats are honestly not that bad. Like it's not that bad.
Yeah, that's why the joke is the only guy who was canceled for being too straight.
Hilarious.
Attacks on the United States at a news conference in Beijing Thursday.
Where is the credibility of a great power if the United States always says one thing and does another? Where is the confidence of a
Here's
great power
Voice of
if it
America
becomes
propaganda.
tense and anxious?
I started adding them into the mix because I was like, oh, we need some U.S. propaganda in
September,
here.
when U.S. President Joe Biden met Chinese President Xi Jinping in California. That meeting helped stabilize U.S.-China ties. On Thursday, Wang Yi accused Washington of not honoring its promises and said the United States is trying to contain China through sanctions.
That video?
This is so funny. He's posted based on the song. Puts the characters both name and game or reference that they're from all in the description.
Yeah, you like
this
that?
This is my favorite thing you've ever shown me. This is hilarious.
China, under any pretext, has reached an unbelievable level.
That's awesome.
Even as high-level talks resumed, the United States has expanded sanctions against China on a range of issues, from human rights abuses to its relation with Russia. At its news conference, Wang defended China.
He even labeled them as the...
I was trying to look, but YouTube crashed on me.
The line in the song is the label of the characters, and then it's their reference and their name. Oh my god. This is actually fantastic.
Call Queens and Short Stacks.
This is great.
Rogue the Bat, Shamek the Hedgehog. Okay, buddy.
China's support for Russia, even amid Moscow's war in Ukraine.
There's even
also kept up
chapters
pressure on Taiwan ahead of the inauguration of a president Beijing views as a separatist. And amid an increasingly tense territorial dispute with the Philippines in the South China Sea, Wang vowed to respond to what he called provocations and interference by outside forces. The comments came as China holds an annual meeting.
Bro, look at the top comment.
Security in Beijing. The meeting aims to present a positive spin on the many problems facing China's economy.
Excellence.
Many analysts see Foreign Minister Wang's comments as a way to set the tone for China's foreign policy this year.
Yeah.
If that's the case, there may be no shortage of problems for China
excellence.
to navigate. Bill Gallo, VOA News, Beijing.
I don't know. This is what it looks like for me. Oh, not that one. This one.
That's the stream.
This one, see?
What's it say?
Bro got called gay for being too straight only in 2023.
Sales growth slowed in the opening months of this year. That's according to industry data released Friday. Sales of battery-powered EVs rose 18.2% in January to February. Data from the China...
Hot take on this. Good. Don't buy Chinese electric vehicles, ever.
I knew you would love this story.
Ever. Don't ever buy them. If you're thinking about buying an electric vehicle and you're like, I might buy a BYD or I might go and buy a Haval. Don't. Just
see,
don't.
The thing is that like they're literally, the stereotype of the robot. No. The stereotype of the robot that wants to kill you. That's basically what the Chinese cars are.
Yeah. I mean, the BYD
it doesn't. You can't bargain with it. You can't be reasoned with it. It doesn't feel pity, fear, or remorse. All right, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead.
Passenger Car Association showed that was down from a rise of nearly 21% for all of last year. China's EV industry is witnessing a price war between major brands. The world's biggest EV seller, BYD, has lowered prices more than rivals this year and across a wider number of models. It's cut prices.
Bro, that car looks like shit, especially
Want to know how they lower prices? They don't pay their workers.
That car from the front literally looked like something from a 70s cartoon.
Yeah. Well,
it's like the
YouTube
cart the Jetsons would drive. I know they flew in a
Has
spaceship.
lowered prices more than rivals this year and across a wider number of.
Like BYDs are legitimately the worst EV on the market. Awful.
You are garbage. Okay, you're garbage.
Models. It's cut prices of the 13 models that made up the vast majority of its total China sales in 2023 by 17%. Local rivals Geely and Xpeng have also discounted heavily. The price war was originally sparked by US pioneer Tesla in a bid to hold market share. However, figures out earlier in the week showed sales of its China-made vehicles falling 19% on the year in February. Other data Friday showed China's auto exports in February rose 18% to 298,000 passenger cars. New energy vehicles made up more than a quarter of that total. Exports have become a growth engine
the way
for
it's
car makers
skipping it
struggling
keeps on
with
like bringing
weakening
down
domestic
options
demand.
at the top too. You see that?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on because it's completely loaded.
Mm-hmm. But it
It's
keeps
like
on bringing the
experiencing
top
interruptions.
down.
Yeah,
The P and P
it's
top
shitting
down.
me.
Like it's
It's
like why
shitting
are
me.
you bringing that down?
But China's rising auto export strength has caused friction. European authorities have launched an investigation into whether Chinese EV makers unfairly benefit from state subsidies. The US has also been.
Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course they do. Sanction them. Stop importing them. Ban them from your country. Like,
You
Jesus
can call me whatever
Christ.
the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
Like, just
I'm
ban
fucking better
them.
than you.
It's not that hard. Not only are they awful and objectively dangerous cars, they're not crash tested, I don't believe. And on top of that, they
You're the test.
They like all of their cars are ripoffs. Not a single one is an original design. And for that reason alone, you shouldn't buy one. But just the fact that they're notorious for blowing up and catching on fire, it's like
We're
buying a
edging
Ferrari.
Alan right now.
We're going to probe into whether Chinese-made vehicles.
Gangs kidnapped nearly 300 students at gunpoint in Nigeria. It's the second mass abduction in the West African nation in less than a week. The students were getting ready to start the school day when dozens of men on motorcycles.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside
Children
me.
were between 8 and 15 years old. The gangs usually release the captives after being paid some sort of ransom.
What happened?
It ended.
Oh, that was all the story
Look,
was?
man, cars are cool.
Nigerian
Like
soldiers-
my only exception is cars. I'll spend money on cars. Cars are cool.
Soldiers were on Monday hunting for the armed kidnappers who seized nearly 300 school pupils in Kaduna State last week. That's according to a security source who said the Army's Kaduna-based 1 division was leading the operation and will,
It wasn't
quote,
Boko
soon have
Haram,
the bandits in
right?
their sights. The soldiers are backed by local police, the intelligence agency, and the Air Force, the source added, as well as the Kaduna State Vigilance Service. It's a vigilante group that knows the local terrain. The Nigerian
Epic.
army did not respond to requests for
Epic.
comment.
So they hired out they're hired
Parents say they're
contractors and they're giving them full air support.
Sick.
Like you can go do whatever you
Also-
want to these people. Go. Like they basically went to their rivals because a lot of these gang stuff end up being like tribal alliances and family ties and stuff, just like mafia's family ties.
Yeah.
So that's what happened. They went to the family who opposes them and basically gave them power and said, "We'll fucking bomb them. Just tell us where to point. Just make sure the girls get home."
From local authorities following the kidnapping last Thursday in the town of Kuriga. Such mass abductions were first carried out by jihadist group Boko Haram a decade ago,
There you go.
but the tactic has since been adopted by armed gangs seeking ransom. Families and communities find themselves
And
forced
what's
to pool their
interesting is we're
resources
seeing
and
a lot
sell
of
prized
we're
possessions such
seeing
as
like
cattle and land
the
to
like
free their children.
de-Islamification of a lot of
Security
these
analysts
groups,
say President
right?
Bola
Yeah.
Tinubu has
Even ISIS is opening up still, not great, but compared to what it was, because they expelled the people who were like because they kept splintering these, like, so they had to like reformat multiple times. Like even Al Qaeda is being kicked out by HTS, and like these groups are becoming, well, they still believe at the end goal of like an Islamic State being formed, they're a lot more like, it's even like the Republicans are now allowing black people to almost, be in the presidential election, and a woman was second running.
Yeah.
So it's like we're going to have progressive fascism for a minute, I guess.
Yet to lay out a clear policy on how he intends to make Nigeria safer. He took office last May, promising to tackle widespread insecurity.
Women in Mashawa are building and funding a shelter for expectant mothers who live far from the nearest clinic. The mothers will be able to stay here while they are waiting to deliver their babies.
That's what I'm talking about, though. This guy's clearly from here.
Clinic, about 4-hour drive south.
So they're giving this guy the resources to do this type of story here. Like, that's fucking awesome.
Exactly what we want to do.
Yeah.
Or a part
but
of
it, not on this level. A lot cheaper, basically. I mean, if it gets subsidized, that would be cool. But it wouldn't.
Joyce Mapako, who is leading the campaign, says the idea came after many mothers failed to reach the clinic before giving birth.
Because of the distance to the clinic, most women are giving birth on the way there, or some at home. In some cases, some are lucky to get a car. But it comes speeding, causing accidents. So we resolved that to end that, we need to build the shelter. It helps even after giving birth for a mother to have 2.
Oh, it's shitting me.
The lag on it.
Yeah.
3 days at the clinic while being assessed by health officials.
Zimbabwe's Ministry of Health and Child Care welcomes the development. Nyatwa David is the sister in charge at
UNICEF.
A mother's shelter is important in the sense that it reduces the number of deaths of children being born at home, being born during the way, on the way to the hospital, and it reduces the
What the fuck is going on?
Hospital, and it reduces the transmission of diseases like tetanus, because if it's conducted on the way, there will be no one who is able to provide safe delivery services.
A charity group, Voluntary Service Overseas, is training the smallholder farmers to push for access and quality health services in their community. The women are contributing $1.20 bricks per household. Tekla Ponde
That's
has
epic.
Voluntary Service Overseas
$1.20 bricks per household.
Love it.
Like
communal living.
Like you have to. It looks like one person was taking like bricks off of like something that was like an existing structure.
It was probably a dilapidated structure.
You know, or it might be like bricks they don't need that are like more decked on like outhouses and stuff.
Yeah, possibly.
Or kitchens. They might have like separate kitchens. The way it's built into like Afghanistan is interesting because of like how the poverty in some of the mountain regions, right? Like the kitchen, there's like the separation is like the place where you eat like and sit, and the kitchen. And then they like literally they dig in a hole in the floor to make the oven, because it's like they slap the bread on the wall to make
I've seen this.
You know?
Yes, I've
they
seen
always
these
have
they
always build the ovens like literally in the center of the floor in the kitchen and stuff.
I've seen that. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Ponde says her organization wants to ensure that women's sexual and
that's what I
reproductive
thought. That's what I thought the hole was for bread. Yeah.
Heating 2-in-1. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like, here we go. Pausing on a birth. This is just what got Isabel Ewan kicked out of Afghanistan.
It would facilitate.
Like, because like it's just like it's such a smart way to like do it with the economy that they have over the years, you know, and also just being in the mountains where you can just dig pretty much anywhere. It's just that you have to get through the rock. As long as you have a bore, that's good enough.
Access to SRHR enable women to access shelter and waiting areas whilst they are on prenatal, or even at least when
anyway, it might be something like that
for us to also look at women needs and how
where they have the oven in there, the structure. What a tangent that was off topic.
Yeah,
we support women.
Maternal mortality in Zimbabwe is 663 per 100,000 live births.
So is Zimbabwe,
to results
Zimbabwe a
of the
U.S. ally?
2022
Because obviously
census,
it's got a lot of
slightly
problems with its government
higher
right
than
now.
the 357 deaths per 100,000 recorded in 2020. The women of Mashawa are hoping their efforts will save.
There will be no truce for Ramadan in Sudan's conflict, a senior Sudanese army general said on Sunday, unless the paramilitary rapid support forces leave civilian homes and public facilities. That statement follows an appeal by the United Nations
Russia
Security
is more
Council
strong
for a
with
pause in
Zimbabwe
fighting
than
for the
anyone
Muslim
else.
holy month. The RSF, which has been fighting the army for nearly 11 months, had welcomed the call. However, in his statement, General Yasser al-Attah cited
Janjaweed.
Yeah. We have a really good special on these guys.
recent military advances by the army in Omdurman, part of Sudan's wider capital. At the weekend, Sudanese army soldiers could be seen walking in Omdurman's Wad Nubari neighborhood. For much of the conflict, the army has been on the back foot, but in February claimed its first major advances as it seized parts of Omdurman.
50 cals.
It now says it has succeeded in
the
connecting
machine
its
guns.
two main
Yeah,
bases
machine guns
in
and
the
the technicals.
city. War between the army and the RSF erupted in April 2023 amid tensions over a plan for a transition to civilian rule.
Or Toyotas.
The UN says
Yeah,
the
you know,
violence has
all
left
those
nearly
governments, they always put
25
the
million
transitional
people.
government in. Transitional government
Yeah.
means dictatorship forever.
Yeah.
Half of Sudan's population needing aid.
It's
This is
fucking
so
wild.
fucking
8
crazy.
million have fled their
It is.
homes, and hunger is
all
rising.
done.
This just
The
pisses me
United
off so
States
much.
says
This
the two-
conflict, especially, like Gaza was already fucked. You know,
Yeah, it's so
It's
needless.
like obviously that still pisses me off, but Sudan, it pisses me off in a different way.
It's because it's two generals fighting over
so
power.
Stupid. So
Yeah.
stupid, and how many people are like stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
sides have committed war crimes.
Yeah.
Pushpa Raj Purush runs an ashram in Kathmandu and is also a social media influencer with tens of thousands of followers on Facebook.
Aren't these Voice of
He
America
teaches
stories
Hindu
so
values that
offbeat?
he says are being lost
great.
in Nepal.
These are all like brand new, like from the last.
Every country has its own identity.
These aren't like ones that I fished out.
Interesting. This guy is the real life love guru.
Unique traits, language, culture, and traditions. Nepal grew out of the Hindu tradition, and the world should recognize it as a Hindu nation.
Nepal is 80% Hindu. Purush is a vocal supporter of the Hindu nationalist Rastriya Prajatantra Party and tells his followers Nepal should adopt Hinduism as its state religion and reinstate its Hindu monarchy, which was abolished 16 years ago.
Cringe.
Purush is one of many Nepali influencers promoting a wave of Hindu nationalism that analysts say stems from disillusionment with the government.
I think there are multiple reasons for that. I think first and foremost, the kind of political leadership that we expected from a Republican secular state, we haven't got it.
Nepal became a democracy in 2006, and observers say many Nepalese have not seen the development they had hoped for under a federalist system. Hindu nationalists are harnessing this frustration. Asked if Nepal's Hindu
What'd you say?
I'm checking their democracy index.
nationalist movement takes inspiration from neighbouring India, where the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has been in power for almost 10 years, Patel replied,
They literally want one of the biggest score changes for more democracy in this latest index.
Interesting.
Like there's only a few +4s, and they're one of them. It's over +3, so
It's pretty wild. What's the number?
62 of 100, partly free.
Interesting.
Civil liberties look like they're pretty bad. It's 34 out of 60. Political rights is 28 out of 40, which that part isn't terrible. It was 58 last year, so it's up to 62 from that.
Not bad.
Hindu groups in Nepal have denied claims repeated in a US State Department report that religious groups associated with the BJP in India provide
They haven't
money
even
to
finished the report
influential
on it, so you
politicians
can't even see
of
all
all
the
parties to advocate Hindu
data and
statehood.
why they did it.
India is in competition with its geopolitical rival, China, for influence in Nepal, which
Not
borders the two
Pakistan.
countries and is strategically important for both.
I guess Nepal
Influencers like
specifically, it is
Pushpa
China
are having a
competition.
major impact, say experts.
There's lots of posts online pertaining to Hinduism in Nepal, the desire for a Hindu statehood in Nepal, which have thousands of likes.
In November, police broke up violent pro-monarchy protests after Durga
I don't give a fuck because
Prasi,
Twitter's not a real
prominent
place.
online influencer, urged followers to take to the streets. Some politicians say they are concerned about the rise in Hindu nationalism, while others, even from the usually
It's going to
secular
be split,
communist
where it's
party,
like going to be like it's Hindu nationalism or pro-China.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to end up being split. I'd call it now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nepal's just too small. It's like powers are like we're not getting back to empires, but powers are consolidating in a way. Again, kind of like how they did at when the Cold War was around, right? So
it's death throes. That's all it is.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan met with Kurbanguly Berde Muhamedov, chairman of the People's Council of Turkmenistan, this month at the Turkish resort city of Antalya, where an agreement was signed to start work.
John Oliver has a really funny thing on this guy as well. Well, his dad, because his dad died. Now it's the son.
Yeah,
but it's very funny. They compare this country to North Korea, you know, but allegedly they're helping train the counter-Taliban forces. Or they're
Turkmenistani gas to Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkmenistan has one of the world's biggest natural gas reserves, and analysts say tapping it could be key to helping Ankara achieve its goal of becoming a major
This country has
hub
so much
in the
gas.
region.
It starts changing the color of the country where the gas is. That's how much gas is in there.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll show you.
Is this the place with the open burning hole?
Yeah, but they put that out.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Sad.
Turkey's location, geography, between energy producing countries, energy rich countries, and a huge 500 million market, which is Europe. It is the objective to become a natural natural gas trading center. In order to do so, of course, we need to import more gas than we can consume. So we should have extra natural gas to be able to market, to export.
Turkmenistan is looking to diversify from its primary market, which is currently China. At the same time, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has sent Europe looking for alternatives to Russian gas. However, analysts warn that getting Turkmenistani gas to Turkey requires Moscow's cooperation to build a pipeline under the Caspian Sea.
You can sign any agreements you wish unless you have a clear understanding.
It crashed. Fucking internet today, right? Just crashed my Google. So this is like the area where that gas crater is, right? Look at how interesting that geography is. I'm sure this has to do with it burning, that it changed this color, but see what I mean? How it's literally blue because there's so much concentrated gas there.
Weird.
See if I can throw a little guy down. Any landmark here? Anyone take a picture?
Oh, there we go. Hell yeah.
Cat,
Camel.
Bungalows.
Fire.
Cat.
Wait, that's the fire pit.
Cat.
Fire pit.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, see, these are like the same type of oven, but they build them above ground. These types of ovens, so. So I don't think we can get a good look at from above. Anyway, interesting. I thought, geography there.
Yeah.
An endorsement from Moscow it will not go anywhere because the route is either through under the Caspian to Azerbaijan.
You know the Eye of the Sahara, that landmark.
Mm-hmm.
A Joe Rogan clip came up on my feed, and he had a very interesting theory about this. You know how far inland it is, right? Like that it's in the very edge of Mauritania.
Yeah, I'm looking
like the very north north
where it is.
inside. Yeah. So this video,
he thinks that it's an alien ship that landed.
Well, I don't so this video could have been doctored. I'm not 100% sure. It looked like it could have been one of those fake videos. But it was also something that I would expect Joe Rogan to say or believe, is that it was where Atlantis was. Because of the geography of the eye, it's like, oh, there must have been a city there. Because it's like specifically sunken in specific places and it looks weird. I don't know. It could have been like one of those AI videos. I really hope it's not. I really hope it's true because I really, really hope someone's actually talking about that and he's gone. But yeah, I thought that was fucking funny as well. That's why I brought it up.
Oh, I'm gonna do a politics show. Yeah,
Georgia, Turkey, following the.
Yeah, I know. That's why it stuck out to me. I'm like, Atlantis. That's so random. They're like, oh yeah, it got swept out in the floods.
I missed the whole
Like,
explanation.
what floods? What? The Joe Rogan. It could have been a fake video, but it was like something that I'm like really hope that he actually said, and he was saying that this the Eye of the Sahara was where Atlantis was. And it got like swept out in a flood or some shit because that like the walls shaped in certain ways that there must have been a civilization there. I just thought that was really fucking funny. So I really hope it's true. I really hope it's an actual clip and not just one that someone's thrown together to be funny.
The way the crude oil export route follows, or Azeri gas export route follows. Or the other option is via Iran.
Moscow has thwarted Turkish energy hub aspirations by working to monopolize European sales. However, with Western sanctions shutting Russian gas
you have
out
to
of
keep
the
in mind,
European
like they literally their light
Canada is a cute
that sea right there, like the Caspian, right?
Mhm.
So they can compete with Iran.
Yeah.
In gas.
Yes.
But what they would do is if they could sell directly to Europe from that sea too, because there's like Turkey connection through there, like so they can build lines through Europe through those nations, and like Russia didn't want that to happen.
Yes.
And boxed them out, but they're not imperialist though.
No, of course not. Never. Russia could never be. Only America's the imperial core. 30-second penalty.
President Joe Biden. Canada is a cute and all, but under Justin Trudeau, it has become.
Hoping this is not another strikeout from them.
I'm skipping them.
Okay.
There's enough strikeouts today. I'm skipping them.
For TF Globo, well, I put them on one for, but they own that one video. I think was just too perfect.
Yeah, I think so.
An address this year talking about freedom and democracy under attack, calling it not ordinary moment in history, addressing the case of Ukraine and comparing the war against Hitler with the war against Putin. President Biden once again called on lawmakers to support the draft law on aid to Ukraine and other partners after months of uncertainty and speculations around it. Here in Ukraine, Biden's speech was received positively. The society was pleased that Ukraine was brought back to the spotlight, giving hope the support will continue. However, Ukrainians who continue to defend freedom and democracy at the battlefield are looking for actions rather than words. While Russian forces continue to advance at the...
What is she standing in front of? Are they just corpses of vehicles that have been blown up?
Because that's that. Well, yeah, they all the unfunctional tanks, they put them as on display.
Oh, okay. In like this town center or something.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Being like, clap them.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It's the Pope. This is something that's going to have to be read. They don't translate.
Коли російське зло 24 лютого розпочало цю війну, усі українці стали на захист.
All Ukrainians stood up to defense.
Всі. Християни, мусульмани, юдеї, всі. Я дякую кожному українському капелану, які з армією в силах оборони там, на передовій.
If you need me to pause or go back, let me know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
захищають життя і людяність, підтримують і молитвою, і розмовою, і справою. Ось що таке церква з людьми. А не за 2500 кілометрів десь там займатися віртуальним посередництвом між тим, хто хоче жити, і тим, хто хоче тебе знищити.
È un'interpretazione, è vero. Ma credo che è più forte quello che vede la situazione, pensa al popolo, non avere vergogna.
Fuck off.
Di negoziare.
Is that basically what
Ma credo che è più forte quello che vede la situazione, pensa al popolo.
Yeah. Like, let Assad win is something he'd probably say too.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what I was saying to the chick that was in here before. Right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not your fucking place. Shut the fuck up. Oh, you're the Pope of the Catholic Church. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Fuck
this
off.
Pope is the woke Pope. But that's the thing. He's so left-wing. He has those fringe left opinions.
Yeah.
Coraggio di la bandiera bianca e negoziare. E oggi si può negoziare con l'aiuto delle potenze internazionali. Ci sono. No? Non avere vergogna.
U.S. aid to Ukraine.
Nice.
Front and center at this year's State of the...
You see they lost another HIMARS?
No.
So I think they lost 2 now. Or one is damaged, one's gone.
Yeah, are you the one fighting on the front line, Pope?
Union.
Ukraine can stop.
It's so funny because popes endorsed the Crusades and shit that were literally like,
oh my god,
war crimes. You know,
yeah,
they were even inappropriate for that era. The things that went on from the Crusades that were endorsed, and I think the Pope at the time was called Pope Innocent too.
Jesus Christ.
And with Ukraine, and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has refused to bring the $95 billion foreign aid bill passed by the U.S. Senate up for a vote, frustrating House Democrats.
If we'll put the Ukraine funding on the floor of the House,
since everyone says we're CIA anyway, we might as well put CIA news on here.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, haven't you been great by them?
Yeah, they're very like neutral, but it's obviously like interviewing specific people and then reporting it neutrally with their viewpoints coming through. Like it's obvious what they're doing. Like it's basic framing of a story without actually explicitly saying it. It's just what journalists do. It's pretty basic stuff. Like if you have media literacy, you know what you're looking at. And
well, also,
if you're a regular watcher of
America is not a capitalist organization.
Is it not for profit? Is it?
It's state funded. It's literally that's why it's called Voice of America. It's literally the government mouthpiece.
Right.
So overwhelmingly.
Aid to Ukraine also has the support
but you know how Al
of many
Jazeera
House
is, you know?
Republicans.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is fine. And
like if Al Jazeera can have that standard, shouldn't our propaganda outlet?
Sure. What would Russia's be?
Oh, bro, Haiti's prime minister resigned 5 hours ago.
Seriously?
Thanks, Voice of America. I googled Voice of America. That's what I saw.
I think that there is a moral purpose to it. I think there is a strategic reason for doing that. I think we have a world that looks very much like it did in 1938 with little small dictators with absolute power, interested in genocide, started World War II.
But other Republicans say they will send a new round of aid to Ukraine only if U.S. security at the Mexico border.
Oh my God, you had the bill, you
We're
stupid
talking
cunt.
about the borders of Ukraine. What about our borders? So I could,
I
you know,
hate
in
these
a
people so
compromise
much,
say,
bro.
hey, $1 for our
they're
southern
awful.
border for every dollar we do in Ukraine.
Senate Republicans rejected a bipartisan agreement for more than $20 billion in border security funding earlier this year. House Republicans say they will send a new round of aid to Ukraine only if U.S. security at the Mexico border receives more funding. Biden on Thursday also announced a new effort to deliver aid to civilians in Gaza.
A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day.
Okay. This is just their wiki. Very interesting. So
why are they wearing white again?
It's for those are the people who are protesting for abortion. It's the women in white. So it's only women who did it.
Yeah.
Democrat women. So they put all the women in white right there.
Yeah.
And that's where the divide is right there, where they're on the two different sides. So it's the largest and oldest U.S. funded international broadcaster, right? It produces digital TV and radio content in 49 languages, which it distributes to the affiliate stations around the world. Its targeted and primary audience is non-American. As of November 2022, its reporting reached 326 million adults per week across all platforms. And then
what are their affiliates in Australia?
Oh yeah. It's headquartered in Washington, D.C. and overseen by the U.S. Agency for Global Media and independent agency of the U.S. an independent agency of the U.S. government. So it's like they contract it out. So the funds are appropriated annually under the budget for embassies and consulates.
Interesting.
So that's where the budget comes from. They headquarter out of the fucking embassies and consulates.
That's so funny.
So,
I'm actually very curious who the affiliates are in Australia. Like, I'm very, very interested.
It's got all its languages here.
Be most of the general ones you'd expect. Urdu.
That's interesting. Its website had 5 English language broadcasts as of 2014. The first one was worldwide, and then learning English. That was the most
Kenya,
popular one.
Rwanda. What is that?
Where can you Rwanda?
Number 19.
I'm looking. Okay. Oh,
Armenian.
This would be the language, right?
Yeah, Rwandan.
Bantu language, national language of Rwanda.
Huh. What's Wolof? 48. Niger. Interesting.
Niger, Congo.
That's very niche to produce media for. Interesting.
Well, then it also says like radio programs marked with R, TV marked with T. So this doesn't have either. So this might be only written.
Yeah, okay. What about 42? Tigrinya.
Oh, that's Tigrayan.
I assumed as much.
Yeah.
Ethiopian Semitic. Interesting.
Yeah. Ethiopian super old language.
What is Shona? 35.
35. People of Zimbabwe.
Okay. Khmer, okay.
This one's also Zimbabwe.
What an interesting list of languages.
Haitian Creole.
Jesus. Swahili.
Rohingya.
Tibetan.
Yeah, of course they're pushing it in Tibet. That's their agenda.
Kurdish.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But what kind of Kurdish?
Yeah, that's the question.
Maybe it's all kinds. Maybe they do it in all languages for Kurds. I don't know. What anyway.
Interesting. Wasting more time.
Yeah, but it was
a way that aid to Palestinian civilians will not be enough to solve the underlying conflict.
Hamas is evil. do I want to cease
People
fire?
literally
Yeah, I
cite Voice
ceasefire.
of America as
soon
what
as
got them
Hamas
to get the courage to cross out of communism as refugees.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think Christina P says it when she's talking to somebody about Voice of America or something.
Interesting.
I'm not sure though.
off the face of the earth.
Republicans also criticized Biden's proposal for a two-state solution.
As long as Hamas is allowed to operate on the edge of Israel, we're going to have this problem. And
Okay, these people are fucking awful. Fuck these people.
When Russia invaded Ukraine, the country's air force didn't have much, about 125
More Voice of
former
America.
Soviet planes and a shortage of protective equipment for aviators.
This is really
One US
leaning into the
military
CIA
official who
today.
has worked
Yeah.
with Ukrainian
I
pilots
think these are like
retired
interesting
US Air
stories that were on
They
there,
are.
though.
They really are. It's almost like SBS, which is completely government funded, but makes really.
And it's funny
interesting
because
stories.
it's like it's not targeted. It's targeted as everyone but Americans, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's why the stories are good and that total nonsense.
Force Lieutenant Colonel Trevor Gersten recognized that dire need.
To me, it wasn't a political matter. Major invasion occurred. It was really just a personal matter. Of me wanting to help some of the friends. It's a personal matter of me wanting to
Sure.
help
That's what,
some of the friends
I mean,
that I had met.
you have to read into Al Jazeera. You can see that you can see where there's certain bias, but what the point that I was making there is that when you want to get like news about Africa, sometimes that's probably the best source, like sometimes in certain locations there's other things that are really good that have been established there, but like Al Jazeera is like printing stuff that other stations aren't, and that's what I mean by the comparison is like they've sought out like stories that are different from like just the American centric thing.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, it's literally these people's agenda to not be American centric. So
with gear that they needed, whether that be flight gear,
I think this
to
video is
protect from
just
fire,
fucked. I can't fix it.
or medical gear. So that's how I started out, was wanting to help my friends.
Together with his friend, retired US Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and former.
Those helicopters are sick.
I love how they're censoring other faces with Ukrainian flags.
Yeah.
F-16 pilot Peter Greenberg, Gersten started an initiative called Flight Gear Ukraine.
See, and
They
this is
reached
like
out to
this
other
type of
former
story.
US
There's like no stand up. It's mostly done through pictures. She had a computer interview and doing a VO. That's all I've seen. There's like no like real original footage that she had to be on the scene to shoot for this. It looks like
European aviators, asking them to donate their old gear.
That's interesting.
A Western pilot, a
Look at
NATO
this.
pilot will.
I'm not a fan of the guy personally, but Long War Journal was really good for Pakistan stuff too. When US was engaged in there, like they're also like pro US, but like they had some like they're the ones who like posted like the amount of drone strikes that were going on in civilians and stuff.
In the
They're one of
tribal
the
regions.
Yeah, they're one of the ones that
Interesting.
were like interested in that type of thing.
Hmm.
But that doesn't surprise me. I was also literally on the Voice of America blog or Wikipedia. The last paragraph in the beginning, it says it's seen by some listeners to have a positive impact, while others, like lecturer Fizullah Jan of Pakistan's University of Peshawar, see it as both an addition as American propaganda. So I guess in that region, they were putting a lot of resources into it, because that why else would something make it to the top right there?
When he steps out to his aircraft, he's wearing thousands and thousands of dollars of gear.
It's funny, but also not. It would be nice if they didn't have to make those calls.
Specially created synthetic fibers.
Through the Aviators Network, Gersten and Greenberg managed to collect and deliver over 500 flight suits, 180 flight jackets, hundreds of fire-resistant head coverings,
Good
gloves,
shit.
survival vests, and first aid kits to Ukrainian combat pilots across the Air Force, Naval, and Army brigades.
And in aviation, when it comes to fire and these type of activities, it's often a matter of seconds to determine whether someone lives or dies. And so our philosophy and our goal is to give as many Ukrainian aviators as possible. We want to give them these seconds.
It might be his video.
Time.
Ukrainian pilots and engineers say this initiative helped equip multiple crews. What's more, NATO aviators like Gersten became friends with Ukrainian pilots during drills held over the past 30 years. Those friendships, Greenberg says, led to US and European pilots giving their Ukrainian counterparts unofficial lessons in aviation so they can prepare for training on the F-16s that the West has promised Ukraine. Ukrainian combat pilot who goes by his call sign Phantom says those lessons are highly valuable.
I mean, look, you could easily train your pilots on sims.
Well, normally they give there's trainer aircraft as well.
Yeah. It would be necessary. But while they're waiting for them, it wouldn't be a terrible idea to buy a couple sims and stick them in
but
some
you
city.
think the countries that they're training in don't have trainer aircraft for the F-16 platform?
Oh, the pilots are actually in other countries.
Yeah.
Okay.
The pilots are still being trained. That's the thing.
Never mind.
That's the planes are able to be acquired, but the pilots need to pass enough training to fly them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Another one. How many did you put on this list?
Sweden officially became the NATO alliance 32nd member Thursday, with Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson and Foreign Minister Tobias Billström traveling to Washington to finalize the deal. Sweden's accession coincides with alliance exercises in Poland, the Nordic North, and elsewhere, all part of its Steadfast Defender operation, NATO's largest exercise since the Cold War.
All helicopters.
At training ground in Poland, U.S. Vice Admiral Douglas Perry, commander of Joint Force Command Norfolk, said Sweden's membership will strengthen NATO.
Swedes have a phenomenal armed forces. They have been a
really cool shit, okay?
To the United States and to the NATO alliance for years, while not being a NATO ally. And the defense industry will again further bolster the United States and the NATO alliance.
You said the quiet part out loud.
Sweden, NATO gains a significant presence in the Baltic Sea, a key oil trading route for Russia.
You're missing a big point there, is that now with Finland and Sweden, the Baltic Sea is basically completely surrounded and Russia will not be able to move within it without being noticed. Not submarine, not ship. Their movements will be forever
industrial complex. I mean, it's mostly engines at the end of the day. That's really what the cost goes into, is the engine, not the aircraft itself. You know what I'm saying? Because basically planes are just engines with wings on them.
Yes.
Is of one of its fleet. In northern Poland, near the border with Russia's Kaliningrad region, troops from various nations are maneuvering along the Vistula River and performing other tasks. This military exercise aimed to test the ability of different NATO nations to collaborate in real battlefield conditions.
They have like
following Russia's full-scale invasion.
The guns up in the air. You think they do counter battery?
Maybe.
Protect themselves by crossing, or do you think that's just how they are positioned or something?
Oh, it could be to prevent flagging your own guys.
Yeah.
You don't really want to flag people with a tank barrel.
Well, I'm talking about there's those other guns. There's like 4 pillars right there. Like, what are those pillars? They look like
they might not
mortars.
be guns.
You know,
they might not be anything.
Of Ukraine, NATO has identified Russia as the most direct threat to security in Europe. NATO General Gunnar Brugner said the message of the exercise is clear. NATO is ready to defend every nation in the alliance.
They might be like cranes or something, or exhaust, because it looks like they're attached to some sort of generator.
Threats. It's Russia and it's terrorist threats. What you see here is clearly
to counter a potential Russian threat. So we take this very seriously. It is actually the driver for our scenarios. But I need to say that we are a defensive organization. We are preparing for
they are a defensive cartel.
NATO says the military exercise integrates land, air, sea, cyber, and space operations to enhance civil-military cooperation.
This is exercise Dragon. It is one of the 14 exercises going on in Steadfast Defender, and it is basically training every capability that we have and having multiple countries come in and work together to train those capabilities.
Preparation for Steadfast Defender began 3 years ago in response to Russia's aggressive behavior in the region.
Russia's behavior over the last several years with the invasion of Ukraine presents incredible challenge to the security of European allies. So we must, demonstrate our credibly and with readiness on a daily basis our willingness to defend our soil. And so that's what we do every day, both working on the open seas, the Arctic, and the Atlantic to demonstrate our readiness.
But if Congress doesn't pass it, someone's not pulling their weight, showing that the U.S. stands up for itself.
Yep.
And in order to deter all potential adversaries.
Steadfast Defender began in January and will continue in different locations across Europe and the North Atlantic through May. Biden, which initially.
We got it.
This one is not translated.
Oh, really?
Nous abordons à coup sûr un moment de.
It's Macron says, "Don't be pussies." That's all. He's telling Europe not to be pussies.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Admiral Kirby said that it was
unironically
that
she is responsible for more than we like. The fact that they had Joe Biden in that cabinet and they were letting Hillary do foreign policy. A senator from New York and a senator from Chicago were ultimately making the fucking foreign policy positions there.
Yeah.
Like, what experience have they had to do that? Like, come on. Just because the vice president isn't supposed to have that role, and Joe Biden was the vice president, because technically it was Hillary's job, so it was under her call. Like, awful. So much destabilization caused by the Obama admin. Technically, like Trump, even though it was like brutal, like the bombing campaigns he did, at the end of the day, ISIS did end up in full retreat, but that has a lot to do with the military being able to train and back up forces on the ground.
Yeah.
That were
there was
living there.
Money being held up when it comes to this multinational security force, that Republicans were holding up some of this money. He said that there are other reasons for it, but I'll ask the question more bluntly. Do you blame Republicans for holding up critical money for Haiti?
So let's not forget what we're providing to Haiti is really important emergency needs, right? When we think about food, healthcare, clean water, and other forms of critical assistance through UN and NGO partners to help people in need across Haiti. And so what we are seeing and what everyone is actually realizing is that the deteriorating situation in Haiti has required organizations to adjust
honestly
their posture and at times
here too. Like, honestly, who are we fucking kidding? We dragged out, you know why they dragged out this fucking international mission to stabilize Haiti? So they didn't have to do it, right?
Yeah.
Come on. Like, who the fuck are we kidding with this type of shit? Like, we've known it that, hey, this is going to be a fucking crisis. It was already bad before the president got assassinated. Like, come on. This was something that should have been started in the Trump admin.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous that it's at this point. And so now the guy's resigned. Haiti is literally not a state anymore at this point, right? Because there's no government. Right, the government resigned. Now who runs it? Barbecue?
I would assume so.
So,
at least the capital city.
In need, and that is just because of what we're seeing obviously on the ground, and so humanitarian partners are going to continue to provide the assistance amidst the current security breakdown, obviously the best way that they can, but as we know, there's a dire situation.
Meanwhile, the president got to evac. Now he's in political asylum.
And we've said this before, the U.S. government has been leading in providing aid to the Haitian people.
On Haiti, if I may. Sure. So earlier today, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield said that the U.S. has asked the Prime Minister to, quote, move forward in a political process that will lead to the establishment of a presidential transitional council that will lead to elections. So I just want to clarify, does that mean a resignation? Did the U.S. government ask him to resign?
This already happened.
A couple of things. We are definitely not pushing the Prime Minister to resign. That is not what we're doing. But we have underscored that now is the time to finalize a political.
I think Haiti is kind of comparable to Sudan right now, except it's not even military factions. Like
just
to fall to a criminal state
is wild.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Escobar, I guess you could say, like he basically ran that country. I'm trying to think when other ones have happened where they've. I mean, Assad at this point with how he's slinging drugs.
Yeah,
but no, like real criminal groups that have taken over.
Their future, and that is something that we've been working on for some time. We've been working on that with the CARICOM, so that is nothing new. We've had those conversations, and also the Haitian partners on the path to restoring democratic order in Haiti.
CARICOM is the Kenyan mission.
Elections, inclusive governance, and power sharing. This will give the people an opportunity to democratically elect their prime minister. Again, this has been a conversation.
Okay, we're talking about holding elections in Haiti. That will stabilize this. We just need to let the people choose their own leader. We just need to let them choose democracy.
Even though you're not directly calling on him to resign.
Okay.
The next whatever thing in Haiti.
Yeah.
I segmented it out so like the older stories will be at the top and the more current ones will be at the bottom of the section.
Well, internet's broken apparently.
I can
Today, U.S. Marines flying in forces to beef up security around the embassy and to help evacuate non-essential staff. The situation on the ground is becoming increasingly violent as armed gangs attempt to topple the government, leaving innocent people, including some Americans, in the crossfire. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
The Prime Minister ran a long time ago. The Prime Minister ran and then they took over the airport so he couldn't return. Like, come on, checkmate, bro. Gangs control 80% of the capital.
That's crazy.
Virtually on the verge of collapse. Come on, dude. Who are you fucking kidding? Verge of collapse.
Non-essential embassy personnel choppering in Marines to reinforce the embassy. The State Department urging Americans to leave as gangs launched coordinated attacks across the country against the presidential palace and the Interior Ministry. Multiple police stations set on fire, gang soldiers showing off stolen flak jackets. The government now extending a state of emergency, and Caribbean leaders calling an emergency meeting Monday for what they call a dire situation.
That's what I think that's also really cool about this is that this is the people who have been a big part of the solution have been Caribbean nations. Like they're coming together and aligning together for their own like self-interest. They're doing their
Dominican Republic specifically.
Yeah, because like it's not going to be good for any of these nations if Haiti destabilizes into a criminal empire.
And tonight, ABC News speaking to the man behind it all, gang leader Jimmy Cherizier.
Hell yeah.
Barbecue.
An interview with Barbecue.
He says the first step in the fight is to overthrow Ariel Henry, and then we start the real fight against the corrupt oligarchs and politicians. The unelected
Bro, you literally cook and eat people.
President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated 2.5 years ago. Poverty, violence, and hunger soaring on his watch. Now even the U.S. pressuring him to step aside. Barbecue is Haiti's most notorious gang leader, a former police officer responsible for an explosion of violence. Even if Henri steps down, it's not clear who takes over or when new elections would take place.
Pisses me off.
Yeah. Hospitals closed. Thousands of criminals have been
that we're going to go in.
Access to food, clean water, increasingly.
I mean, we've been reporting on this for so long.
Yeah. Like months at this point.
Barbecue explicitly told me that if Ariel Henry resigns, he will call for an immediate ceasefire and halt his attacks on police. Though given the destruction that Barbecue and his gangs have caused over the last several years, many will be
definitely have to have updates. This story's not over yet. We're definitely going to have updates on the next show.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be more.
So we don't have to watch everything because we can catch up on it by being more featured in Haiti. But it was the top story. I just want to point out.
Yeah.
The Marines are the stuff that's important.
Yeah.
Them deploying in there because they were already stationed on the embassy. They just sent in a few reinforcements, But then it's like this is the U.S. empire taking over.
President Biden saying he believes Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is, quote, hurting Israel more than helping Israel.
Oh, no. Go back up to if we're going to move to the transition is under the Ukraine's sea drone technology, which shouldn't even be there. Should have been up with Ukraine, but can't sort them perfectly anyway. Now it's underneath chaos in Haiti. U.S. embassy as gangs take over capital.
At an undisclosed location in Ukraine, engineers and drone pilots come together to test some of Ukraine's
this is a cool story anyway. I was saying
the one. No, we don't have time.
I said it's under that one, but I moved it already.
Israeli officials have told so many lies since October the 7th with so little pushback from the media that it's hard to keep up. Here from Zeteo is the first in a new segment we're calling
this is his new independent
the top 7 lies about Gaza.
3,700.
So he's doing it. So
it was already a ceasefire.
So think about how Media Hassan is. He's doing this specifically to target social media, right?
Yeah. They all say it. And yet
so he started his own independent thing, and all it is Ben Shapiro facts, but actually giving facts.
Gaza for the 3rd day in a row.
This is just a 5-minute video, and he cranks through this shit.
Received bullet wounds to ankles, medics report. Does that sound like a ceasefire to you? Even over in the occupied West Bank, before Hamas's attack on October the 7th, Israeli forces had already killed a record 234 Palestinians.
No, anyway,
there was a ceasefire in place before October.
I just wanted to point out that but I also, if you go to his channel, you got to see the channel trailer because it's really cringe. It's like Joe Cat level cringe.
What? You thought I was gone? Oh no, you can't get rid of that easily. I'm back with a whole new media company, in fact, my own. We're calling it Zeteo, the ancient Greek word that goes back to Socrates and Plato, which means to seek out, to inquire.
This is such a genius move by him.
And that is the guiding principle behind my new media venture. Zeteo will bring you hard-hitting interviews and unsparing analysis that you won't find elsewhere. Shows, podcasts, op-eds, newsletters. We have it all. And it's not just me.
Yeah.
I've been busy a la Nick Fury.
So he announced that he was going to be doing this after he's done with corporate press. I mean, this guy has been in the corporate press for so long. So it looks like because it's called like Zeteo and that's like the Greek word for truth. It looks like specifically that's what he's going to cut through is like more of that debunky type news, hard hitting like you're a liar.
You know I've never been afraid
to
ask the tough questions, and I plan to continue doing that, including right now. Will you join me?
No.
To help build Zeteo from the ground up.
It's a better idea. Pay us.
Yeah.
We'll do it better.
We'll hire him later. We'll
exactly. We'll hire him. He can be our media correspondent and train up our journalists.
Anyway, all the Israel stuff I put on there is basically a minute long. So
okay, great.
Israeli officials have told so many lies since October the 7th with so little push.
In Gaza, aid is rushing in to help residents, but it is also apparently causing mass chaos. The enclave's civil defense says at least 5 people died when 8 packages were dropped in Gaza. The U.S. and other agencies have been airdropping food supplies and more into the area, and food shortages are hitting Gaza. The U.S., the UK, and other countries announcing today that they are also opening a maritime corridor to help bring in more aid. Ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas are now on hold until next week. Negotiators had hoped to reach an agreement before Ramadan, but now that looks unlikely. US, Egypt, and Qatar are...
And what are you holding?
Will there be a ceasefire by Ramadan?
It's looking tough, but...
Are you concerned about violence in East Jerusalem with that one?
I sure am.
Thank you for
that was dark.
The layout of this area,
right?
The Al-Aqsa Mosque in this complex.
It was pretty not bleak. Looking like he was hopeful at all.
Yeah, it was pretty bleak.
and also like
Mosque. And then in the distance over there, you have the Western Wall.
EU also announced
you have the Church of the
the Sikh corridor that they're going to participate. They mentioned that, but you know,
extremely
that was a whole story. But now we don't have to do it. They mentioned it in that one. So again, I think this is just a tradition. Every year we have to sit through. Every Ramadan we have to see these conflicts Al-Aqsa. And like, sure, it's like, hey, they have rocks inside. Hey, they were preparing like protests and violence and stuff. And it's like, yeah, because you keep showing up with police every year. They're getting ready to defend themselves.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
The atmosphere is a bit grim. People are not happy with all these, calls for restrictions, whether on Jerusalemites, people from the West Bank, and also Muslims who have Israeli citizenship.
Really, the origin story of Islam.
It's extremely important. Al-Aqsa Mosque was mentioned in the Quran in chapter 17. It's the site to which Prophet Muhammad peace upon him was taken in that night journey from Mecca to Jerusalem. Every good deed is rewarded multiple times here at Al-Aqsa Mosque, pretty much like the mosque in Mecca and the mosque in Medina.
The people do that. What do they call it when you go somewhere? It's
it's like a pilgrimage, Hajj.
A pilgrimage. They pilgrimage
Hajj.
from Mecca to Jerusalem.
It's traditionally only to the Mecca, but
okay.
Like it's just like doing something here. Like it's like going to the Vatican, basically. You know, it's not all Christianity, but it's definitely an important building in Christianity.
Yeah.
For Israel to be able to do that, see, the thing is that I think they still always will have the Jewish card, right? That was anti-Semitic to say.
The Israel Defense Forces released videos said to show troops.
Wait, what'd you say?
Just that they'll always have the Jewish card, right? That it's like because they've been kicked out of every place. So like this is the part where they say no. So like they always have that. So it's always gonna be justifiable in those grounds as long as they're not overstepping from those grounds. And that card is expiring. I think it's like they're going to dial back to a certain degree because it's not like the US supported Israel during the Suez crisis, but for the counter to happen, there needs to be like a serious democracy that's at least on the level of Israel that can counter in the region. And
yes.
We'll see if that will ever happen. The leaders there certainly don't want it because then they're scared that George Bush's domino theory will come true.
What, now will become democracies?
Yeah. Because that's one of the reasons why George Bush rationalized invading Iraq.
Right.
Because they had to
door to
convince
door in the
themselves.
city of Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip. VOA cannot independently verify the dates or locations.
I love how they switched to a rifle that's specifically for shooting people in their home.
Died in Israeli airstrikes and artillery
over
fire,
the
according to local health officials.
AR platform.
The situation in Gaza is dire, say health and aid workers.
It's literally, hey, this is for killing people in their houses.
Situation.
Yeah, it's literally designed to go into Gaza.
Interesting. This guy, I think, was on Hezbollah TV.
Deteriorated for a couple of reasons, and we're at the point that we are because there is a bottleneck. There used to be 3 entrances into the Gaza Strip. Israel controlled 2 of them, and Egypt controls 1 of them. Now, only 1 out of the 3 is partially functioning.
To get around those blockades, regional partners began dropping aid packages from the sky. Over the weekend and on the eve of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, the Jordanian Air Force over Gaza dropped pallets filled with flour, rice, baby formula, and water. And the United States Air Force dropped more than 88 bundles of aid said to contain nearly 53,000 meals and 23,000 bottles of water.
Which it's not in their interest for other democracies to rise up as well.
Yeah.
Another plan to deliver aid to Gaza is set to...
Like, imagine if Lebanon stabilized and became a functioning democracy.
Yeah, Lebanon probably has, like, on paper, the best structured government.
Yes, yeah.
But it's also just like... There's so much Ottoman Empire loopholes and division in the country.
If only Turkey was better.
Begin. The United States Army deployed a vessel from Virginia to the Mediterranean carrying equipment to build a temporary pier. While it will likely be weeks, with some estimates as high as 60 days before the pier becomes operational, the plan is to have a floating base of operations to deliver aid to Palestinian territories. The United Nations says a quarter of Gaza's population faces...
Yeah, watch Israel fucking huff and puff and do nothing about it.
Starvation. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza
Well,
says
we're just don't forget we're also selling them bombs while we do this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they go and bomb the pier and kill an American citizen, and they're like, "You remember what happened in Jordan? One's coming your way."
Oh, Israel accidentally hits Americans, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like you remember what we did the other day? Yeah, have fun.
Conflict so far killed nearly 31,000 Palestinians, a number that does not sit well with U.S. President Joe Biden.
Cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead as a consequence.
So this is also triggering to me because they're saying red line, right? And this is like triggers me because of Syria, obviously.
Yeah.
And how they were like, this is a red line, this is a red line.
Yeah.
And like we've been, like I said weeks ago, it astonishes me every day that this is still going on.
Yeah.
And they haven't stepped up yet.
It's honestly pathetic.
With the trauma caused by Hamas.
Biden stopped short of committing to a red line that Israel could cross that would stop U.S. support for its ally, which declared war on Hamas after its October 7 attack on Israel that killed 1,200. But as Ramadan begins, for more than 72,000 injured Palestinians, any relief by land, sea, or air can't come soon enough. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
Preparations are underway in Gaza's Rafah for a very different Ramadan this year. The Muslim fasting month is coming amid severe shortages of food and warnings of famine. Sahib Abu Jabal now lives in a tented camp in the southern city.
It is not like other years when the Ramadan table had different types of food. This year, God knows if we can find the food. Many people will be fasting and won't find food.
Yeah, nothing ever changes, nothing ever happens. Nevertheless, that's why the Soviet Union collapse was wild. Something happened. It was like the last thing to happen, you know?
And celebrating. The latest conflict in Gaza began after thousands of Hamas fighters stormed into Israel on October 7th, killing
we know.
1,200
I love that
people,
to get balloons, they're doing medical gloves, bro.
Yeah.
That's
whatever
that fucking gut punched me, bro.
That has already, according to Gaza health authorities, passed 31,000. Efforts at securing a ceasefire have stalled. The conflict is also looming over the usually festive holy month in Jerusalem. Tens of thousands are expected every day at the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound, one of the holiest sites in Islam. The area, which is also sacred to Jews who know it as Temple Mount, is a long-standing flashpoint for trouble. Thousands of police have been deployed around the narrow streets of the old city, where the usual Ramadan decorations have not been put up. Israeli police say they've been working to ensure a peaceful Ramadan.
Yeah, sure. Oh, is this the peaceful policing, is it?
Yeah, this of course every year Al-Aqsa, you know.
Yeah.
Every year, every Ramadan.
First day.
Oh,
Epic.
every time. And you have to think about this. I think, honestly, this is also a huge issue with the conscription, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the sexual assault is another reason why they need to stop conscription. But even if their military command structure is organized to not do this type of shit, right? We can go on to the next one. It's like you have these hotheads that literally see that as like a Jewish monument that was taken over by Islam, and they like want to go there to commit hate crimes and shit. Like they see it as a war of religion, not just a standard policing operation.
Well, that's what I was saying about Garand Thumb's video with the Israeli guys that were fighting in Gaza. They seemed like they were just out for blood.
Yeah.
So they were just pieces of shit that went over there.
Like that's a big part. Like if we want these war crimes to happen or to stop by Israel, they need to stop conscription.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't have
Prime Minister Netanyahu
after October 7th, you know?
Yeah.
Netanyahu is, quote, hurting Israel more than helping Israel in his approach to the war against Hamas in Gaza. During an interview with MSNBC, Biden expressed support for Israel's right to pursue Hamas after that October 7th attack, but said that Netanyahu, quote, must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
None of them care.
Oh my, it's so funny the language that they'll fucking use. This is one of the longer ones.
He would
So
not cut off weapons like the Iron Dome missile interceptors, which protect the Israeli civilian population from rocket attacks in the region.
That's all right. We got the gist of it.
President Biden had said in an interview on MSNBC on Saturday that, look, his red line would be Israel going into Rafah, which even Israel's closest allies and many other countries in the international community would be a catastrophe because you have well over 1 million people there who are sheltering. And frankly, there is nowhere for them to go. Israel has said that they would evacuate them elsewhere, but there is fighting and bombing taking place.
It will also start a war with Egypt. So I think that's the more pressing.
yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if they will even stand up to a red line either, because Stacey's a fucking sissy.
True.
Stacey the sissy, bro. Stacey the Mexican.
In virtually every other part of the country. And yet, despite that warning from President Biden of not crossing that red line, we have Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that that offensive in Rafah will, in fact, go ahead, saying that his red line is October 7th and making sure that that doesn't happen again. And he said that an IDF incursion into Rafah to root out Hamas there.
Tangent, but it's
take
funny.
2 months, perhaps even less than 2 months, and that there would be no pause in the.
You know the girl who got shot by the TTP, Malala?
Sure.
She's like a big feminist. She won the Nobel Peace Prize because she survived getting shot in the head as a schoolgirl in Pakistan.
I think so. Was that the big school shooting?
No. She was like an advocate for girls' school. And Mullah Fazula's gangsters fucking shot her in the head and she lived because it like entered, like it grazed her in a certain way. And but she's obviously much older now. But she wrote this book called I Am Malala, and it's just about like the backwards society of Pakistan and how she supports like education and stuff. And a lot of like Pakistani nationalists hate her because they think she like hurts the nations by insulting it and stuff. And so
even though it's saying that it could be better if women were able to do
so the book is called I Am Malala, right? So the prime minister, who is a war criminal, you know, who basically helped start the Taliban at the time, Musharraf, right? He goes, he wrote a book called I Am Not Mala in response to her book. And I'm like, that's the pettiest thing I've ever heard.
That's so funny. Isn't that the most Pakistan thing in politics you've ever heard, though? It would never come from any other country.
Yeah, because he wrote it's like disputing she's basically, so there's a whole, even the Pakistani state have this narrative that she's a CIA operative, like her dad is like for Western interest, which is like she is put on by her parents, of course. Like most activists are encouraged by their parents. Like her dad was benefiting from schooling because he was a school teacher, a high-end school teacher. So people dismiss her because of that. Well, these people in Pakistan is what I mean.
The IDF will have full control, free reign to go wherever they want inside of Gaza, and the IDF will also continue to control the borders of everything going in and out of the territory. We also heard from the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who gave a televised address saying that Hamas is still open to talks.
We're the same country.
It is Israel,
the country that most represents us and our values,
and he also
is Pakistan.
There would be no hostages released until there's a deal. Erica?
Wow, and as we watch all of that, a lot of really important developments tonight, Scott. Appreciate it. Thank you. I also want to bring in now CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel, always good to see you. First, I'd just love to get your reaction as we start to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's comments about invading Rafah, which of course come on the heels of what we heard from President Biden in that interview yesterday.
Yeah, so like Ataturk inspired Mohammed al-Jinnah to like make the state of Pakistan, right? So like there's this whole thing where because Pakistan and Turkey basically have the same flag in different colors, and like Pakistan talks about how Turkey is like their sister nation or brother nation, right?
Yeah,
and it's like, nope, it's America. Turkey's nothing like you.
digging in their respective positions. The Israelis have that military imperative of basically destroying Hamas and doing it at Rafah because everybody seems to be concentrated in that area there in the southern part of Gaza. The problem with that, as Scott pointed out in his reporting, 1 million plus people are right there because they had to flee to that location, and to get them out of there, to get them out of harm's way, is going to be really difficult to do under the best of circumstances. And in these conditions, those circumstances are certainly quite difficult. So it's one of those areas where we're going to see a lot of different.
Like we keep telling
we will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
It's so funny because, like, out of all people, that girl, like, Nobel Prize winner from your country, saying "fuck that bitch."
Hilarious.
Difficulty, a lot of problems, and this could portend a rift in the U.S.-Israeli relations, at least to some extent, and that could be really dangerous for any peace prospects for this area.
Yeah.
Were you surprised at all at how far we saw the president go in those comments yesterday? So saying Rafah would be a red.
Today, tensions are rising between President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
Blanking on his name. Swagger, though. The last king of Afghanistan. Like, his brother kind of cooed him a little. So technically there's like a second type thing. But really, the last real emperor king of Afghanistan was dope.
Netanyahu, the two world leaders
really
are at odds.
united the country. Like no one has.
About boundaries, I should say, as the holy month of Ramadan begins. ABC's Perry Russum is in Washington.
Today, President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at odds over invading the city of Rafah, where the UN says more than 1 million displaced Palestinians are hiding from war.
He must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Netanyahu says his troops will move into the southern city in Gaza, saying, "We'll go there. We're not going to leave. You know, I have a red line. You know what the red line is, that October 7th doesn't happen again. Never happens again." Biden's calls for a ceasefire have grown in recent weeks. The president's apparent frustration with Netanyahu caught on a hot mic moment after a State of the Union address last week.
I told him, baby, show me
The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza reports more than 31,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began in October. Airdrops continue to fall over blasted-out buildings. A humanitarian aid ship carrying 200 tons of supplies waits for a third day in Cyprus, preparing a trip to Gaza as soon as possible. Pressure for a ceasefire continues to build here at home.
All that our government's involvement with the Israeli government attack on Gaza.
Protesters filling the streets outside the Oscars ceremony in Los Angeles last night. Inside, some of Hollywood's biggest stars wearing red.
I've seen a lot of people with his picture. I'm not as familiar with the Anglican era of those nations. I'm more interested when the CIA comes in and starts fucking around.
Ceasefire pins. Back in Gaza, as the holy month of Ramadan begins, the United Nations says hunger is everywhere, and there is no safe place for the people in Rafah to go. President Biden ordered an emergency mission to build a floating pier off Gaza to bring aid there. A U.S. military ship.
Now to the tensions between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Biden after Biden discussed what would be a red line for him. Matt Gutman from Israel.
Tonight, a growing rift between President Biden and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Don't worry, they don't
the president
work.
Seemingly said an invasion into Rafah in the southern part of the Gaza Strip would be his red line.
Here's a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. You cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead as a consequence.
Moments later, walking those comments back, saying Netanyahu's war was hurting Israel more than helping. For weeks, the White House has publicly urged Israel not to invade Rafah, where Hamas's remaining leaders and battalions are believed to be hiding among civilians without a plan to protect the more than 1 million displaced Gazans there. Netanyahu defiant, vowing to press on despite the president's concerns.
I have a red line. You know what the red line is? That October 7th doesn't happen again.
The leader.
Yes, we basically heard all this from him.
Yeah.
Who was that? ABC.
Well, they.
I'm trying to keep caught up on like what's been covered to remove it, so it's more.
No, this will be the last one.
Well, I think there's
we've done everything.
Let me check.
Pushing 6
There's
hours.
there below that. There's like a little bit more about the ship.
Yeah, that's what I've clicked on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the last one. Is the stuff about the ship?
Yeah.
Following President Biden's announcement of a new effort to get aid into Gaza by
Could be
sea,
better.
a ship is waiting in Cyprus, loaded up with food to head into the Strip, but has not yet set
This
sail.
is the
food on board that
this is the
vessel
one
is
to
being
finish
provided by
on
World Central
for
Kitchen,
the
a
like
charity run by
sign out
Jeff
video.
Andres. They say they are ready to go. Technically, there are no problems, but they say
Sure.
there is a diplomatic holdup.
Yeah. I just want to be specific on what one it is because I think one of them
Well,
is
you bring it up then.
Humanitarian organizations are
Okay,
saying
I'll get it
that
started.
these aid drops by air we've seen over the last couple of weeks, this new effort to get aid
This is
by
the
sea,
channel that
is really
posted
no
this.
substitute for the effective delivery of aid by land into Gaza from Israel, from Egypt, and for creating safe conditions on the ground for that food to actually be distributed to people who need it. This temporary pier that President Biden has directed the U.S. military to build off the coast of Gaza is going to take 2 months to set up. That's according to U.S. officials. The UN is saying
Netanyahu's a
people in
cunt.
Gaza are
Fuck that
already
guy.
on the brink of famine, that there are children in the north of the Strip dying of malnutrition and dehydration. Here in Jerusalem, Palestinian Muslims are marking the first full day of Ramadan, the Islamic holy month. This is normally a time of celebration, a time of being with family, of feeling close to God.
It's normally a time when Israel punches people in the face on the
One
fucking
38-year-old man
Temple
told our
Mount
team
or
this is
Mosque
the
Mount.
most painful Ramadan he can remember.
The
As he
complex,
sees
I forgot what
images
it's called.
out of Gaza, there's also a very heavy
Oh,
Israeli
yeah.
security presence here in East Jerusalem right now, including a new set of checkpoints that really look like something more out of the occupied West Bank than what we're used to seeing here in the old city of Jerusalem. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Jerusalem.
Cool. You got yours?
Was that about the boat? Was the boat in there? Hang on, let me. I'm
guess.
exiting other tabs, so it will run smoothly for the sign out here. This is a great one. A lot of like Middle East Eye also reposted, but this one is literally from Islam Channel. This is a clip of Piers Morgan. This guy's debating Dershowitz.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I am not surprised.
Oh, see, he's key. He's got a key pinned to him. Remember how I explained like the whole key?
Yeah.
Told Mr. Morgan that Mr. Dershowitz, your guest, is defending the murderous Israeli army because he's famous for defending murderers in American. Used to that. He's even famous for defending sex traffickers like Epstein. And of course, he will defend.
Get to the point instead of having ad hominems.
I have to say, let me,
Mr. Barghouti, I have to say,
let me answer.
Lawyers defend people who they often may personally have serious issues with. There's nothing
Dershowitz was Epstein's
I defended Palestinians. I've defended terrorists. I have defended people
let
from
me finish
Hamas.
my
I've defended,
sentence.
Yeah, you
I
can finish,
defended pedophiles. I've defended terrorists.
Really, but if you're going to go out, if you're going to attack him for defending bad people, we're going to be here all night. So stick to the question.
I would even defend you. I would defend your right to make the lies that you've said.
If you don't want me to speak, can you shut up so that I can speak? Shut up, please. I want to say that what you see in Gaza now is an act of genocide because 12,000 children have been killed. And these are not 19 years old. These are 5, 6 years old, and 3 years old, and 2 years old. These are children, for God's sake. I am against the killing of 30 Israeli children, which happened on the 7th of October, because they are children and civilians. But nothing in the world could justify, because of the killing of 30 children, the killing of 12,000 other Palestinian children. That is unacceptable.
We've always got to go through.
You should look at the real figures.
Palestinian people.
30,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed. And 72,000 people have been injured by the Israeli murderous army. This is 4.5% of the population. Hold on. I did not interrupt you, so shut up and let me finish. 4.5% of the population of Gaza have been killed or injured. If that had happened in the United States of America, you would be talking about 12 million people killed or injured in 4 months of time. Is that acceptable? And mostly civilians, 70% are civilians. More than that, Israel is killing Palestinians not only with this terrible genocide, with their bombardment, they are killing Palestinians with starvation. This terrible siege, 50,000 pregnant women, Palestinian women, don't find a place to give birth in. 64,000 breastfeeding women cannot help their babies. And more than that, 700,000 people are now starving because Israel is preventing milk, flour, food to the population of Gaza City and the north of Gaza. And more than that, they shoot the Palestinian hungry people when they are trying to get some food.
That was the solid finish on that one.
Yeah,
solid finish.
I got the stuff to play it out too.
The Democrats are blackmailing us.
Goodbye. To finish out, it's
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home. Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, buddy. All right. Yeah, didn't think you'd be getting a free beak washing, did you, buddy? And I'm gonna wash your beak now.
It was a long one.
Yeah, your fault.
See you guys.